Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the final day of hearing for Hearing Stream 7, Friday. We have a fairly full schedule of submitters today, so we won't beat around the bush. Our first submitter will be Guardians of the Bay, represented by Yvonne Weber. Now, Yvonne, we do have your presentation and your speaking notes in front of us. That was received yesterday. I don't know if you listened
actually sent those in on Sunday, so
okay.
you know, was it the convenience of the council to upload them? So yeah.
All right. I don't know if you know, but the airport were on last thing yesterday.
Yeah, I listened to them yesterday. Yep.
Yeah. Did you have a chance to listen to the hearing at that point?
Yes, I did, and I also listened to Mr. Searle's half hour that he presented stuff on, was it Tuesday? Yep.
Yeah. Okay, because they had a number of corrections they wanted to make in terms of your presentation. Yeah. So as long as you heard that, that's fine.
Yeah, they seem to think that yeah, a local community person should actually have everything, you know, completely ticketed and docketed, and you know, trying to deal with it. So
that's
yeah.
okay. So we've got your presentation. I don't know if it's up on the screen yet. If you'd like to talk to that.
I can't see it at the moment.
No, neither can I. We'll get there.
There's just a few things, because from what the airport said, can I talk about those first?
Yvonne, sorry, being told that you'll need to share it on your screen to share it with us.
Oh, how do I do that?
There's a little TV symbol with an arrow on the top right-hand side of the screen normally.
Okay, so I have to share my presentation as I've got it on my computer.
Yep.
Oh, okay, that wasn't explained. Oh, well, while I'm finding it, I'll just explain that I'll stop sharing because it's not going to be helpful.
So if you want to pause to do it, there's no.
Yeah, I'll just pause. I didn't realise that was the way it had to happen, so it's a bit frustrating. I did submit the presentation to the council and everyone. The issue was Mr. Searle's evidence on the 13th of March, and I hadn't read that until Thursday night, and I just couldn't get the timeframes that were required to get it in earlier, which was very frustrating. And I'll just find this. It's a PowerPoint.
Oh, that's it. Yep, that's good. That's great.
Okay, so is that coming in from the council?
Yes, I can see your cursor. Is that?
Okay.
It's from the council. Yes.
Okay, I'll try and stop sharing, and I don't know what I'm seeing at the moment, so that doesn't help. I've got all sorts of stuff coming up, so I'm not sure.
There's no little screen.
I'd rather have my face first, and then I'll talk to the photos at the end. Is that possible?
Sure. Yeah.
And somehow I need to stop sharing. I'm not sure how to do that either.
That's all right. We can see you. So that's
okay.
all right.
That's cool. We'll just go through here.
Yeah.
It just looked very strange on my screen. The airport talked about their consultation. Can I just talk a few things that the airport said, and then I'll do my presentation, and then at the end show the photos. The consultation the Wellington Airport made on the different options that they had for the seawall. I read all the information, and I was going to attend, but unfortunately I had a long-standing community meeting that was one of the dates that they had, and then the other date I was actually sick, so I missed the consultation, but I did discuss it with other Guardians of the Bay's members who had attended, plus surf riders and Strathmore Park Residents Association. So I mean, it was a good consultation, and people were aware of what was going on, so that's excellent, and the stuff is up on their website as well. I'd like to thank Wellington Airport for the clarification in relationship to the 1 metre height and how it relates to the the regional council plans. And primarily my evidence is speaking about the seawall along Lyle Bay on the eastern side, not so much in relationship to all the big work that airport has to do to retain the airport on the southern actual extreme boundary. And while it's not a natural surf break because of the seawall, it isn't. The sea does come in and it's natural and it does break on the coast, and there would have been a natural point break before that because of what was called in those days Mile Point, which is now where the breakwater is at the moment. And the depth of the bay, it ranges for anything from 2 to 10 metres in that area. So I would say 2 to 6 metres is under mean high water springs of the seawall. And I haven't seen the written evidence of that the airport did yesterday, so I'm not sure who that is. But anyway, myself, I'm chair of Guardians of the Bays. A small group, probably about 20 plus people, plus about 200 people that get our newsletter on a regular basis. We mediated the Environment Court agreement to do with the designations, and this submission is about the natural open space zone. It's the only one that we put further submissions on. As I say, it relates primarily to the seawall on Lyle Bay, and the issue is that it has got recreation value, and also the fact that obviously underneath and protecting that seawall protects a whole lot of other structures of Wellington City Council. The issue is that as the airport company does work on that seawall, it does affect the recreational users, both access for the surfers, walking, and even car parking, and there's quite a considerable bit of that gets done. I know it's a human-made structure, but in the past there would have been sea. We've looked at the policies and different things, and we're in agreement with most things to do with it, and the fact that upgrade means protection of the seawall within the existing seawall structure. And obviously the airport company, if they want to do anything more, has to go for a series of consents, including obviously regional council consents to do with water and stuff like that. The explanation of the 1 metre vertical is really useful in relationship to what it means to do with the regional council. I'm not sure if you can do a cross-reference in relationship to that, but that's something that planners can look at. I don't think as it exists at the moment, it really explains why you have that 1 metre projection and what it is, and I think that might be useful for lay people to understand that. And I also think that for standard 7, there needs to be something in the assessment criteria in relationship to the effects what happens in relationship to the surf break, even if it's not natural, and the physical features of the access to Lyle Bay from that seawall. Because unfortunately, whatever you do, the surfers will try and get access to it, and that is the issue. And I don't want anyone, you want good access, so it's not totally insane what they do to get access. And if I show the photos now, that might help explain what happens and how they access the, using the seawall. So I wonder if I can have the my presentation up now.
Yes, do it. Can you see that?
Yep. So this is just showing the seawall. The airport companies put a number of rocks and things to try and stop it, because what was happening was that the old steel wall was eroding, but not only that, was that sea was coming over and washing out behind it as well. So the rocks on top of it are sort of like a protection in relationship to that, but it does make access along the seawall difficult. The next slide, please. Just showing what it used to be like before the rocks came on. It was sort of more variable. There was even vegetation trying to grow there, and people accessed it and walked along it, and you can see that there's car parks on it as well. So the next slide again, please. This is access to it. This is like a big surf break that was happening on the southern coast last week, and just the number of surfers, there was at least over 25 surfers sort of collecting prior to the surf breaking. So the next photo might show that, and also shows this person accessing, using the seawall to get access behind the break. So that's what they do. There's a walk, they surf in, and if it's really bad and it's too hard to get in, or even just the first time that they get in, they'll be trying to get down to the surf break so they don't have to go through the surf to get to it. And you can also see that there's cars parked on it. Probably not the best thing to happen, but it was packed that day. It would 16th of March would have. The term is Lyell Bay was pumping, and the surf was just looked awesome, and everyone was really enjoying it, including lots of small kids on the actual little breakers at the bottom as well. So primarily that's my presentation.
So the main relief you're seeking for at the moment, so you accept most of the recommendations from the reporting officer?
Yeah, I accept that they have to actually look after the seawall, and it has to be within the confines of the seawall. My issue is to extent of what those effects might be each time they make these changes, that there's nothing in there as a natural open space. There's nothing about the recreational community that actually use the space, and how the effects of whatever they do on the seawall does affect the recreational users of the area as a natural open space area. Okay.
And the other thing I picked up was that you are looking for a greater explanation around the 1 metre rule kind of.
I think that's been explained, and I have looked up that as well. So that's good to have. The question is whether that needs to be cross-referenced if you have that in there, because it's not only 1 metre in height for the count. It's also the vertical side of things, but the horizontal side of things. But of course, that's the regional council are dealing with it as a seawater body. So yeah. So
the cross-reference you mean is to the regional plan, natural resources plan?
Yeah, I'm not sure you can do that. I'm not a planner, so but it would make sense, I think, because then you'd actually understand why this 1 metre had come up, because it wasn't being talked about in the evidence that I could read from Mr. Sewell. It just sort of popped in there. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panel, from Ms. Weaver?
Morning, Ms. Weaver. You obviously heard the explanation from the airport yesterday, and you probably know I also have a role with the Air Noise Management Committee. I've been convener for a number of years.
Yeah.
So certainly the consultation proposal was brought to the Air Noise Committee a number of months ago, but I certainly understand you can understand the rationale for them needing to have some sort of pathway to protect the assets, both the airport itself and also along the road as well. So from that point, there is an acceptance from you that if it is, some enhanced or improved protection mechanism may well be required in the future.
Yeah, I definitely understand that, but what I'm trying to get through is that that it's not just a protection mechanism, that other users use it in different ways. And there is a very big recreational community that use it to access the bay, not from the southern end. As I say, I'm just talking about that strip by the road that goes along which is the western side of the airport. The actual true southern end of the airport is a no-go area, and should be, because of the jets and all the rest of it. It's not an accessed area. So yeah. So
you're concerned that with the resource consent application, that the recreational opportunities that are currently there or are currently possible may not be considered by decision makers? Is that your concern?
Yeah, that is my concern. Yeah, or that the recreational users' ability to use the area will be diminished, or in some way, not enhanced. It could be enhanced considerably.
Okay, so thank you. That makes it very clear.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Ms. Weaver. Thank you very much for clarifying that point. That was my exact question. So I really appreciate your response there. I have no further questions for you other than to ask you, I guess, a broader question around the name of your committee, and I wonder if you could just clarify which bays in particular are you the guardians of?
Guardians of the Bays was set up. I didn't set it up, and the name is stuck. And it's basically Lyell Bay and Evans Bay. Guardians Bay was set up when the airport company was looking at both extension into Evans Bay and to Lyell Bay. Our remit has extended a bit more after the as we knew that they were looking into the designation for the eastern side of the airport. So we're sort of like bay, community based, sort of, and a lot of it's to do with noise, but a lot of it also is to do with the environment and the coastal environment as well. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate your contribution. Kia ora.
Hi, Yvonne.
Hi.
Just on the earlier point that that Lindsay was raising, is that you, in terms of the recreational use of the area, then the specific that I heard was access. So were there other particular things that would need to be, rather than, I mean, in addition to some, general statement about ensuring that the recreational activities are able to continue, or, that sort of thing, are there specifics? There's the access you talked about as being potentially unsafe now and on that south edge, but are there other aspects that you particularly think should be focused on?
I think there's an amenity, like a visual amenity that at one point when the steel wall was eroding and there were holes in it, and it looked like some sort of how would I put it, some sort of horrible industrial structure that was rusting away. The rocks have probably done a bit more to sort of cover that, and whatever is put in place, it would be good, especially along that Lyell Bay coastline, that it actually has some sort of visual sort of qualities that might be useful, and also that fact that obviously there's a vegetation is always an issue with an airport, but the small bit of vegetation that was hanging on there, tapata and other things, if that could be if there could be, it could be naturalized. I'm not sure if that's quite the word, but if there is a way of actually enhancing it in a visual amenity way, that would be useful as well.
Okay, thanks. It's useful.
Thank you, Ms. Weaver. I don't have any further questions. So thank you very much for your attendance and for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing. That's good.
Okay, cheers.
Okay. Bye.
We are slightly early. So are we prepared for a slightly early? Okay. Mr. Lewandowski for our next submitter is Parkvale Road Limited has joined the table with two others. I'm guessing Mr. Compton Moon and John Thompson and Gary Clark online. Hi. Okay. You know the score. We have read your submissions and we have read the circulated evidence to date. And just for your information, I think you're aware of it anyway, that we did undertake a site visit on Wednesday afternoon. We went probably too far. We went right up to the ridgeline and looked down, but I couldn't help it. I was driving. So welcome to the hearing, and we are back in your hands. We are really focused on any outstanding areas of differences more than anything else at the moment. Seems to be a lot of agreement on most things. So
yes, thank you, Commissioner, and agree with that. So I think we can be as brief as hopefully possible. Just in terms of firstly, just some administrative things from me, and firstly, in terms of a batting order, I think Mr. Thompson will be first, followed by Mr. Clark. To pause there, Mr. Clark has a pretty firm commitment by 10 o'clock, so hopefully we can dispose of him, so to speak, to meet that commitment. Mr. Compton Moen thereafter, and myself to bring up the rear.
sounds fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Also want to foreshadow that Mr. Thompson will discuss to the extent that he can, if you have any questions, matters relating to some sale of land between himself and the council. That still has a degree of confidentiality about it, and that obviously is slightly difficult in the arena that we are in. So, as Mr. Chair, look to you for some guidance on that point. It might simply be that some questions just can't be answered.
Okay.
But we'll maybe cross that bridge there if we do indeed come to it.
Yep.
Thirdly, I just wanted to clarify, and that's the map that's just been distributed to you. I just wanted to be sure that we all knew what we were talking about. And then at the same time, correct an error I found in my evidence, which refers twice to an attachment 3 on 2 different occasions, and there's only one attachment 3. So what I've distributed to you is the first attachment 3. The one that is in my evidence should be actually attachment 4, so I apologise there. But this, what I've distributed, is a larger version of figure 3 in my evidence. And the purpose of this map is just to confirm the area that we are talking about. So it is the area on the right-hand side of the image that carries, if you like, the longer red dashing, as opposed to the shorter red dashing, which is the area on the left. The area on the left was submitted on for rezoning to large lot residential, but that matter is not being pursued by Parkvale Road. So ignore that. We are solely focused on the area on the right. That is the 3.8 hectare portion of land that's described in evidence for Parkvale Road.
That's helpful. Thank you.
My last comment is acknowledging the split, if you like, between this hearing and the next hearing, re ridgelines and hilltops. We've tried to, I think, respect, if you like, that separation. Invariably, we've had to discuss ridgelines and hilltops somewhat here, but hopefully in an appropriate way. We're not pursuing the relief sought at this point, but needed to sort of put that in a contextual sort of way. So happy to answer any questions around that, but we'll be back obviously in hearing stream 8 for that purpose. Unless there's any immediate questions of me, I'll pass on to Mr. Thompson.
Any questions?
Yeah, just in terms of interpretation of this map here that you've just provided, understand that the area of the right is the land that you wish to be medium density. You're not pursuing the large lot residential on the left.
Correct.
What about the potential open space? What is the status of that?
That's not being pursued by Parkvale, and this is where we get into some of the discussions with council commissioners, though treading a bit carefully. That was there, I guess, as an option, and that has not been pursued by the council in any way. So I think that matter is simply at rest.
So really, we should just have a plan with your preferred option, just showing the area that is proposed to be rezoned medium residential, and everything else remains general rural.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just ask a clarification? The proposed or requested rezoning would leave sort of an island of rural in terms of the end of that access way there. Is that correct? I'm just showing you a thing here. That
Oh,
yes.
yes, yes. Sorry, I understand what it is. I was looking within the Parkvale site. So,
Yeah.
so those are two separate properties, independently owned. They benefit from a right of way through the Parkvale site. They are effectively lifestyle properties or very large residential properties that carry rural zoning. The Parkvale submission didn't obviously address their zoning. It's only really been concerned with its own site.
Okay. So no discussions with them have been
I
held
can
about
speak to that.
sort
Mr.
of.
Thompson might be able to, but I don't believe so.
Could you just, I mean, from a broader planning perspective, it kind of seems a bit illogical to leave this little island of rural surrounded by medium density residential. So, I mean, you know, it is what it is, but have you had any discussions with those owners?
No, none whatsoever regarding that. No.
Right. Okay. Are they, do you know they're aware of your request?
I'm not sure. I haven't spoken to them about this proposal.
Yeah.
But at the next stages of our both development, when we get into more detail, then yes, would definitely keep them aware of what is proposed and what's happening.
Okay. Okay. I was just curious. Okay. Thank you. Yep.
That's on to Mr. Thompson.
Kia ora. Sorry. Before you do, one further question of clarification in relation to your point at 7.4 that the Skyline Walkway will be unaffected by the zoning change. Just wondering if you could clarify in relation to the map that you've given us this morning, where the walkway traverses through the block, and also where the overlay, the hilltop and ridgeline overlay extends through.
Yeah, it might be best if I speak to that, if that's okay.
Sure.
Yeah, is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah, nice. So if we're heading on to myself, I suppose, did you have a question for me before we leave that?
Oh, you also asked, I think you also asked where the ridge lines and hilltops. Yeah. The ridge lines and hilltops, if you see just, are you speaking to the map you've got, Commissioner?
Yes.
The
Yeah.
line that comes down
Yep.
here, if you see that point of reference,
Yeah.
the ridge lines and hilltops extends, it sort of scallops in through there.
Okay.
So it's everything to the south of that, southeast.
Yeah.
And then this area here is not in the ridge lines and hilltops at all. So it just kind of comes in like that.
So some of the site is in that hilltop.
The effectively, it's the area to the this area in here is entirely within,
Oh,
and this area, this portion is largely outside of.
okay.
Yeah.
So, and we'll be exploring this obviously as we go through the presentations, but I mean, that's a significantly larger proportion, I guess, of the site that I had envisaged being within that overlay.
Sure.
The medium density zoning, to what extent is that dependent on the utilisation of this land that's currently within the overlay? So, you know, being able to utilise the portion of land that's currently sitting within the overlay classification
Yes,
for medium density housing.
I think that very much depends on the final proposal that's landed on.
Yeah.
The
But it anticipates, I guess,
yeah, well,
use of that portion of the land.
yes, or at least some of
So,
that boundary has been landed on in part because of, I guess, logical sort of road, track and topographical boundaries
mhm,
on the site.
mhm.
It is not to say that the entirety of that area would be developed residential, because you would have seen from your site visit that topography would certainly play
Yes.
a role in that. The issue, I guess, that's going to be explored at the next hearing
Mm,
is twofold. One, whether a ridge line and hilltops overlay should be
right.
put over this area at all.
Okay.
But in the event that it is, ensuring that there's an appropriate consenting pathway to consider what the impacts on that ridgelines and hilltops area would be.
Okay.
And if they are in turn found to be significant contrary to those, then that's a matter that might see a proposal being declined, for instance, Commissioner. But it's that to me is a hearing stream matter,
Okay.
as to the workability of that.
Yes. All right. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Right, thank you, commissioners. I'll be fairly brief with my presentation and obviously welcome questions. So as you've read in the information we provided, we've had the property for the last couple of years, really trying to understand how the property works and what we wanted to achieve with that. Since we had bought the property, we had been in negotiation with the council from that early stage, as council had also offered on the property at the same time that we did. And so as we've sort of alluded to in the information and as Mitch mentioned before, we've under contract and selling land to council, some of which has gone through and some of which is currently in process in terms of being subdivided. And that's the reason as to why we have dropped the part of the proposal, which is the large lot residential, which is to the southwest on that plan that Mitch provided this morning. And so where we propose large lot and open space, essentially that being the largest gap in the southern part of the outer greenbelt has now been, essentially that gap has now been filled. And so the entirety of that area is going into public ownership, which is a really good outcome, I think, for Wellingtonians and users of the Skyline track. So that is the reason why we're focusing solely on the Parkvale side of things and not on the Montgomery side. So I've brought information with me to that extent to sort of to verify and back up the comments around that, but obviously aware that I have some degree of confidentiality included as part of the sale and purchase agreements, and in order not to breach that, there's only so much I can say in a public forum, but I have got documentation and I'm happy to provide to that effect should it be required. Just with regard to the greater farm, so essentially the balance of the 340 hectares, a lot of it has been retired. We've undergone a large and ongoing revegetation project, so ecological restoration, pest management, flora and fauna, and we're doing a lot of work around riparian planting, wetlands protection. We've already fenced off one large existing wetland and improving that ecologically, and so that's a lot of the work that we're doing kind of behind the scenes in the greater property. And so the reason I mention that is just because it's not, we don't see the hillsides covered in townhouses. It's not our objective. We're focusing exclusively on a small area and then revegetating and improving the flora and fauna on the balance of the property. All right, I'm really just acknowledging the support that we've received thus far with the the work that Josh has done on behalf of Council, KiwiRail Residents Association, the 10 committee members that had signed off and approved the support for the submission, a large degree of support from Forest and Bird, and then also just mentioned briefly with regard to the submission from Andy Foster in opposition to the proposal. I actually met with Andy at Parliament a couple of nights ago and had a conversation. I believe he'll probably have a chat with you this afternoon in his work, but just to kind of essentially lay his concerns around the greater development. And so with the current proposal just concentrated at Parkvale Road, that certainly allayed a lot of his concerns, and obviously he'll talk to that later on. But following that conversation, he was really pleased with the direction that we're going in, and so I think he'll talk to that later on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question from me. So you said, when you're talking about you're only focusing the medium density on part of the lot and the balance restoration. Are we talking about the area that you're currently looking at rezoning to medium density? Only part of that would be looking at medium density actually being developed?
Yeah, I mean, that's correct. Of that 3.8 hectare land, then as you know from the sunny and non-windy site visit that you had the other day, we're largely constrained by topography, and as well as other attributes, as we mentioned, like the ridgeline hilltop overlay, and there's a little bit of SNA in there as well that we're dealing with. And so so essentially it's really in the kind of the paddock that had resource consent previously for 5 new lots, and where those 3 end-of-life properties are. And so it's essentially that area there that is of interest, because it's the most flat area, it's the easiest in terms of access, vehicular and by pedestrian access. So that's the area that makes sense to develop. And so we let the consent that was previously in place lapse, so 1 for 5 lots, because we felt that through this process we could achieve a better outcome in terms of providing housing for Wellington. So yes, essentially it's largely in that area.
Okay, that's good to understand. Thank you. Any questions?
Go to Mr. Thompson, just a couple of brief ones. You mentioned the 5-lot subdivision that was provided with consent, but the consent lapsed. Are you able to provide us with any further information as to why and how long ago?
Yes, we bought the property just over about 2.5 years ago, and the consent was in place whenever we purchased it. So the consent being arranged and obtained by the previous farmer, and the consent lapsed, I believe, mid last year.
Right.
So we were aware of that resource consent lapsing, but for us it wasn't an issue. We were happy to let that pass.
Are you aware of the reasons why the consent lapsed?
Oh, only because we didn't take effect to the consent. And so,
but I mean the previous owner. I mean, were there difficulties, constraints, challenges?
Oh, I don't think it was. I don't know in any detail, but I imagine it was a capital consideration as opposed to any other consideration. I think they'd obtained that consent and then probably not their industry as such, and so maybe a bit overwhelming is my understanding. I understand. Yeah.
Thank you. And then just the 3 wetlands that you've been vitalising and fencing off, are they visible from where we would have gone for our site visit?
No, they're not. No, they're over the hill and far away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're sort of in the up the sort of, if you've gone up the track and then up the top and then it's kind of all the way back down. So they would be not visible from the development site, and only visible in a sort of a distant setting from the skyline proper.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No. Thank you.
I think with that we'll turn to Mr. Clark.
So
good morning,
we've read
Commissioners.
your evidence. Yep, good morning. Yes, if you'd just like to talk to the key points, Mr. Clark.
Yeah, look, I don't expect I'll be saying too much at all. It's pretty simple. Parkvale Road has the capacity to accommodate this level of development. And the second matter is any effects can be managed through the new provisions of the plan, particularly around vehicle generation. And that's probably all I have to say. I'm just happy to answer questions from there.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Clark?
Kia ora, Mr. Clark. Just one question for you. Site has the capacity to accommodate this level of development. What level of development are you referring to? Sort of 30 to 40 residential development, or is it a 50 house type development? What are you referring to there?
So in with my evidence, you'll see a number that I've assumed, which is 50 dwellings.
Okay.
And
based on
the reason for that 50 dwellings is based on the topography and the nature of the site. So
Okay.
I've looked at that and done analysis on that base. That's not to say that Parkvale Road can't take more development, but that's just where I put my assumption.
Thanks for the clarification.
No, as you say, as if fairly brief evidence, so we don't have any further questions for you, Mr. Clark. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. I shall leave if I'm allowed to be disposed of.
Yes, you may. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Just to, before I give over to Mr. Come to Mind, just to build on that question from Commissioner Pomare, the assumption Mr. Clark's made is a development of 50 for the purpose of his assessment. In practice, realistically, maybe looking more like 30 to 40, subject to detailed design, etc., or even preliminary design. But also relevantly, I would note that as it currently stands, a development of 20 would trigger the integrated transport assessment requirement of the PDP. So just to put that in context, 20 is that trigger. 30 to 40 might be roughly where this lands, and Mr. Clark's assumed 50, and his position is that 50 is entirely acceptable into that road network as it currently stands without intervention.
Thank you for that clarification. All right. Now we've got your evidence. What might be useful too, I don't know if you're intending to, just talk us through your viewpoints and perspectives.
Kia ora. Yeah, I'm David John Comdemine. I'll just got some brief notes that I'll take you through in terms of my conclusion. So I looked at the site from an urban design, landscape and visual amenity perspective. I walked over the site with the client and Mitch at the end of January. I'm also very familiar with Karori as well, having grown up there as a child. So it was quite nice actually getting to go back. In urban design terms, the proposed rezoning would appear just a natural extension of existing residential development. The site's well connected and close to existing amenities. Obviously, as we've mentioned, the topography will have quite a major impact on how the site is or can be developed, and I think that will be reflected in the numbers that would potentially be developed, and also the house typologies. I think it's quite likely you get quite a good variation in there. Difficult sites do tend to lead to different housing styles, which I'd see as a positive aspect. In terms of landscape character, and so I'm really looking at the wider landscape character as well. I see the proposed rezoning has had a low to moderate magnitude of change on the existing rural landscape character and values, and that's largely because it is quite an isolated pocket immediately adjacent to the residential area, and there's a large amount of the farm, and you've got the open space zoning next door as well, which they will remain, and I think they're the bits where the values are obviously stronger, and that will be retained. In terms of visual amenity, there will be a change of openness available across the property. I'll take you through the viewpoints. So we went up on site, walked up to the skyline walkway and then looked down on the site. And so at all times, you're actually looking down on the existing houses as well. So they form part of the context. You can see 173 and 175 Parkvale Road up on the ridgeline. And it's quite handy having those houses there when you then start looking at the development around the valley, because they're quite visible. Not as visible as the development at the top of Montgomery Ave. Actually, I remember at the late 80s, early 90s when that was developed, and yeah, it was quite a change at that time. That housing did go above the skyline. So looked at it, looked down on the site, then also looked from the end of Parkvale Road, and then it segments along Parkvale Road as you go back to Karori Road, and popped up onto David Crease and had a look across the site from that location as well. It was there will be views of the site. Again, it'll be viewed in context with 173 and 175. But it was relatively difficult from public space to get a good view of the site. Some of those houses there will have sort of acute views of the development.
Just to clarify, I'm just looking at VP5 of yours. I don't know if it's the best one, but the Montgomery development you were just talking about, that's the one sort of to the left, sort of immediately below the number 5, is it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
That's Montgomery Ave. Yeah.
And then there's that housing that's sort of halfway up the house.
Yes.
Immediately above that. Is that part of Montgomery Avenue, or is it a separate? Oh, it comes off Allenbrook Place, by the look of it.
Yeah, I haven't revisited. I can't remember the name of that road actually.
Yes. Thank you.
But the two that you've identified, those are exactly the site.
Yes, yeah.
173, 175.
Yeah, and so we're basically the topography extends out on a small little square, and most of the site is down below that. The most western side of it will bulge up a little bit, and that, but that's the bit that has the overlay over the top.
173 and 175 is the island that Commissioner Schofield referred to before.
So your site is above those dots?
It's mostly below and behind, but it does extend to the left as well.
Of the two dots?
Of the two dots.
Below the two dots. Must be above.
We climbed up to those two houses.
It's hard to see the extent. A dotted line would have been useful.
Yes, yeah. I could add that on, just so you can see that.
Where you can see the site actually on that, because that's such a good view in Karori.
Yeah, it is. And if I take you back to the page, the cover page that's looking down onto the site. And so
what's the
I might not.
Oh, there it is. That one. It's called VP2, isn't it?
VP2 is a better one. I don't have a cover page.
It is similar to VP2, but it's taken from the trail sort of within the site.
Okay. You don't even have that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, no, it's
hang on.
backwards.
Yeah, okay.
For some reason, everything printed backwards.
Right.
That's it. Yeah.
We're with you now.
Yeah. So you can see the red roof and the grey roof.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's 173 and 175.
Okay. So you're above that.
Where we turned around.
Now we'll be
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Yeah,
When the
Oh, below,
fence and
because
that's-
yeah.
below, so those three houses in the midground, the green and the two white ones, they're actually below
Yeah.
those houses. It's the paddock with the five, and so the paddock in the
Standing on the
front,
side.
that was where the resource consent is for the 5. That's that.
Right.
So all of that really is hidden from the remainder of the
And
valley.
then, and then so your site's all of that area just
but going up to the right.
But then it extends up.
goes up there.
Yes, yeah.
It's not actually in that view, is it?
No.
The view from Benben Park.
No, well, at no point, the majority of it isn't. You will see if the top of that is developed, it will be visible. But you'd only see the top, and at no point then would it, I don't think it would affect the skyline. It would still be against topography.
You don't actually have a plan showing roughly or indicatively the development area
No,
that's been sort of considered?
yeah, that's imagine it's something that obviously would be done at the
Yeah.
next stage.
That's what I mean, I was going to say, like a master plan would have been useful,
Oh,
because
yeah.
when doing a rezoning, it's useful to see what are you thinking about and what's the extent of the area. 'Cause this is a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to speak to that, we did talk about this at some length. The risk of, I guess, putting anything in front of you is that becomes the development, and suddenly it becomes a sort of pseudo structure plan, and it's part of the district plan or something similar. We weren't at a level of detail that we were happy to commit to that. So I appreciate the sentiment, but that's the reason, rather than anything else, for not going down that road.
I do appreciate that sometimes you put things in a concept, which is just a concept, and then it gets sort of seen as concrete, and then it's,
I was thinking more sort of generally the development area rather than necessarily a master plan, just sort of this is the area we were looking at putting the housing in.
Well, I can probably speak to that.
Yeah.
So essentially the paddock that was subject to the previous resource consent and the area where the 3 houses are currently located, that essentially is the development site.
Right.
And again, as I mentioned before, just simply based upon topography, ease of build and ease of access, it's the most logical, flattest, most developable areas, and that's without extending into the Ridgeline Hilltop overlay, which we'll get to at the next hearing as well.
So looking at the cover page.
So sorry, just to finish that. Sorry, Commissioner. So essentially, it just back to the cover page to mention here.
Yeah.
There wouldn't be development, which is unlikely to be development, which is higher than the roofs of 173 and 175. So when you're looking at the viewpoint from Parkvale Road or from David Cres or from Karori Road, because of the topography in the site being essentially a natural amphitheatre with that spur where 173 and 175 are, that's essentially mitigates any visual effects of the development viewed from almost anywhere around Karori.
So you could add to the plans then, David, and just align instead of the dots, some kind of a scope or just to show, and if you can't, there'll be breaks in it because it's behind a spur or something.
Yeah.
I would find that helpful, just so you.
And that cover page, Mr. Thompson, that your concept wouldn't break the ridge line that we can see there, the skyline there, in terms of housing being built and things.
Because I think basically,
Correct. Yeah.
It went up from the right of the grey house.
It couldn't. It couldn't breach the skyline.
Yeah. What we can see there. Yeah. Okay. Sorry to interrupt. So.
oh no, that's a good. Even when it's far away as Croydon Street on the other side of the valley, so it's really it's actually just to check out my old house. But I thought I knew I'd be able to see it from that location, and so that's viewpoint 6, and again you could at that point you could still see 173, 175 Rail Ave.
It's at the top of those stairs, isn't it? I used to walk every day down to see.
Yeah.
So you can see that, and that's like that view is quite.
It is because it puts it in context nicely with Montgomery Ave, the other residential development, and then the fact that it is just tucked in behind those 2 houses.
Okay, we'll just go. Yep. It's not.
So yeah, in summary, it's from a visual amenity point of view, it's actually a very contained, very small visual catchment, and probably the most sensitive viewers will be from the skyline walkway. At all times, they'll still be viewing in context with existing houses there. So the effects on those people would they'll be transit temporary. So I don't think it'll have a I think the level of change would be low. Yes.
So looking at VP2, sorry. Where would the development extend to in terms of the left side of the photograph? So we can see all the yellow flowers and things.
Yeah, so I could probably speak to that if that's all right. So on the left photograph, that is not part of the development side. So that's above the track.
Right, yeah.
The development site in that photograph would be where those 3 houses are,
Mm-hmm.
and then to the left of the White House where you can kind of see the
grass.
Yeah, sure. So same there. So the development site here would be essentially where the 3 houses are,
Mhm.
and then this kind of paddock,
Yeah.
which is kind of the burnt off grass, just to the left of that. And then yes, essentially in that area is the paddock, and then the houses are there's the old stockyard that you might have seen whenever you were there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It's another sort of flat area there. So again, from an larger ownership perspective, that is not a required facility for the farm. So it's unused, and so that is better use in terms of its highest and best use is not as a retired stockyard.
Useful, thank you. And just clarifying, for the 3 existing houses, they would be removed as part of the development, is that correct?
Yes, easily, because they're already falling down by themselves.
You are one looks like
Just the view from the Skyline Walk.
So this is BP2.
Oh, well, that is
Yeah.
visually. That's the most visually. It's the most from that location is where you see the house the most.
Yes. Yeah. It's obviously you move around the hill where the view doesn't actually change too much along that extent. And then as you get further to the west, then you start getting into the Montgomery Ave area where there is that you do have that residential walkway into place.
Okay, are there any other aspects to your viewpoints you want to just address? Or any questions? Outstanding.
Just a couple of questions, thank you. Just looking at your paragraphs 126 and 127 in context of the discussion we've just been having around the overlay and the walkway and the need to ensure that those values are preserved in any future development of the site. You make a comment at 126 that development within the overlay could trigger a resource consent requirement. Just wanting you to clarify that comment, please, because I mean, in what circumstances would development within the overlay not be triggered?
That might be one for
Oh,
me.
sorry, thank you.
I don't have the provisions in front of me, so I'll slightly from memory and paraphrasing.
Yes.
The Ridgelines and Hilltops overlay permits any development, as I recall it, that complies with the underlying zone standards as a permitted activity. And if needed, I can scramble to find you the references, Commissioner, but that is my recollection. Where it doesn't comply with underlying zone standards, then a resource consent requirement as a restricted discretionary activity arises.
I see.
And that is the point at which we run into one of the points of relief of Parkvale, because there's a problem in my view of the policy that supports that. But that's a hearing, that's a hearing 8 matter. Yeah, I'll steer clear of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so right, I've got it now. Rule NFLR2 says any activity within the ridgelines and hilltops not otherwise listed as permitted, RD or non-complying is permitted,
Okay.
subject to compliance with the underlying zone and district-wide provisions. And then restricted discretionary in where compliance is not achieved.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, related to that, we're obviously looking at the rezoning of the land which you are putting forward to us, and that's completely understandable. But I guess the elephant in the room is the ridgeline and hilltops overlay, which is the subject of the next hearing. I'm on that hearing, and I think there is a relationship between the appropriateness of the land for the zone in which you are seeking and the other constraints that there are on the site. And I see there's an SNA on this part of the site as well. Have you, and you possibly may need to consider it later, but have you actually formed a view about whether the ridgelines and hilltops overlay is appropriate on this part of the site which you would like to have developed? You got a submission which seeks to alter it or change it? We haven't gone deep into Hearing Stream 8 as yet, but
Yes.
These are the questions in terms of the interrelationship of what we're here for today and the next hearing stream, which
Yes.
I'm a little bit unclear about what your position is on the ridgeline and hilltops overlay. Particularly having had a look at the maps, there's a good chunk of it which it does apply to the higher areas.
So the answer there, Commissioner Dace, is twofold. And firstly, just to say, appreciating why things have been split as they have been, it probably would have been nice to have dealt with both things in an integrated way, but we are where we are. The relief sought by the Parkvale submission is twofold. Either to remove the ridgelines and hilltops overlay from the area to be rezoned, or in the alternative, to tweak the policy that the rule I've referenced refers to, because I think there's a problem in that policy. In the event of the latter, we are very happy to put a future development proposal through a resource consent process and test it, if you like, through that. In the event of the former, clearly that issue goes away. I guess to address the removal really requires a bit of consideration of the underlying methodology for how those ridgelines and hilltops overlays were developed. I haven't delved too far into that, frankly, to date. I have done a cursory exercise in sort of zooming around the city on a GIS, and there is no other instance of a ridgelines and hilltops overlay affecting residential zoning. My suspicion, yet to be confirmed, is that the methodology for developing those ridgelines and hilltops may well have taken a position that they aren't to apply to a residential zone, but that's speculation simply on my part. So I understand the driver of your question, but my answer really is that there is some relief there. There's a couple of options there, and we'll be coming back in hearing stream 8. The boundary as delineated has been delineated because that made some logical sense as to why to put it there.
Yeah, but obviously for us to make a decision on hearing stream 7, I think we need to have a good understanding of the position on hearing stream 8. And I think fortunately there is some commonality between the hearing panels. I'm certainly on hearing stream 8. And this matter will be in play, but presuming your submission on hearing stream 8 matters was for the large lot residential as well, and it would just be confined to this area.
We will just be addressing this area, sir. I'm very happy to explore the relief to the policy now, if that is useful to you. I'm probably well less positioned to explore the merits of removal of the overlay
Yeah,
right today.
okay. Well, presumably the decisions are going to be released at the same time, so there will be some a wrap-up hearing for an integration matter. So I don't know if that's useful at this point, because I certainly haven't looked at the precise provisions which would apply myself.
Yeah. I think, well, look, for the sake of it, Commissioner, I think the policy seeks to enable use and development within identified ridgelines and hilltops. And it does that where the activity complies with the zone provisions. And there is a functional or operational need to locate there. And any adverse effects on the visual amenity and landscape values can be mitigated. The problem I have with the policy is the linkages with the and into functional and operational need, because that has very specific meaning, as you are aware. And so even in this case, if let's assume a rural building was to be built that didn't comply with something for whatever reason, even in that instance, that functional and operational need test is pretty tricky. So the relief that is sought by Parkvale is simply to reorganise that policy to leave the compliance with zone provisions, to leave the adverse effects test, but then rather than link with ors, the ands, to make an or change prior to the functional and operational need. That is the extent of the relief. And at that point, a residential proposal here could reasonably be assessed against that policy because it wouldn't trip over that functional and operational need test.
Okay. Sounds like there's a bit of thinking to be done there, but I think we'll have to leave that for hearing stream 8. Mr. Compton, I just had a couple of more minor questions on your evidence. Your para 17, the bottom line, we talk about the quality of the existing vegetation. And you said the ability for any future rezoning is likely to improve the quality of stewardship of future plantings. There's a bit like the underline is likely, isn't it? Because you don't know for sure. You don't know whether people, when the land is potentially subdivided down, whether they're going to be good stewards or not.
No, it is reliant on the future residents. I think what I was trying to say there, or what I am trying to say there, is that on the site itself, there's a lot of weed species, so there's gorse, broom, blackberry. So those would typically be removed if residential development were to occur. Whether those future residents then plant exotics or natives, I don't know, but there is an ability to have that as a private covenant or control on a development.
What about the planting palette?
Yes.
Also depends here on the nature of future development. An integrated development, there might be unit titled, for instance, body corporate, there are, provisions around maintenance, etc., versus a fee simple where it's a little bit more off your own devices situation. So
but with the land that's being proposed, and you were talking about 30 or 40 units, there's going to be some reasonably chunky lot sizes there, depending on where it is, and perhaps not.
But I agree, likely is probably this.
Okay, I think
I could probably just add on to that if that's okay. Just from the developer perspective, it's our intention to fully landscape everything from the boundaries of the property down to the actual development parts as well. So aside from the gardens or the communal landscaping areas, everything above and beyond that, we have landscape plans and intentions there. So in terms of that, and that will essentially would be probably 70% plus of the actual 3.8 hectares. Our plans is to improve that ecologically.
Okay, and then my next question is on your next paragraph in the bottom line, where you talk about earthworks considered, but likely earthworks going to be considered, not going to be considered out of place for the receiving environment. So have you done a bit of thinking about earthworks, cut to fill balances, where you might be able to put it, because it is steep, and development in Wellington on steep sites, you generally see quite a bit of earthworks to get your building platforms. So you've gone to the extent of thinking about the context of this site, the likely earthworks required to develop it for example, 30 or 40 lot development, and what that would mean from a visibility and an urban design perspective as well. Because all we've got is two-dimensional plans at the moment.
Yeah, so very much in a very high level, recognising that any development, especially if it's going to try to be of a medium density nature, that there will be earthworks, and as you mentioned, they'll be quite substantial. The point I was trying to get across is that there's already a number on site. The roads and tracks cut through the area are quite visible, and so there are earthworks already present on site. I think that is the main gist I was trying to get across, is that this site's not in its purest form. It has got topographical values there, but there is a degree of modification already, and that's likely to.
Yeah, but there'd be a significant factor more earthworks proposed for a residential development than trying to get access tracks into the into the houses that are there.
Yeah. The skyline and the ridgeline won't be touched, and so the dominant form will still be retained. It's not we're actually removing a hill in totality. Everything will be viewed against.
So the area within the ridgelines and hilltops on the left hand side of the area proposed to be rezoned, you're saying there wouldn't be earthworks on those areas?
No,
because it's a big chunk of land.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that not the overlay area, but the area along the tops and for the overall form, that wouldn't be affected by the development. But I imagine within that actual overlay area within the site, yes, there would be earthworks.
Right.
On that point, Commissioner, if I may, and referring to the conversation we've just had, that ridgelines and hilltops rule is, of course, subject to compliance with district-wide standards as well as zone standards. Earthworks are a district-wide standard, so the moment you do earthworks outside of what is provided for as a permitted activity, that ridgeline and hilltops rule is engaged.
Yeah, no, I understand all of that. I'm thinking about development anywhere in the Wellington region on steepish or sloping sites anyway, generally does require a reasonably significant amount of earthworks just physically to get the building platforms required. So, and I'm just really just trying to get an understanding of scale for that level of development, say 40 lots for argument's sake, 50 lots if you like, what that would mean to the visual qualities of the site over and above what is required to actually build the houses. Just what bulk earthworks are going to be needed to actually physically develop it and what that would look like.
During construction and over the years before the plantings get established and settled, it will be quite a noticeable. Imagine the cuts will be quite noticeable, and that area, that site character will change quite significantly in terms of its form, just to create those building platforms. But I imagine over time, all of those effects can be softened.
Well, and it's also going to depend upon the material that you're going to be earthworking as well. I don't know whether you've done any geotech. You don't know what you may or you might not have in terms of what's down a couple of metres, whether you're going to hit rock or whether it is just a clay base. So those are all factors which would need to come into play. about batter slopes and all those good things that subdivision engineers look at.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Back to the visuals again, for my benefit. So this when we're looking at this one, this is the ridgelines and hilltops. Related to this that we were looking at before, and you, Ms. Thompson was saying, this is the development site here, roughly. Yes. Then this is the ridgelines and but this is also the area you're seeking rezoning. Is that
Actually, but it doesn't extend to that.
it's one of the need more lines on.
Yeah, I think we do actually.
So that bit on your right, that's also.
Yes, so it does extend. But there's the property boundary running through there. And so.
Which is that's so the ridgelines where your pen is, that's the ridgelines and the
That's the property boundary.
the property boundary.
On that line. So here.
So
So the ridgeline, the current overlay is.
that's not all the site then, is it?
Yes, this bit over here, that's outside of the site. So
Right.
this is our site, and that bit up there over that line is.
And which bit's the ridgelines and hilltops? But
So it sort of loops round.
that's outside to the left, isn't it?
There's,
It's
So
outside.
I have an overlay here, which I can pass over to you if you like, or
Yeah.
show you. So the blue is the current overlay,
Yeah,
and you can see the houses, existing properties here,
yeah.
the green one and the two white ones here. So essentially, the sort of, and those two houses, 173, 175, are in here, and they're both within the overlay. So the overlay sort of carries through, and those two
They
houses are here. So
They
they're
are.
both within the overlay as is.
So relate to that picture then draw the line around there.
Yep. So those two houses here, and so the overlay would be here somewhere,
Yeah.
and sort of round here, and then kind of round the back of this
Yeah.
property and
I
kind of
gotcha.
through there.
So some of your property is in that.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So and probably sort of back to Rich's comment before around that. I mean, for us, everything that is not in the overlay is essentially developable
Yes.
land, and so the paddock where the existing houses are.
Yeah.
So even if nothing were to change theoretically with the existing overlay, we still are able to develop this property through here. So I think that's just to give you some degree of confidence in terms of the stream 7 to stream 8 conversations. So it's not our ability to develop is not conditional upon the hearing stream 8, just to give you a degree of confidence around this hearing.
But that's the area you want rezoned, and
The area you want rezoned is the entire area.
That's right,
That's
that's right.
one, essentially
the-
one annexed block.
but when you're talking about the development before, you're talking about a much smaller block.
Yeah, so we're the actual
Effectively.
part that we would physically develop with property is the area as mentioned before. So essentially the stockyard, the existing paddock here, and the area where these houses are.
But you're seeking rezoning for medium density for all of it.
Yeah, the whole thing. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so
But
you have to go
we're
on.
not intending to develop
Yeah.
all of it by any means. But it's just it's the only reason this section it's one lot because it's been annexed through the council subdivision of the land that council are acquiring above, and so that annex is this 3.8 hectare block. So the intention is not to develop
But
it
we-
in its
but
entirety.
we're considering the rezoning to medium density for all of it.
Yes.
Yes, so we do have to take into, well, you say you won't develop it, we're looking at the rezoning of all of it.
And the point being made earlier, Commissioner, was that there's a concept floating around that's going to get further developed. We've got a separate conversation around the ridgelines and hilltops, and that should give you, well, if that situation lands in where if the ridgelines and hilltops remains over that area, but the policy tweak that Parkvale is seeking is made, then any potential for residential in that area will be tested against those criteria for a resource consent
Mm.
process
Mm.
at its most straightforward. So if there's any encroachment whatsoever into that,
Mm. You have to do that test.
exactly.
Okay.
And that-
Need a bit more
I-
information.
Yeah,
Mm.
and without prejudging what might happen in hearing stream 8, that may well be a more likely scenario than removing the overlay. It might be easier and
Mm.
provide a bit more comfort to leave it in place, but ensure that there's a resource consent test for any development that might be proposed in there.
Sure. Okay, thanks.
Just following that, Mr. Lewandowski, the next hearing, which I'm not involved with, will you be looking at amending the boundary of the ridge tops overlay, or simply challenging it full stop?
Well, there's probably scope, as I said, there's two elements to the relief. One is to remove it, and presumably that would give us scope to
do something in between.
To do a in between.
Mm.
The alternative is to make the policy tweak.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
somewhere in between. The answer lies, I guess, Commissioner. I haven't got a position for you.
Okay, that's cool. Any other questions?
Just one question. Given what you've now established, which is really helpful for us, I think that the proposed zoning change to medium density doesn't rely on the removal or even necessarily the tweak of the policy in relation to the overlay. You must anticipate how many dwellings would be viable, in relation to the development site that doesn't have the overlay on it?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question, Commissioner. And from the bulk implication studies that we've undertaken with our architects to date, it would probably be percentage-wise maybe 70%-ish of the yield on the existing area, which is unencumbered by the overlay. So that's it. That in terms of yield, that's okay, but it's not the highest and best use during a housing crisis and affordability crisis that we have. So pushing essentially, without getting too much into it, pushing that the overlay back by say 15 meters lineal, not topographical contour wise, that would enable us in that sort of flat-ish area to get maybe 30% additional yield from that land. And so back to the comments, that both David and Mitch are making around that, is that we sort of welcome the ability to test that, because we're confident in terms of the if we're simply talking about visual effects here in that natural amphitheatre space without really going beyond 173 and 175 adjacent properties, we can get that additional yield to satisfy the requirements of the NPSUD to get a reasonable yield from the site without any sort of real detrimental visual effects.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Further questions for you. Thank you very much for your attendance and for your response to our questions. It's been very helpful. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners. Thank you.
I wasn't sure if you'd finished it.
Well, I'm
Oh,
happy to park it if there's no further questions.
Oh, wow.
Commissioner Schofield.
well, no, that's true. Sorry. We're just aware of the hearing schedule. So, no, excuse me for that. Do you want to respond to anything?
I was
because of your planning evidence?
I was really just going to answer questions, Commissioner. I wanted to perhaps highlight two slightly technical things, which was the NPS on highly productive land, and that's simply just to say that is not an issue in this case. And the other one that I flagged for you in evidence was plan change 1 to the natural resources plan, that, as notified, has the effect of making unplanned greenfield development prohibited activity. That is subject to quite a bit of challenge from what I've seen of the summary of submissions that's been notified by a range of parties. And my sort of position on that is, whilst it's there, I don't think that's preclusive to you making a decision on rezoning here, given the early stage of the development. And even in a, if you like, a worst case scenario of that being confirmed at the regional plan level, then that would simply leave the Parkvale Road in the position of needing to seek a further plan change. So I don't think that is preclusive to your decision making. I think beyond that, Commissioner, and we have sort of covered it. My view, really, in sort of planning terms, is the site is a pretty logical extension to that existing Parkvale Road development. It is largely quite contained, and has an existing residential presence to it, and obviously has historically had a previous consent for additional residential. So that recognition, I think, of the sort of existing residential presence and its ability to take a little bit more residential has already been, I guess, established in my view. Happy to answer any specific questions on my evidence, but otherwise that is it from us.
Any questions I had have been covered by the previous discussion. Any questions? No? Yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, cheers.
Thank you.
Well, can I ask a question? Beyond Commissioner Dash, is there any other commonality between this panel and?
Check. Okay. It should be on the list by now.
Well, that's useful. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Eve.
We will adjourn the hearing until 11 o'clock. When we will resume with Go Media representatives, followed by, or as well as O Media Street Furniture. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone. Nice to meet you. Thank you. Good. Thank you.
I just had something useful. Yeah,
Have you been watching, Josh, watching how she does all this carefully?
Yeah, I am, because I'm gonna be responsible for this.
Yeah, no pressure.
Yeah, I know.
Welcome back. Hearing Stream 7 is reconvened. We are having some issues in terms of connections with the next submitters and their representatives and the experts. So we will adjourn for 10 minutes and reconvene at 11:15. So thank you. Hmm.
11 to 11:20. This is 11:40.
That's believable. Only corporate action.
Good morning, everyone. Am I coming through?
Okay, hearing stream 7 is reconvened. Apologies, Mr. Blomfield, for the sort of urgent rescheduling of yourself, but Mr. Costello couldn't attend at his scheduled time. So thank you for your flexibility. We have 2 statements of evidence from you, but the first one is your evidence in respect of O-Media Street Furniture, which we have before us. So I think this has been a bit of a moving feast in terms of, you know, the council's position and the submitter's positions. So if you wouldn't mind maybe focusing on the outstanding areas of in contention still, that would be appreciated. But otherwise, you know, talk to the key points as you see fit.
Thank you, Chair and panel. Just want to make sure that I'm heard loud and clear.
You're a little bit hollow, a bit echoey, but we can hear you. But
I apologise. I'm in a different office, so I'll see what I can do by moving the microphone closer. Hopefully that's a little bit better, and I will.
A bit louder. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I prepared a summary statement as well and circulated that yesterday evening with Jasper, which does exactly what you've requested of me, which is to focus on the outstanding areas of disagreement.
Mm-hmm.
I was intending to read to that summary statement. I just wanted to check if that has been presented in front of you.
It has, yes.
Great. Okay, thank you for confirming, Chair. So just reading from that summary statement, I'll skip through who I am. Obviously, that's read. And at 1.2, I just confirm that I have read these supplementary evidence of Mr. Patterson for the council, which obviously I'll address now. Just very briefly, my primary evidence plainly sets out that the provisions of the proposed plan seek to recognise and provide for the benefits of infrastructure, including the transport network. And in essence, my evidence in relation to signs is that signs can be integrated with that infrastructure and is an important revenue generator and therefore contributor and enabler of infrastructure. And this is already in existence in the Wellington district. For example, the submitter O-Media operates a network of bus shelters and pedestrian shelters within Wellington, which have integrated advertising signs. So that is the nature of the signage and the infrastructure that I'm looking to have provided for within the proposed district plan. Just a quick note of 1.4 that Mr. Patterson's supplementary evidence doesn't disagree with my evidence in terms of the benefits of infrastructure or the benefits of signage and contributing to that infrastructure. The provisions that I've recommended provide a suitable framework to enable that signage while having provisions that also manage particular effects of signage in terms of being located proximate to or within heritage areas, archaeological sites, as well as how to manage the content of signs that are integrated with features within the road reserve and public spaces. And this is essentially the area of disagreement between myself and Mr. Patterson is, I suppose, in a nutshell, the necessity for those provisions. with Mr. Patterson, as I've quoted there at 1.6 in my summary, Mr. Patterson's position is that the notified provisions are essentially appropriate for the nature of the activity that I'm referring to. On to page 2 at 1.7, it appears to me that Mr. Patterson's concern is really to do with the standards that I've proposed, and he has highlighted some of those which I've briefly summarised in A, B and C. And so proposed standard 4, and this is relating to the standards that I proposed in the attachment to my primary evidence, and also which is reattached with some adjustments to my summary statement as well. Proposed standard 4, in Mr. Patterson's view, doesn't set a limit on maximum size or number of signs on buildings and structures in the road reserve. Proposed standards 5, 6, 7, 10 and 11 control illuminated and digital signs, but Mr. Patterson considers that the notified standards that do essentially the same thing are more appropriate. And proposed standards 8 and 9, which are also duplicates of other standards that already exist within the notified provisions. So following from that 1.8 to the end of my summary, I will just address those 3 key elements of the proposed standards where we have a disagreement. Just to summarise my position, as well as having considered Mr. Patterson's supplementary evidence, I think that there is a couple of tweaks that can be made to my proposed provisions, which I consider address those concerns, while still achieving the same bespoke framework of provisions, which I do continue to support. So from 1.8 of my summary, I'll start with the concern regarding the size and number of signs. Mr. Patterson has stated that street furniture or structures, including buildings, can be very large, and therefore integrated signage could be large. The types of infrastructure, buildings and structures that are intended by me to be subject to these provisions are bus shelters, pedestrian shelters, communication kiosks, phone booths, bicycle and vehicle charging facilities. These are the types of infrastructure structures that already exist within Wellington, are obviously commonplace in any urban or otherwise environment, and are also the types of structures that commonly, even today, have integrated signage within them. That is the type of infrastructure that I had in mind while preparing these provisions. Such structures are not large or obtrusive within the road reserve or in public spaces, and are generally capable of supporting only small-scale advertising devices, such as those operated by Omedia within its network of shelters in Wellington. To address the concern of Mr. Patterson that my proposed standard 4 could enable large signs as permitted activity, I do consider that the provisions I've recommended could be amended so that rather than relating, I suppose, generically to buildings and structures in the road reserve, that they apply specifically to the types of structures, the type of structures that are intended to be subject to the provisions, which I've set out in 1.8. But having said that, and notwithstanding that, as set out in my evidence, the Public Places Bylaw 2022 requires written approval from the council to establish any sign within a public place, which includes the road reserve. And this means that the council will have the final say on what signage can be established within the road reserve, which will avoid any other unintended consequences of the provisions that I've recommended. As the bylaw was prepared under the Local Government Act, I note that council has full discretion to define approval. They're not obligated to provide its reasons for doing so, and there are no applicant rights of appeal. So it's a fairly safe backstop in terms of protecting against any unintended consequences. And in my view, this provides sufficient comfort that unintended signage will not be enabled by the provisions of the district. With regards to proposed standards 5, 6, 7, 10 and 11, I accept that these differ slightly to the notified standards, which relate to similar matters. In my view, it would be appropriate to cross-reference to other notified standards that are intended to be applicable for illuminated signs and digital signs, and to remove the standards that I'd otherwise included, which were near duplicates of those standards, but slightly off. There's a bit of misalignment between them, which I'll confirm was not intended at my end. So I've made minor adjustments, or I've recommended minor adjustments to the provisions from my primary statement of evidence, and those are attached to my summary, which I'll come to in a second. And then similarly, with respect to proposed standards 8 and 9, Mr. Patterson is correct that these are duplicates of other standards. The intent of having a discrete set of standards for signs that are integrated with building structures in the road reserve is to avoid the need for a plan user to interpret the relevance or not from those other standards. So really just providing sort of a one-stop shop of provisions for these types of signs, which have some, I suppose, unique considerations to signs on private land. And then at 1.13, just in conclusion, it is my opinion that it is appropriate to include specific provisions which provide for signage on buildings and structures in the road reserve and public spaces in order to contribute to and enable the benefits of infrastructure. This can be provided for in a way that appropriately manages the potential effects of signage in particular locations and in respect of visual amenity and traffic safety effects that may arise. And with minor tweaks to the provisions that I've recommended, I consider the concerns raised by Mr. Patterson can be readily addressed. I will just take you through the attachment to my summary statement, which is a reproduction of what was to my primary evidence. The track changes in green are those which I have recommended as part of my primary evidence, and those in blue are what I now recommend to essentially reflect what I've just been discussing from my summary statement. So if we go to the second page of that attachment is where the blue changes start. In the proposed subpart 8 to policy sign P1, where I had initially proposed that it provides for signage where they are an integrated component of a building or structure that is located in the road reserve. I'm recommending now to strike that out and instead refer to the types of infrastructure and structures that I do have in mind, in terms of those smaller scale structures, those being bus shelters, pedestrian shelters, communication kiosks, and bicycle and vehicle charging stations. I repeat that language within the rule that I have proposed, and then again in the header to the standard which I have proposed. And then within the standard itself, which is now on the second to last page of the attachment to my summary, again, there's changes within there just to reflect those types of structures. And then picking up on the other matters about the duplication or not of the other standards, I'm proposing to simplify that so that standard 5, for example, it refers to illumination signs being managed by standard sign S9, which is what I've always proposed. And then standard 6 requires digital signs to comply with sign S8 rather than sign S8.4, which is what I just picked out one and then essentially recreated the rest of S8 and the rest of my standards. So I'm just proposing to delete the rest of those standards and simply have compliance with sign S8 in its whole reference there. That is the end of my summary, and I'm happy to address questions.
Oh, well, I'll just kick off, Mr. Bronson. Thank you for that. Can I just your recommendations to amend sign policy 1? I'm just aware, and we had this bit of a discussion on day 1, I think it was. The conjunctive nature of that policy. There's a little bit of feedback. I don't know if we can kill that or not, but I can hear myself being repeated, so that's all right. That's all right. If you read policy 1, they all end in ands. So that makes them conjunctive. So that makes it, so the policy applies to all of those together. So what you're recommending is that they have to meet all the sort of tests, if you like, of 1 through to 7, but they also have to be an integrated component of a bus shelter and things. And that would apply to all signs. I know that's not your intention, but I just want you to be aware that that's sort of probably the answer to that may be an or just to get rid of all the ands. But the way you've proposed it, it means signs under that policy have to meet all those tests, including being an integrated component of a bus shelter, etc.
Thank you for pointing that out. That you are correct that was not my intention. I think it would be an alternative measure to avoid that. I mean, in particular, part 6 of that policy, which is that in the residential, rural and open space zones that relate to an activity on the site in which they are located, it wouldn't make any sense to have a component of that policy also talking about road reserves. It's still somehow interpreted as being 6 is also relevant. I do agree with that disjunct.
Okay, that's just a point. I think there's still a matter in contention, but we'll hear from reply from the council officer. Any questions, Mr. Blomfield? Commissioner Black.
Hi. Can you tell me what apart from the landowner process to get consent to put shelters on road reserve, what other processes is there? A resource management process that you go through? Are these structures permitted? How does that work?
Thank you, Commissioner. Are you asking about the processes that exist today?
I couldn't hear. What was that? Can you repeat that?
Sorry, Commissioner. I hope I'm coming through clearly. Is your question regarding what processes exist today?
Yeah. When you want to put a bus shelter in, or someone wants you to put a bus shelter, or you want to put an advertising sign in, what are the processes that you go through for the structure itself?
For the structure itself, I couldn't advise in too much detail. I haven't been involved in that process for Omedia's activities in Wellington. I am aware that Omedia has claimed their contract with Wellington City Council, and I imagine that through that contract there is a process involved. It's not a resource management process. I'm also aware of, but I'm not the right person to confirm that, particularly when you put in new structures, or if it's, say, for example, a brand new bus stop, and that involves painted yellow lines and those sorts of features that affect how the road is used, that there is another process, and I forget the name of it, and I understand that in doing that there is a requirement to consult potentially with affected persons, which would be, say, an adjoining landowner if you're putting in a new structure. But this is really only off the back of conversations I've had with my client. I don't know the ins and outs of that process.
Okay, I was just wondering about how the process worked, apart from the landowner consent side of it. The other question I had was, would you be able to put a height limit on these signs relative to the structure that they're attached to? Because it's
yes.
not. Yeah, that's the question, really. Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't see a problem with that. I mean, in terms of the types of signs and infrastructure that we see today, they are effectively limited by the structure, and the structure is not something that's large. in terms of height. So it's not something that's a real issue today, but in terms of there being an unintended effect, there would be, in my view, no issue with having a standard that set the height limit. Obviously, there's a resource consent process available to breach that if there was meant to be one. One thing I could point to, although I don't have the rule reference, but in the infrastructure chapter of the notified proposed plan, there is a standard that relates to structures for infrastructure, and that has a height limit of 3.5 metres for structures, infrastructure structures. So already there's a height limit of sorts on the structure itself, and then my proposed rule for signs is that they be no larger than the structure that they're attached to, so that provides something of a baseline for your understanding.
Yeah, well, I guess that was related to my first question. If there's a limit on the size of the structure, then I understand that the signs need to be, that they're obviously got to fit within the structure. But somewhere there to my mind, somewhere there needs to be a height limit, or a dimensional limit, limit. And it sounds as if that could be linked.
Yes, I would agree that there could be a link, and I don't believe that would change the essence of my of my recommendation.
Okay, well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, just one question before I hand over to the remainder of the panel. In your evidence, your supplementary just now, there's some sort of disagreement about the scale of potential signs in bus structures and things like that. Mr. Patterson says they could be quite big, but you're saying not. They just would allow for small scale advertising devices. So just clarify what you mean by small scale advertising devices on bus shelters and the like. I'm thinking of the whole side of a bus shelter could be a sign. So are you saying that's small scale?
The side of the bus shelter, so O-Media, their product, if you like, is one end of the bus shelter has a panel with a sign on either side. That is what I have in mind when I say small scale signage on structures, yes.
And what are the typical dimensions of those signs? Do you know off the top of your head?
There are some distinctions between a digital sign, which is, I think, roughly a 75-inch screen. So that's off the top of my head, say 1.5 meters high and perhaps no more than 1 meter wide. And then the other product is the what's called a poster unit, which is the more traditional piece of paper behind the plexiglass. Yeah. And that is typically a bit larger. I would expect, I can confirm this easily enough through other means, but I suspect that there are roughly up to 2 meters high and probably 1 to 1.5 meters wide. That's, I believe, where it's at.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So I'll hand over to the panel for other questions.
Thank you for your evidence, Mr. Blomfield. Couple of things, and you've already explored a little bit in terms of the relationship between the bylaw and the RMA. So my understanding of the bylaw process is it's like a landowner approval for a consent to put a structure, and part of the product that the structure provides is to have an advertising panel. So that's like a landowner approval, and then in relation to the you talked about the yellow lines to provide for the bus stop and so forth. That's done by what's called a traffic resolution, where there is some consultation as part of that. But it's more to do with the location of the bus stop rather than whether there is going to be any particular shelter, in my understanding. So that's my understanding of the process, with the heavy lifting in terms of traffic safety and amenity, which are the two main items with signage, being left to the district plan. So your proposal seeks to basically provide a carve out right throughout the city for these sorts of signage, with potentially no differentiation between whether it's a sign in the CBD, on the bus routes of the CBD, commercial activities, etc., and an isolated residential site somewhere in Karori, for example, which is on a bus route where bus shelter is required for comfort and convenience reasons. So in terms of my reading of your new rule is you would treat the central city site in terms of those expectations exactly the same as you would in Johnsonville or Karori in a completely residential environment. Is that my understanding of how you propose it? It's a one for these sorts of things. It's a one-stop shop, one bus-stop shop.
A one bus stop shop is correct, Commissioner. That is how I see it. With, I suppose, some caveats, although I believe that you're already touching on those, which is the infrastructure such as bus stops are generally only located on arterial routes in any given environment, and to reflect that, as well as to, I suppose, have some sort of a management provision on other roads where bus stops may also occur. I have proposed a provision, a standard that signs are not located on lifting from the road hierarchy terminology of the plan, local streets, period-urban roads, rural connectors, or rural roads. So yes, there is some consistency across the district in what I'm proposing, but I'm only proposing to have, I suppose, more enabling provisions of signage on infrastructure where those infrastructure occurs in arterial roads and where, in my opinion, they are expected elements, including advertising with them. And I understand that there are perhaps some bus stops already in Omedia's network within Wellington that are more residential or in residential areas. Similarly, I advise Omedia in various districts, including Auckland, where I'm based, and they do occur and in Auckland are provided for in these types of environments, residential environments, but again with provisions that they are on arterial routes.
Are you familiar with the bus network in Wellington?
I'm not a user of bus networks, so my familiarity.
But in terms of the basic provision of bus services within Wellington City, and where those bus services actually are located. Not to a significant level of detail. I'm in preparing these provisions, I have explored the location of bus stops throughout the district in a desktop sense, essentially by finding bus stops on maps and understanding their geolocations with the imagery that I can source, but not in terms of route networks and that sort of thing. Okay, just to illustrate that, the bus services have three, if you like, trunk routes within Wellington City, called the numbers 1, 2 and 3 routes, like Johnsonville to Island Bay, I think Karori to Miramar, those sorts of things which run on a pretty consistent alignment. But there's also potentially secondary bus services which go in the more residential locations as well. which generally can be a quite different characteristic. They are residential environments. So in terms of assessing whether these things are appropriate in a residential environment, particularly in terms of the micro siting, do your proposed provisions take into account the nuances and the differences there are in the urban environments located located on the, if you like, the trunk routes, as opposed to some of the more residential or suburban routes? Because just to add on to that, my understanding is when there was a big rollout done probably 15 years ago of bus shelters, that there was expressed at that time a number of concerns about some of the more residential locations. You have a new bus shelter, it's outside someone's house, it's illuminated, it has signage on either side. Some of those houses are very close to the front boundary. So they were the sorts of ranges of concerns which were raised by residents about 15 years ago. What, if you're going to be having a bespoke provision, what I'm really asking is, does it provide the level of specificity to make distinctions between those residential environments and ones which are more either trunk route, arterial route, commercial type zonings?
The provisions that I've recommended do not distinguish at that level of specificity. My position is that they do not need to, although I do understand what you're explaining to me in terms of concerns expressed. The scale of signage that I'm referring to, and I appreciate that you understand what I'm talking about as well, and referring to bus stops, it is, in my view, of a small pedestrian scale. I do have the view that they are visually appropriate in a road reserve, well, namely arterial road reserves, notwithstanding the nature of land use that is around that road reserve.
Yeah, I guess there's a contrary argument to that as well, and that the residential environments, if you like, some of the newer residential environments, Chewton Park, for example, the outer edges of Johnsonville, potentially some parts of Miramar, they are a generally pretty quiet environment, and often in those more, if you like, the outer reaches of the residential, the bus services are quite limited. They're peak hour or during the day, and if they do go into the night, there might only be one an hour sort of thing. So the permitted introduction of bus shelter signage into those areas is a quite different expectation than will be applied elsewhere. So I guess the question is, does your proposed provisions take into account the residential living environments that are expected in residential areas, or not?
In the sense of what they are enabling, as in small scale signs, then in my view they do. But plainly, if there's a view that there needs to be something more than that, then they do not. They don't break down any further than providing for signs on infrastructure on arterial routes. I suppose, just in addition to that, there's, in practice, Omedia's, I suppose, criteria for selecting sites. My understanding of those is that they were obviously advertising needs eyeballs, and they wouldn't generally be looking to provide signage in, I suppose, outer residential areas where there are limited bus services, because plainly the cost relative to the revenue from that wouldn't stack up. But plainly that's just a practical criteria for Omedia. So my response in terms of the provisions is as I explained earlier.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
One question from me before we wrap up any questions. I'm just trying to, the one bus stop shop idea, and you're proposing or recommending a separate rule for these types of advertising signs. Does it clearly set up to say that if it's a digital sign that's integrated into a bus stop, this is the rule that applies and not R5, I think it is, that relates to digital signs? If a proposal comes along and it's a digital sign embedded into a bus shelter, is it clear for the consenting planner that R5 does not apply? Is it R5? Hang on a minute. Yeah, R5.
No, is the short answer. So I have foreseen that within the standard that I have proposed, which starts off for the avoidance of doubt, the standards in S1 to S14 do not apply and these ones do, and et cetera, et cetera. You're correct that would need to exist within the rule that I proposed as well in order to provide that clarity and take it to the one bus stop shop.
So somewhere else there would have to be some sort of clarity around that position, that Rule 5 doesn't apply to Rule X, whatever it is, as well.
It would need to be something along those lines, and it would potentially have to be more than R5.
Yeah.
Which I can hopefully hold up. And so, it would in essence need to be an exclusion from all of the other rules because they all relate to the types of signs that the standards that I'm proposing are already managing. So my intention was to have, so obviously the rules as they're structured at the moment for signs are broken down into types of signs and also signs that are at particular locations. And I have attempted to address all of that within these bespoke set of provisions. So all of the other rules, including, for example, R6, which is signs on heritage buildings and their sites are on a site within a heritage area, and also R7, sites within the extent of scheduled archaeological site or site of significance Māori. I have proposed standards which already address those, so it would need to be an exclusion from all of the other rules in order for the proposed to be the only rule that applies.
So there would probably need to be some sort of, for the avoidance of doubt, kind of statement or clarification somewhere. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Blomfield? No further questions, Blomfield. So no doubt we will be talking to you very shortly. Different hat on.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to the commissioners. Yes, I believe that the rest of the party are probably still in preparation. So is it okay if we commence at the scheduled time of 12 o'clock?
Yes, I think that's fine. Yep, I'm just looking at a hearings coordinator. Yes, so the hearing will adjourn for 10 minutes and reconvene at noon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The acoustics are just terrible. When you guys are talking, it's just echoing, going right behind my head. And it's
Ready to go? Right, hearing stream 7 is reconvened. The next to appear before us are representatives from Out of Home Media Association of Aotearoa. Mr. Berry, I think you'll be leading the charge. Now, we did have Mr. Blomfield online in that same room with us previously, and then we did have a bit of sound issue in terms of feedback and hearing ourselves talk and things. Hopefully that's been rectified with this link.
Well, we'll know that right now, sir. Is that?
Yeah, that's not too bad. It's worse for Commissioner Dash at the far right because he gets the feedback back from the screen behind him. So, how are you with that?
Yeah, it's much better.
Okay. Right. We're in your hands, Mr. Berry. But before we start, I just want to point out, if you're not aware of it, we did have a statement from a submittee yesterday, a Dr. Van Hout, Paul Van Hout, who the primary focus of his evidence was providing us with references to various research and other information on the effects of science. And as part of that, he was quite critical, I would be so bold to say, critical of Mr. Harry's selection of evidence, shall I say, or references, technical references. I don't know if you've had a chance to see that statement yet. If you haven't, then we'll have to discuss how to address that point.
I assume that submitter is not a traffic engineer, sir?
No, he's a clinical psychologist, I think he was. Psychiatry register, that's right. So he's a doctor, but of psychiatry.
Thank you, sir. Well, we the type of commentary that he is making is the type of commentary we're used to from Waka Kotahi. We're also completely misguided about the thrust of the studies that are made and the on-the-ground research that's been undertaken by the likes of Mr. Harries, and we will be submitting that such evidence can be given very little weight.
Okay.
So we filed a memorandum to accompany the evidence. We don't wish to, and we decided not to do legal submissions because we knew the committee would not want to be lectured on Section 32 and Section 32AA, etc., ad infinitum, or the functions of district councils. We've prepared some very brief supplementary submissions in relation to matters that have arisen since the start of the hearing. Due to technical difficulties this morning, they are unable to be completed, but I'll give you the thrust of those submissions and then send them to you either by the close of play or by Monday, so you don't really need to take notes.
Thank you.
Isn't Kasia on?
We're still having a bit of difficulty getting her on. I'm talking with Jazz at the moment to
Right.
get her on. So
our first witness is not on line yet, but I'll make this very brief presentation. So there were three witnesses for UMA, if I can call them that. Natasha O'Connor, who's the CEO, who we're waiting for. Mr. Harries, as traffic engineer, and Anthony, who you've just heard from. And all we want to really comment on is, as I say, issues that have arisen since the beginning of the hearing. The first is that it was apparent from the recorded transcript that UMA was referred to as a sign company, whereas, excuse me, if you refer to the evidence of Ms. O'Connor, she is the chief executive of the Out of Home Media Association of Aotearoa, which is a not-for-profit body which represents the out-of-home media industry, or what we always used to refer to as outdoor advertising industry. They have an objective of achieving high-quality content, standardization, and a high degree of engagement with local and central government, either off the record or via processes such as this. One of our concerns in relation to the reliance that has been placed by the Council's processing officer on Waka Kotahi's policy and planning document, policy planning manual, is that it has not been the subject of any engagement, and you may wish to explore with Ms. O'Connor her experience of trying to engage with Waka Kotahi in the 5 years since she's been the Chief Executive, particularly in relation.
Mr. Berry, sorry, I've just had a communication from our hearings coordinator that she can't get Natasha online. Her account's been blocked from her admin side of things, so we're not likely to hear from her unless you can suddenly find another source of entry.
Text her and get her to pay a bill, sir.
Yeah, so we may have to resort to putting any questions in a written form to her. So just to make you aware of that little issue.
Thank you, and apologies for that. Did you have any? Does the panel have any questions for her?
Ooh, good question. Do you have any questions? Just hold the line, Mr. Berry. I don't think I did.
I think it's a very straightforward statement of evidence that is sort of straight from the shoulder and factual, but
no, I don't think we've got any questions from Ms. O'Connor, so that's fine.
Thank you, sir. So the short point is that UMA favours regulation of the sector and wishes to engage as necessary with councils and Waka Kotahi. The short point is that its attempts to engage with Waka Kotahi for the last 5 years have been wholly unsuccessful. I now just wish to turn to the status of the policy and planning manual, because simply on the basis that it has been given quite a lot of weight by the processing planner in opposition to professional evidence such as that given by Mr. Harries. As I say, this will be in a document that we'll file with you, but the issue becomes one of what the provenance of that document is and what weight should be accorded to it. I note right at the outset that the disclaimer says that Waka Kotahi has endeavoured to ensure material in this document is technically accurate and reflects legal requirements. However, the document does not override governing legislation. And despite that, and that reflects language that we see in guidance documents elsewhere from, for example, the Ministry for the Environment or DOC. Mm-hmm. Despite that, the very first paragraph of that document says, this document is designed to assist Waka Kotahi staff, local authorities, and that's the rub, local authorities, landowners and other parties to understand the requirements. And that's the point, to understand the requirements, as if they're hard and fast rules that need to be complied with. But in terms of the weight to be accorded to it, the people in this room and Ms. O'Connor are routinely involved in digital billboard applications and only became aware of that document over the course of this hearing. There was no consultation with UMA as the industry body or any other UMA members. It's not a document promulgated under the RMA, has not been tested via Section 32 analysis or hearing procedures. It's not a document that's been promulgated under the Local Government Act. And for that reason, we submit that it needs to be treated with some caution. So this calls into play what the environment is court has said about such guidance notes that I just referred to. And it has repeatedly held that guidance notes such as this have no statutory basis and are not legally binding. So while we say that both of those, it still becomes a question of weight, and given Waka Kotahi's apparent inability to understand the evidence that continues to be presented at hearings, and it is disappointing that they continue to peddle their misguided mantra of traffic safety due to driver distraction. We also note in that regard that the PPM was never referred to in the Section 42A report and only came in Mr. Patterson's rebuttal to evidence presented by Go Media. It says the science chapter has been drafted to be consistent as much as possible with the Waka Kotahi Planning Policy Manual. And we submit that that approach is entirely inappropriate and incorrect, given Waka Kotahi's lack of understanding of the basic technical issues that arise here. I'll move on quickly because I'm sure you've got questions for our technical witnesses. The only other point I want to make is that Waka Kotahi's involvement in digital billboard applications is well known to the industry, and it shows up in one of two ways. Firstly, and the great rub, the big concern is that the influence that such documents have on local authorities throughout New Zealand, as is apparent from the evidence being given in this hearing, is that they put pressure on local authorities to limited notify them of any application that is on or can be seen from a state highway, whether or not the effects are minor or not, because councils are too afraid to stand up to them. They then lodge a submission, and one of the things they frequently do is lodge a submission, force a hearing, and then don't turn up. There was a case I was involved in last year in which that I've referred to in the documents that I'll send you, in which they forced the hearing. We set up a pre-hearing meeting in order to try and clarify their issues. They pulled out of that hearing on the day and then failed to turn up at the hearing itself. So, you know, that sort of process costs tens and tens of thousands of dollars for an applicant, whereas Waka Kotahi just takes a position of all care and no responsibility and need to be called into account. The other more important point is that when they do turn up at hearings, and I'm again going to refer to two cases I've been involved in recently, they turned up with a human factors expert, a traffic engineer, a traffic safety expert, and a planner in two different occasions, and in both occasions were roundly defeated in terms of their evidence not being favoured over that of Mr. Harries and other traffic engineers who understand the issues. In particular, I would say that in the Timaru case, and this will all be in the papers I give you, the hearing commissioner, Alan Cubitt, referred the evidence of our witnesses. He accepted that suspicion or an intuitive sense that digital billboards represent a traffic safety hazard is an insufficient basis for opposing a digital billboard. I agree with Mr. Berry that in terms of the evidentiary test set out in McIntyre, the WK evidence is not of sufficient probative value. This contrasts with evidence presented by Mr. Carr and Mr. Harries, which relies on empirically based international research about how proposed digital billboards will operate. They have also ground truthed this evidence through their own research within New Zealand and their first-hand experience in monitoring the safety effects of billboards around New Zealand. So what I'm making here is that to the extent that your reporting officer is relying upon a document created by Waka Kotahi, Waka Kotahi is apart from one case in the hut, has been basically discredited in terms of the position they take, because it's based on intuition and suspicion of risk that can't be borne out by the evidence. And in a more general sense, our submission is that but via making a comment like this at this hearing, Waka Kotahi may begin to act more responsibly as far as landowners are concerned in the future. So those are the opening remarks, somewhat confronting, but if Waka Kotahi had bothered to attend the hearing, they may have been able to respond. Now, unless there's any questions, I'll turn to Mr. Harries to give his evidence.
I believe Commissioner Dace has a question for you, Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Berry. Some 20 years ago, I used to work for the forerunner of Waka Kotahi, Transit New Zealand, and the planning policy manual was in existence at the time. Oh, we've got terrible feedback in here, sorry. So, yeah, I recognise what you're saying, but it has been a document which has been around for a long time and has changed. I haven't looked at any recent changes to it, but it is their own document for their own purposes.
Yes, well, their own document, the TCDM3 is something that we routinely address in the context of hearings. It's quite clear that some of the requirements of that can't be achieved but don't need to be achieved in terms of traffic safety. The important thing in terms of recent developments is that they issued an addendum to the TCDM3 relating to digital guidance for signage, which was given a great deal of weight, had not been the subject of any consultation with UMA or any other body that was in any way meaningful. And after 2 years of wishing to discuss that substantively, there was a threat of legal proceedings and the digital guidance was taken down. The worry we have is that the PPM contains material that was in the digital guidance that was removed and which still does not bear scrutiny in terms of established evidential base.
I'm not questioning what you're saying, Mr. Berry, but you did say right at the outset that the planning policy manual was unknown to a lot of people, including Mr. Harries, and I think it has been around a fair old while. It's obviously in a different form now than it was 20 years ago, but that's the only comment I wish to make on that.
Well, this is not the TCDM. The document we're talking about is third-party signs on and visible from a state highway corridor, which came out on the 28th of November 2023.
Okay, but it is contained within the planning policy manual, is it not? Or is it a separate document?
No, it's a separate, well,
okay. It's different guidance from what was in the planning policy manual.
No.
It's not.
No.
No, it's a whole new document, quite separate from the old planning policy manual.
All right, thank you. I think that clears it up.
We'll address that when we file our pieces of paper, sir.
No, I think that's all the questions we have for you, Mr. Berry.
Thank you. So I assume that we can take Mr. Harry's evidence as read. We're getting him closer to the microphone.
Thank you.
We can ask him questions.
We seem to have resolved our feedback problem.
Oh, great.
We have read your evidence, thank you, and your supplementary.
Oh, cool, that's good. Just, if I can just open by way of a comment about the research. I was careful in my evidence to explain in paragraphs 3.2 and 3.3 why I've referred to the research that I have referred to, and that is primarily because as experience with the operation of digital billboards increases day by day, it becomes possible now to refer to empirically derived research in preference to predictive research. Predictive research is where you might use a vehicle simulator or something to try and measure, for example, glance durations, and from that infer what road safety will be. We don't need to do that now. The other thing that I've done is looked at research that specifically addresses measurements made of road safety in relation to the way billboards operate in New Zealand. In New Zealand, we, quite fortunately, all the billboard companies have a similar, tightly bound set of operating characteristics, and they are oftentimes quite different from what you get overseas. For example, in the US, they have a lot of full motion video digital billboards that face on freeways, and quite a bit of their research, when they talk about digital billboards, inherently includes full motion video billboards. Well, we don't have those here, and so looking at the potential road safety effects of those is meaningless in terms of the way we operate here in New Zealand. So in a way, yes, I have been selective in my research. I've tried to look at research that is based on sound data and research that is comparable to the way, looks at billboards comparably to the way we operate in New Zealand. And it's for that reason most of my research is actually taken from Australia, because they operate similarly, and I've taken it from fairly reputable research organisations like the Australian Roads Research Board. So anyway, that's just background to that research. I guess most of what I've explained in my supplementary is to say that there's a lot of agreement between Mr. Patterson and myself now. There was one area where I think we are in agreement. It was hard to tell, but and that relates to image transitions, and what I've suggested there is it'd be very easy to make that those two conditions, combine them to make it a lot more explicit, and so I've offered that alternative in my paragraph 3.5. And I guess the only other the only area of disagreement relates to the provisions relating to signs that are visible from state highways. I firmly believe that a blanket provision that applies to all state highways is actually illogical. I don't think it helps anyone to try and do that. I think it's reasonable to split them out into high-speed roads and low-speed roads, and that then enables the state highways that go through on the surface street network within Wellington City, they can be treated the same as every other street. There's while they have a different operator and have I guess slightly different functions, the reality is that the way they operate and the way they are formed is no different from any other street within Wellington City, or arterial road within Wellington City. So I firmly believe that there shouldn't be a distinction that is special to state highways within the low-speed environments. So that's, in essence, covers where I agree and disagree with the reporting planner.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions before I turn to the panel. In your evidence in chief, in paragraph 216, you talk about your opposition to NZTA's submission point around the dwell time for 5% of drivers and exposing. You talk about it unusually long and unworkable. I'm just thinking, how would you measure that? What NZTA were seeking? You know, the dwell time was exposed to no more than 5% of drivers. So is that measurable? And any real? And I'm talking about wearing a council hat here.
Yeah,
not, you know.
It's derived from a formula that basically says the traffic speed divided by the site distance multiplied by or divided by 0.05 being 5%. And that is, I can't recall if I gave an example, but whereas you might have a billboard that quite safely and happily operates with an 8-second dwell time, if you applied the NZTA formula, you'd end up with something like 2 minutes dwell time, which in my mind is bizarrely long. But I mean, it obviously varies according to travel speed and sight distance, but that's a sort of quantum difference between what they've proposed and what is normally applied. I'd also note that formula was taken straight out of the traffic control devices manual addendum that has now been withdrawn. So it doesn't exist anywhere else. It's not a formula that is used anywhere that I'm aware of internationally. It was one that the author of the traffic control devices manual addendum, I think, made up.
Okay, the only other question I have in relationship to the speed limits now, elsewhere for other purposes, the low speed state highways has been set at 70 k's, and this is in relation to noise standards. Now this may be quite irrelevant for signs, but would there be a difference in your mind between 70k and the 80k you're suggesting in terms of that sort of low speed things environment for Wellington City?
Speed limits are set in multiples of 10 kilometres an hour, and what I've suggested is defining a high speed environment as being 80 kilometres an hour or higher. Right. In effect, that is saying low speed is 70 and below.
Okay, I understand. Okay, questions from Mr. Harris?
Thank you, Mr. Harris. In terms of the differentiation in between speed limits, and we just had that discussion, is there not also a differentiation in traffic safety terms with the amount of traffic as well on a road, like a low speed or less than, or 70k or less road, but it carries a whole bunch of traffic, needs to be considered somewhat differently from a low speed road in a residential environment?
No, in the low speed surface street type environment, you're never going to get, generally, I don't think Wellington's got any roads that are more than 2 lanes in each direction, and so you're limited by the amount of traffic they can carry anyway. Certainly the Auckland experience, where there are numerous roads, some with 3 lanes in each direction, with very much higher traffic volumes than you'd get in Wellington. They operate quite happily and safely. Digital billboards operate quite safely, and it's compatible parts of those sort of traffic environments without any difficulty at all.
So those Auckland examples that you've given there, were they, obviously digital signs pointing out a highway. Were they in the high speed environment or the lower speed environment?
High speed. I think there's only throughout New Zealand, there's probably only 6 or 8, or maybe more than that, maybe 10 digital billboards that face onto high-speed environments. Probably 2 or 3 of those are in Wellington. You've got that one at Thorndon, 2 in Thorndon actually, one on the other side of the road. Yeah, so they, most people actually barely notice them, drivers I mean. No, they are aware there's a sign, there are signs, but they don't particularly become aware of the fact that 1 or 2 of them are digital.
Were you involved in the Hutt Road Environment Court case that
Yes.
there was in Wellington City? Well, it's closer to Petone than Wellington City as we know it, but it is within Wellington City. And that was turned down on traffic safety issues, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's your high-speed environment, and that was principally why that had a further complicating factor of a high incidence of nose to tail crashes just a bit further towards Petone, and the concern was that if the queues that formed to get off at Petone extended any further back, then the billboard would be close to those queues, and hence there was a concern about that.
So, which was part of the reason I asked my initial question was around, is there a difference between, in terms of traffic volumes, between as well as whether it's just a posted speed limit?
No, I honestly don't think it is a traffic volume issue. For example, you've got a couple of digital billboards already operating on Vivian Street. That Vivian Street carries about 20,000 vehicles a day. I don't think it could carry much more than that. And those billboards have been operating for some years now, and none of those have produced any identifiable road safety effect at all. I've been involved in some before and after studies of the digital billboards on Vivian Street, and there's no identifiable change in crash records or road safety patterns at all. So that gives you an example of how a high volume road in a low speed environment can still operate quite safely with a digital billboard.
Okay. Changing tack slightly, your paragraph 2.23 in your evidence in chief. It's about signs, the size of signs, and restrictions on those. So my understanding of what you're saying at 223 is that 5 square metre signs are actually too small to be able to be of any utility, if you like, in terms of getting the message across. Is that my understanding that you want with the, so if somebody is driving or potentially a pedestrian, they see a digital sign, they look up, they take half a second or 0.7 of a second or whatever the established data is on that, and then they can just move on. Whereas a 5 square metre sign, particularly if it's a busy sign, got lots of stuff on it, will take longer to assimilate that message. Is that what I'm understanding from what you're saying here?
Correct, and it has effects like you can't use such big font types on a small sign, or you end up with just one word and nothing else, sort of thing. Whereas a larger sign, you can use larger fonts that or letter heights that enable the sign to be read much more easily, and particularly from from distances.
Okay, yep, no, that's, but also the amount of information, and presumably the business, the out-of-home outdoor advertising business, is pretty used to knowing what sort of signs are going to be memorable. My understanding is they don't want them to be too busy. They want an instantly recognised message which people can lock away in the back of their mind, rather than having to try and get too much information off a sign. Hence the restrictions on wording, size and lettering and so forth, which can apply.
Yeah, that's correct. It's in my opinion anyway, it's preferable that signs are the images displayed are simple, so that they can be captured in a brief glance. And I think I see some advertisements that I think are just a bit busy and probably aren't doing as good a job as they could be doing. But certainly, if in terms of sign size, I think you need a sufficient size to really ensure you're getting the message across in an instant, and that means being able to read it easily and quickly.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick one on your paragraph 3.9 of your evidence achieved, where you have a concluding paragraph from Goodsell et al. And there's one part of that which sort of jumped out of me, and I don't completely understand, and you can probably help me. It's about towards the end, the last underlined section, which say there can be an apparent positive impact on driver performance from the presence of a digital billboard. Isn't that sort of counterintuitive? If there is somebody's driving along and there is nothing for them particularly to look at, why would a digital sign to look at be a positive or have a positive impact on driving performance?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was at a conference probably 5 or 6 years ago now, where the conference was about driver distraction, and that question came up, and what the thoughts are, and no one's actually been able to prove this yet, but what the thoughts are is that firstly, if you're looking at a digital billboard, then you're necessarily engaged with the driving environment. So you've got your head up and you're looking around, and that means you're not doing one of two other things. It means you're not mind wandering, and mind wandering is quite a significant contributor to crashes, and that's where you're driving along but you're thinking of something that's completely unrelated to the driving task. The other one is you're not doing something inside your car, like you're not on a cell phone, or you're not playing with your infotainment controls, or looking at what your kids are doing in the back seat or anything like that. So you've got your head up and you've got your eyes on the traffic environment in front of you. And I think that's where and this isn't the only bit of research, there's another factor, it's one I've referred to in 3.12, where that was another Australian study undertaken by the Australian Road Research Board. And so you get these apparent improvements in driving performance, and without any real explanation as to why, but those 2 points I raised that came from a conference seem to be what most people are thinking.
Okay. Just conscious of time, I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Just on that point, Mr. Berry, we were due to close about now, but I'm proposing we continue to aim for about 1 o'clock. so that we can give adequate time and justice to Mr. Blomfield in particular. And any other questions for Mr. Harries from the panel? Just a couple. So don't know, go back, Mr. Harries. We've got 2 more questions for you. Thank you. Is that all right? Would that be all right with you, Mr. Berry, in terms of the time?
That's fine by us, sir, and we appreciate the indulgence. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Pamari.
Kia ora, Mr. Harries. Can you hear me okay?
I can.
Thank you for your evidence. I just have a couple of brief questions for you. First one is in relation to the issue around road safety effects of digital billboards, which you've already traversed. But I just wanted to take you to paragraph 2.1 of your evidence in chief, where you refer there to there being now around 1,000 digital advertising screens located in towns and cities throughout New Zealand. Yet there's not a single recorded crash that's been attributed to a digital billboard. And while I accept what you're saying, based on the evidence, that's pretty clear. My question to you is, does this necessarily indicate an absence of risk?
No, it doesn't, obviously, but you can get a gauge on effects that might increase risk as distinct from effects that result in a crash from the before and after studies that are often undertaken, usually as a requirement of a resource consent. You get a condition that says, and Wellington uses this, that after a period of 2 years or whatever, you undertake a safety study. And what that involves is looking at patterns of crashes overall. So you're not looking specifically for a crash that has a particular factor, distraction caused by a sign. You're just looking at overall and looking at have the patterns changed or have the number of crashes changed. And consistently they're showing no identifiable effects at all that might have been contributed by the digital billboard, even if the billboard didn't cause it, if that makes sense. The other aspect to that is, for example, the Australian research that I've just been talking about, where what they do as part of their studies is examine driving performance measures such as keeping within your lane, keeping a proper headway from vehicles in front, and looking at those sorts of things to see if they're changing, which might be an indicator of a potential effect. But again, that's those empirical studies aren't showing up anything that would be of such a risk that there is up road safety.
Thank you for that. I'm mindful of the evidence that's already been mentioned, of course, from Dr. Van Hout, and notwithstanding the fact that you haven't had the chance yet to review that evidence, I am drawn to a particular study that he referred to from 2009 by Gitelman, Gitelman. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that study, but it showed a 30 to 40% reduction in injury crashes when roadside billboards were removed, and then a 40 to 50% increase when they were reinstated. And I understand you haven't had a chance to review any of that, but I'm just mindful that there appears to be at a not so much, I guess, an empirically based level, but certainly at a reasonably sort of high level, analysis and research that draws different conclusions about the impacts on traffic safety from digital billboards. And yeah, I mean, did you have any further comment to those that you've already made in relation to that?
Paper cited by Goodman, that's a good example of how if you get on a Google search, you can end up down a rabbit hole, and that's a very good example of one where that bit of research was undertaken on one of the main, or the main motorway route through Tel Aviv, and that particular road, I think it has something like 6 lanes in each direction, carries more traffic than the Auckland Harbour Bridge. And the billboards they had there, I don't think any of them were digital. They had at the time some billboards that were literally as high as a 10-story building, and they had a real issue with billboard clutter. So essentially having landscape-oriented static billboards, one sort of virtually one on top of the other, and it was a real mess. And primarily because of the fact that they had so many billboards, the government there said, look, we want to get rid of some of these. So they did this trial, and unsurprisingly, when you saw what was there before and then what was there after the trial, during the trial, for example, hiding this big 10-story billboard, yes, there was an improvement in road safety, but that I would have said is such an extreme example that it has virtually no applicability to what we're talking about with the sorts of signs that are operated in New Zealand.
Thank you. That's helpful, and your comments in relation to that evidence will be helpful to the panel too, in due course. Just one final question, and perhaps it is best addressed to Ms. Connor, so perhaps Ms. O'Connor, we may have a question for her, but I'll put it to you anyway, and you can indicate to me whether it's within your area of expertise to respond to. But I acknowledge your comments that the industry is operating within pretty tight parameters in respect of the regulation of signs and management of traffic effects and that sort of thing, and that includes in relation to obviously digital signage. But Ms. O'Connor points out in her evidence at paragraph 3.5 that the out-of-home media industry offers benefits to advertisers, and billboards in particular are an important means, and I quote now, by which advertisers can pinpoint niche or difficult to reach audiences through location type and environments in which billboards are located, end of quote. My question to you, I guess, is from your perspective, in terms of traffic management and safety, are you at all concerned, or are you satisfied, I guess, that the placement and location of these billboards and signs is appropriate and is given, I guess, appropriate priority from a traffic safety point of view, given that there is clearly a commercial priority here naturally, that gives, I guess, kind of preferential acknowledgement and recognition to the advertisers in certain situations, as opposed to the general public. So from a traffic management safety point of view and the location of digital signage, I guess, in particular, but all the signage that we're talking about, are you satisfied that there is no sort of undue risk being presented to the general public as a consequence of the commercial imperatives?
Every billboard that is looked at takes into account traffic safety effects, and there are criteria that are applied, and just as an example, we try not to put a digital billboard immediately behind the traffic signal because it's not close. But if you go through those traffic assessments in a thorough manner, then my answer to what I think your question is I don't see that as causing a level of risk that outweighs the advertising need.
Thank you. No further questions from me.
No further questions from the panel. Thank you, Mr. Harris.
So now, sir, and members of the panel, Anthony Blomfield has presented planning evidence both in chief and supplementary. Assuming that it's been taken as read, can we go straight to questions?
Yes, certainly, bearing in mind the time that we're working to. Thank you, Mr. Berry. Mr. Blomfield, so I've just got a few questions. The one is the vexed question of what is visual clutter that you discussed in paragraph 2.3 and other places in your evidence in chief. We had a bit of discussion with Mr. Patterson on Tuesday, I think it was, around how that is defined, particularly that clutter in itself has implications of being an adverse effect. Have you got any further sort of comments you can make? Why you think adding unacceptable visual clutter assists that process of setting signs, proposed signs?
Just thank you, Chair. A point of clarification quickly on that is that I believe the word unacceptable was the relief sought in the submission, and I have recommended alternative wording of visual clutter is minimised.
Right.
Clarification, probably semantics at the end of the day.
That's correct, but I think the broader question is, even minimised visual clutter. I mean, is that in your experience, is that a term that's commonly used around New Zealand for dealing with signs?
Visual clutter is, yes, used, yes.
Okay.
Visual clutter, it's probably a term that will be slightly differently defined by different people depending on who you ask. The way that I approach visual clutter and the way that I interpret analysis provided to me by other experts, urban designers and the like, is when we talk about clutter, it's a general untidiness. And so it would generally be something that would result from various different types of signs in different sizes and formats, and all located in ways where they overlap or whatever they might do to make it look untidy. It's the way that I approach visual clutter. I suppose getting to the heart of the question here in terms of the wording of the policy is my primary concern with how it was originally, or how it is worded in the notified policy, where visual clutter is to be avoided. I don't consider that it's a realistic expectation that visual clutter can be avoided. It is obviously a relative term. It will depend on the environment that you're in. There will be commercial CBD environments, for example, where you have a lot of other features, and other areas where you have less features. It will also depend on not just signs, but light poles and street lights and street furniture and things that, again, there will be different opinions on what contributes to clutter, but in theory, it all can contribute to clutter. And lastly, it will, in essence, depend on where you stand physically on the ground. You might have a sign or a billboard on a building, and if you stand on one side of the street, something will appear in front of it. And then if you stand on the other side of the street, it won't. And so my concern with the notified wording of that policy was that avoidance of visual clutter is an unrealistic outcome. And I don't believe that that's the outcome that's sought by the other provisions, including when you drop all the way down into the science design guide, where the only time that visual clutter is referred to, the outcome is that visual clutter is to be minimised. And so I lifted that wording out of the design guide and have recommended that it be used in the policy as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Berry, did you have a point to make on this question? Or, no?
No, sir. I think the important point is that clutter in the context of digital or even static billboards is as much to do with visual amenity as it does with traffic safety. So that you know, I guess it sits across both.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Mr. Bromfield? Mr. Dash?
I've only just really been having a look through your supplementary as we've been going. We got it this morning. There seems we had a bit of a discussion. I don't know whether you listened in when we were talking to Mr. Patterson about the interplay between standards S1, which is maximum area of any sign, S2, which was the total area of the signs, and then S4, which was maximum height of freestanding signs. So I understand you're generally in support with some caveats on S1, except you think that the metropolitan centre zone should be increased to 20 square metres. Is that my understanding?
That's correct.
And S2, where do you sit with S2, which was the maximum number of signs? Have you focused on that at all?
OMAR doesn't have a submission point on that standard, sir, so no, I have not looked at that.
Okay, and S4 in relation to the maximum height of freestanding signs, where the discussion that we had with Mr. Patterson was in relation to whether the allocation of the zones for 4 metres or 8 metres was right. My observation in a residential zone, when you have a maximum of 1.5 square metres, it's going to be pretty hard to have something which is a freestanding sign up to 4 metres and comply with both. So can you just summarise what your view is on S4?
In standard S4, my focus has really been the height of freestanding signs in those zones that I'm recommending to be lifted into an 8 metre category. In terms of, if I understand the example you're referring to, how could you achieve a 4 metre high sign, which is also 1.5 square metres in a residential zone?
Yeah.
It's not something that I've turned my mind to.
Yeah, and considering the nature of your client and your submissions, I'm not anticipating you would. I just thought it was a bit of an oddity that you might be able to provide some comment on.
I suppose the example, well, a theoretical example that jumps to mind in terms of the sign with height but limited area, there's nothing requiring or nothing practically necessary that says that you need to have a sign that is the same width up to the maximum height. So I suppose in theory you could have a 1.5 square metre sign that sits on top of a 3 metre high pole, for example. But I don't know how common that is, and we're also talking about signs in residential environments which are relatively rare.
Yes.
I could see how I don't believe that the two are disjunctive, although I can appreciate on the face of it there's a question to be asked about how exactly they can play together.
Yeah. I think we've covered off a lot of my other questions already, but move on. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a couple more questions, and forgive me if I haven't caught up with you supplementary on this one. In your evidence in chief, in paragraphs 5.6 and 5.7, you're indicating you don't think it's necessary for the digital rule sign R5 to require compliance with other standards. And I was looking at those other standards, and the one in particular, particularly given that we had the Embassy Theatre used as an example by Dr. Van Hout, seems to be, could be quite relevant to a digital sign. That's the signs located on a building or structure. So I was just going to explore with you why you didn't think that standard, in addition to S8, should apply to digital signs.
I think this is a question of plan structure. It's not that I don't consider those other standards are applicable or should be applied. It's that the way I touched on this in my previous presentation, the structure of the rules is effectively separated by sign type. So a digital sign will always be also a freestanding sign or a sign mounted on a building or any other type of sign. And there are other rules that apply to those signs. Unfortunately, I can't refer you to which rule, but you know, there are other rules about on-site signs as well as third-party signs. So a sign is always going to be one of those, and a digital sign will always be one of those. And those are the rules that take you to those necessary standards. The rule R5 for digital signs would effectively apply in addition to whatever other rule would apply to the sign type.
Okay, thank you. And the other question I have was, I don't know if you listened to the discussion we had with Mr. Patterson around signs in metropolitan centre zones. His main concern was that those zones are smaller in nature and are more readily visible from the residential zones around them. And I did ask him the question whether there should be a standard relating on signs facing residential zones in the MCZ. Do you have any comment or point to make in regard to that sort of matter?
I've got two comments. One in terms of the fundamentals of a metropolitan centre zone. This is something that I've picked up on in my supplementary, which I appreciate you've not had a decent chance to read through. But I picked up on a comment made in Mr. Patterson's supplementary dealing with this matter, where he describes metropolitan centres as more suburban in character and characterised by residential land use both within and directly adjoining the zone. Mm-hmm. In my supplementary, I've provided some material for you, 2.2 to 2.5 of my supplementary. I've referred to the national planning standards and the description of what a metropolitan centre zone is, and I do not read that they are suburban areas. In fact, the only distinction in the definition between a metropolitan centre zone and a city centre zone is that the city centre zone is the main centre for the district or region, whereas a metropolitan centre is the focal point for a sub-regional urban catchment. And then I've contrasted that again. I've gone through the national planning standards to find what is a suburban environment, and the only place where that arises is in the definition of a low density residential zone, which I don't think I need to contrast for you. And then again, policy 3B of the NPS UD explaining that metropolitan zones need to enable building heights and density of urban form of at least 6 stories. And then I've taken that further in 2.6 and maintaining my opinion about the size of sign. The metropolitan centre zone is it's simply not a suburban area. I don't see it as being characterised as a suburban area in any of the material. And that goes as far as the standards that apply in that zone. Obviously, you know, the mix of land uses firstly, but then the standards in terms of the heights being enabled. And this sort of cuts across two different points here about the area of a sign and then the maximum height of freestanding signs. We're talking about metropolitan centre zones which have a minimum building height of 7 metres, and then maximum heights ranging between 15 and 42. Not suburban in my view at all. And in terms of them being proximate to residential areas or even enabling residential activities within them, I'd point out that the mixed use zone as notified has a 20 square metre standard for signs. It's, in my view, exactly the same in terms of its adjacency and interface with residential areas, as well as providing for residential activities within them. I simply don't see the distinction between metropolitan centre zones and mixed use zones, or in place of the city centre zone with residential zones as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the panel? No, thank you, Mr. Blomfield, for that.
Thank you.
So if that's the case, that concludes the presentation on behalf of UMA. As I indicated, due to technical difficulties, the remarks that I made are not quite available as yet. I'm thinking now that in light of the questions that have been asked, we might add a few responses to that. And if you're happy, sir, we'll get that to you, to the panel, by the close of business on Monday.
Certainly, that's fine, Mr. Berry. In addition to, I would like to grant leave to respond to the statement from Dr. Van Hout presented yesterday as well, because there was a lot in there. And I know one, Commissioner Pomari's question touched on one of the matters he raised, but I do want to be fair and reasonable to UMA to be able to respond to that more fully. So if you could let me know, even you may want to be able to respond, if you want to respond by Monday as well, or if you want to seek leave to respond, that's fine as well. Or if you just want to rely on your comment that you made initially just before around weight of evidence.
Sure, I'll take instructions on that, sir, but if we were to respond substantively, I think it would be a brief supplementary statement from Mr. Harries.
Yeah.
So he's here. I could just clarify the sort of time frame we could provide that in.
Okay.
Wednesday.
Would the close of business Wednesday, sir, be appropriate for that?
That's fine. We weren't going to issue a minute until later next week at the earliest anyway, so that would work.
So I think, sir, in that case, rather than file our remarks on Monday and Mr. Harry's supplementary on Wednesday, we'll do it all by the close of business Wednesday. You happy with that, sir?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you. Yep, certainly. Okay, with that, unless there's any other points, Mr. Berry?
No, nothing further, sir. Thank you for your attention. And members of...
If there is a further question for Ms. O'Connor, we'll let you know as well through our minute. So there you go. The time is now 1:11. Hearings will adjourn for lunch, and dare I say, at 1:30, resume at 1:30, so we can keep on track. Probably some grumpy faces here, but we'll live with that. Okay, so the hearing is now adjourned until 1:30. Thank you. Then we got.
I looked
Good afternoon, everyone. Hearing Stream 7 has been reconvened after the lunch break, a very short lunch break, but hey. Our next submitter to be heard are representatives from KiwiRail Holdings Limited, who are all online, I can see. So, Mr. Brown, are you leading the charge for KiwiRail?
Ms. Gunnell, sir, tēnā koutou katoa, all in, and thank you very much for listening to us this afternoon on a Friday, and also for accommodating our ability to be appear online. It's much appreciated.
Right.
We do not propose to speak to you very long today. I know most, if not all of you, have already heard KiwiRail before in this plan process, and you have also heard us on this specific topic before. We did think it important to provide you with an evidential basis for this particular hearing stream and these open space zones, and so that is why you are getting you know, I guess evidence and a presentation that will not be unfamiliar to you. So I guess just to briefly, the headline items from me, you know, the key reason why we're here is this is a health and safety issue for KiwiRail, and KiwiRail really takes that that matter seriously, both for the people near the corridor and also for the people working within the corridor and passengers and those who work on trains. And, you know, KiwiRail has looked at this and looked at sort of diagrams of what might be needed for different heights of buildings and different apparatus that is used for regular maintenance of buildings, and has produced a diagram which, in KiwiRail's opinion, requires a much larger setback than is provided for under the current plan provisions and what has been recommended by the council officer. So I'll leave Ms. Hepplethwaite and Mr. Brown to speak to that further, but just as an RMA reminder that section 74(1)(b) does have that hook into the health and safety purpose of the RMA in a district plan. That's a relevant matter, and in my submission, having a framework which enables development as permitted activities that can't be built or maintained safely and lawfully adjacent to the rail corridor is not in accordance with the purpose of the RMA, and that is why KiwiRail is seeking this this increased rail setback standard. So I'll now hand over to Mr. Brown, who will go through that in a bit more detail.
Thank you, Ms. Gunn. Mr. Brown.
Kia ora koutou. I probably don't need to introduce myself, but I will. I can sort of vaguely see the panel. So look, I'm Mike Brown. I'm the Group Manager Planning Land Use at KiwiRail. I have now been here for just over 2 years. Have sort of a reasonably long history in infrastructure planning, having previously been at Wellington Airport for a long number of years. I don't with Ms. Gunnell, I don't intend to speak for particularly long. I just wanted to quickly recap on the importance of rail to New Zealand Inc. and also within the Wellington region and Wellington City. And then I just wanted to touch on briefly on the setbacks matter. So first up, regarding the importance of rail, just to recap, it is fundamental. It's our view that it's a fundamental component to the transport infrastructure system in New Zealand, creating a safe and efficient method of moving people and goods throughout the country. It has significant benefits, not least of all an anti-congestion piece, but also a decarbonising piece. Within the Wellington region, we have a significant number of rail networks, components of the rail network, including the main trunk railway line, which is a key freight and passenger line, delivering import-export traffic to Centreport, delivering a sort of domestic freight through Inter-Islander, and I'm using the freight term reasonably loosely because I'm including passengers and cars on that. We have and significantly within Wellington, we have a reasonably advanced commuter rail passenger network, of which KiwiRail is the custodian of the the rail and electrical infrastructure that powers those carriages. We expect both passengers and freight numbers to grow, and that's in spite of sort of recent media, I suppose, regarding the potential future of the Inter-Islander service. We see it as critical, therefore, that the future of the rail assets is protected. The setbacks matter turns to one aspect of this, and as Ms. Gunnell's sort of stolen my thunder, thanks, Kristen. This is a safety matter for KiwiRail. We see this predominantly as ensuring that occupiers of land adjoining the rail corridor do not need to encroach within the rail corridor to really for any reason, least of all for maintaining their buildings. There is significant safety risks, as I'm sure you've heard me say previously, not only for those passengers but for the rail corridor users, and that includes our train drivers and the passengers within them. Just looking, sort of, I'm aware of the officer's reply regarding the extent of the setback, and the point being made that the likelihood, I suppose, of a building locating within the zones that we're talking about here, that likelihood cuts both ways in my view. I don't see that as a valid point for justifying a shorter distance. There's a suggestion there also that 1.5 would be more suitable, noting that I think it's the open space zone has an allowance for a building up to 7 metres, and that these buildings would be small, so wouldn't need a full scaffolding system. With respect, we're not necessarily talking about full scaffolding systems here in what we're trying to protect for. We're noting that even a portable scaffolding system is about 1.2 metres wide. They often have outriggers. Wellington's not a flat town. We can't guarantee there'll be flat land right next to the rail corridor. So the need for outriggers is quite high. And then we not to mention the need for manoeuvring space. So in my evidence, there is a diagram that equally applies to portable temporary scaffolding as well as it does to a scaffolding system. Similarly with ladders, if we're talking about maintaining the WorkSafe 1 and 3 rule, so for every 3 metres up, you go 1 metres out. To get to the top of a 7-metre building, we're in excess of 2 metres already for the base of that ladder, and that's without any manoeuvring space. So it comes back to the position that the rail setback that we're seeking at 5 metres and at this standard is the appropriate position to be taking. That was all I proposed to talk to, so happy to take questions.
Just a quick question from me, Mr. Brown. I know this is covered in the plan as evidence, but is KiwiRail only concerned with the setback in respect of the open space and natural open space, so not the rural zone?
We're concerned about consistency, and the same matter really does apply. I've for the life of me, sir, I can't recall exactly the extent of our submissions, and I'd look to Ms. Gunnell or Ms. Heppelthwaite to assist me with this point. But the point that I'm quite keen to make today is that a building is a building, and the risk is the risk. So yes, the likelihood of a building encroaching where there's a lot of buildings, likelihood of a lot of buildings in a zone, aka a residential or a commercial zone, is higher. But that's not to say that that risk is zero in other zones. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all. Any questions for Mr. Brown?
Thanks.
No, that's fine, Mr. Brown. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kia ora panel. If you're ready, I will proceed.
Yes, indeed.
Excellent. Thank you. Sorry, I just can't really make out if any of the body language, so please forgive me or ask me to stop if you need to flick through notes.
My name's Kath Hebblethwaite. I'm a planning consultant. I too have appeared before you, and similar to Mr. Brown, I won't go over the detail of the evidence already provided. And what I would like to do, though, is just build on what Mr. Brown and Ms. Gunnell have talked about regarding Mr. Searle's rebuttal evidence. And I do agree with him that the likelihood of a large structure is low, and also that the structures are, depending on which zone you're in, of a range between 4 and 8 metres for play equipment and 7 metres for building in the open space zone, which goes to what Mr. Brown has talked about with regard to ladder setbacks to maintain those things. Mr. Searle has indicated that the likelihood is low. As I said, I agree. That also means that the likelihood of this control being triggered is similarly low, and the consequences of it being needed are probably relatively rare, I would have thought, in terms of things that timing and number of times or consent applications that this may risk. And I would just like to stress that the 5 metres isn't a no build, it's a needs resource consent, and that the matters proposed for consideration are quite limited and generally only deal with ensuring that there is sufficient maintenance and space for the relevant building or structure to be taken care of. As Mr. Brown has indicated, consistency across the plan is something which I professionally support in a fairly extensive way. And with regard to your question to him on rural zone, I did check this earlier, and I think there is no rural zone adjoining the KiwiRail designation in the Wellington region. So that is why there has been silence in regards to that particular option. Happy, of course, to take questions, and feel free to ask away.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the panel? The reason why I asked that question around it is because I'm looking at the Glenside area of it, but that's a large lot residential zone. I thought it might have been a rural zone adjoining the rail corridor. Look at it. The colouring is very similar.
Yes, I agree, Sue, and you had me very concerned there for a moment. I have just clicked on the what would be the eastern side of the rail designation there, and it does show to me large lot, but it is very similar to the darker green on the other side of Middleton Road.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. No, I don't have any questions. No further questions from the panel. So thank you very much, Ms. Hebblethwaite.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Gunnell. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Settled on 4.6 metres. I can't remember how I just quickly see how it didn't in the decision. It seemed to be. I can't remember what it was, but it was 1.5. We agree. I don't want
Get access to JCA equipment stuff, page not found. Yeah, I didn't take a.
I'll have a look on the website.
Yeah, so just clicking there. Yeah, thank you.
20 minutes.
Eh?
20 minutes.
Yeah, just let me know.
Yeah, welcome again to the hearing. We have read your pre-circulated statement, so thank you very much for that. Can I just, a point of clarification before we start is that we are very much interested in specific relief being sought. Now, I understand the point of the submission for the JCA is that some rural land needs to be zoned greenfields. Excuse me, but we haven't been given any map or any information about where or how. Excuse me. So you might want to just sort of respond to that question really for you. Because we can't grant relief on a very general sort of more rural land needs to be zoned greenfields without a lot more information around what, where and how. So I'll just make that point before you commence. And we have read your written statement. So if you'd like to talk to that and
Yes.
bearing in mind what I've just said, that would be grateful. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Just before we start, I'm conscious we've got a new commissioner here, and this is Mary Therese, and I'm Warren Taylor, and we're members of the Johnsonville Community Association. Before we begin our presentation, the JCA would just simply like to place on the record its appreciation to the Commission for assessing a number of very significant urban planning issues affecting Johnsonville and the city in a careful and independent manner, and for accepting some of the recommendations from the JCA in relation to the proposed district plan. So pushing on through, JCA submission September 2022, which covers about 3 pages of this. We just simply have one statement to make there. The JCA strongly believes that the lack of additional land zoned for urban development is one of the key reasons for the skyrocketing cost of Wellington housing and the chronic lack of affordable housing in the city. Moving on to the Wellington City Council's Compact City Goal. We're saying that that is in conflict with the affordable housing goal. And the evidence that there is a major conflict is considerable. And I am actually going to labour the point here a wee bit, so I hope the Commission will bear with me.
Okay, good point. Yep.
Restricted zoning for the Compact City Goal has made land for residential development artificially scarce and therefore forced land prices to increase significantly in Wellington during the past decade. This can be seen by the huge difference in per hectare land prices between urban residential zone land and neighbouring rural zone land. The large increase in market value of the land has added extra costs to developers, and this is making the final price of the homes to new and residential unit buyers dearer. A compact city has a greater reliance on apartment buildings, but the taller a building is, the greater the cost due to strengthening requirements. This is to make certain the building stays upright and it can manage earthquake events successfully to preserve public safety, which obviously is a vital consideration in the Wellington area. Given the lack of flat land in many areas, the Compact City Goal has resulted in council officers proposing that buildings be built on hillsides on the fallacious assumption that walkable catchments there are suitable for high density residential housing. I'm very aware that there's been evidence given to this Commission by developers that the cost and therefore the price of residential accommodation becomes increasingly more expensive the taller the building. Building on hillsides is more expensive because of the prerequisite stabilisation costs required for those developments. Generally, therefore, builders want to build on the flat because it generally does not require significant stabilisation costs and is less problematic. And this has the advantage of making those developments more affordable for new home buyers. And the primary problem concerning the provision of new housing or residential units in Wellington is the development cost. And I think Willis Bond made that clear to the Commission in the earlier hearings. All of the above results in new home and residential unit developments not proceeding, even though there's strong demand for more affordable housing in Wellington. Dr. Helm in Stream 4 gave evidence that the development uptake rate, the rate of supply of new housing, is only 3% per annum. This was set out in paragraphs 14 and 69 of Dr. Helm's report. According to Dr. Helm, the rate of supply of new housing is the key metric for assessing the impact of policy on housing affordability. Now contrast this with Christchurch, which after the major earthquake events, in the space of 10 years, has either built multiple new suburbs or expanded existing suburbs significantly in Christchurch. Some examples of this are Prestons, Longhurst, and massive expansions of both Rolleston and Hallswell. There are other examples, but I gave up after listening to my brother. I said, that's enough. He lives in Christchurch. Consequently, as a result of this, housing supply and demand has come into balance with affordable housing available for Christchurch residents. Notably, this massively fast development uptake rate performance was completed on flat land sites and without a requirement for tall, high-density buildings in Christchurch's outer suburbs. And interestingly, Christchurch has followed a model that developers in Wellington apparently want to see here. Unfortunately, the council itself is the problem because it is operating as a roadblock rather than as an enabler. This raises the need to consider the two questions that I set out in the submission. They're very important questions, so I want to repeat them. Does the MPSUD's requirement for cities to provide well-functioning urban environments require the provision of affordable housing? We've said undoubtedly yes. Otherwise, how do cities function effectively without this? We then go on, does the MPSUD's requirement for cities to provide well-functioning urban environments require compact cities at the expense of providing affordable housing? And we say no. If a city is compact but unaffordable, potential new residents will be required to move to less compact locations where there's more affordable housing. In summary then, we see the council's compact city goal has become an impediment and is not supporting the development of affordable housing in the city. All right, moving on. Current National Coalition government wants new greenfield developments to provide more affordable housing to buyers. And they've said this because they want to provide additional urban land to lower the price of land and therefore assist the rapid provision of more affordable housing. Implicit in the above National Coalition Government's directive is the fact that affordable housing is the goal. Compact cities are not necessarily the goal where this conflicts with the provision of affordable housing. Opportunities for further greenfield development in Wellington City. 2/3 of Wellington's total land area is rural land. This was set out in the Appendix C report. It makes no sense to simply prohibit consideration for its development for a city crying out for affordable housing. Providing additional greenfield residential areas will require significant infrastructure investments. We don't run away from that. And we've outlined one potential source of funding is to capture the land value uplift. There will be an uplift from rezoning rural land to outer residential. The JCA's back of the envelope calculations indicate this would be in the order of $200 per square metre, but further work is required on the mechanism to properly enable value capture in practice. Now, turning to Aotearoa Valley has land for housing. I actually went out there yesterday, did a drive. I used to bike out that way as a triathlete, and I was conscious that there was flat land there and rolling land. So I'll just make these observations about Aotearoa Valley. Aotearoa Valley has significant amount of low rolling land and some flat land for housing. And this is the type of land topography that developers have confirmed to the Commission that they prefer for development. Developments on such land increases the likelihood of providing more affordable homes for new buyers. The JCA readily acknowledges that developing Aotearoa would have transport and three water infrastructure challenges, but none of these are insurmountable. On the transport front, there are a number of possibilities that should be examined. Planned improvements to Karori could be leveraged to also provide a bus service that travels over the Makara Hill into town. Improved park and ride near the city's bus terminal at the western end of Karori is another viable option. And when I drove over Makara Hill yesterday, I came down and there was the bus terminus there. And I also note that from Tawa's experience, they are trialling small buses to travel Tawa residents within Tawa, and that would include places like, presumably, Sunrise Boulevard, which is very steep, and Makara Hill is very steep. Just moving on about Aotearoa, while some further residential development can be supported using septic tanks, the biggest challenge would be to provide urban-style sewerage infrastructure. However, no such planning can even be started with a district plan that legally prohibits housing developments in the area. A district plan that concedes the need for future residential development in Aotearoa Valley will enable the City Council, Regional Council and Wellington Board to commence planning to enable such developments. In terms of picking up your point, Mr. Chairman, at the start, what I did notice is that from about 1 kilometre before you get to the Makara village, there's flat land there. Before, further north of that is pockets of flat land. I'm not sure whether that would be viable from a development purposes, but all along that area, north of the area of that 1 kilometre stretch, there is quite a lot of low rolling hill, which is very different to what we have even in Wellington City, where we have the amphitheatres and then the steep hillsides. So you're right that we have not attached a map here, and possibly we would be prepared to take an action following the meeting to provide a map if the Commission was agreeable to that in due course. I just want to talk about transport corridors in Takapū Valley. Government ministers have made it clear they're committed to building the Granada to Petone Link Road, as well as providing an improved link between Pororo and Lower Hutt. This major road is intended to provide, according to the government, thousands of new homes in Takapū Valley, Lincolnshire Farm, which I've acknowledged was covered in the previous stream, and Horakiwi. The PDP currently prohibits housing opportunities provided by this new transport corridor, and so in its current form will be a barrier to residential development instead of an enabler. That seems wrong. We also just want to say one other thing in this area. Wellington needs to have its transport corridors defined for the decades ahead to facilitate development, and the PDP needs to be updated to reflect this. The JCA asked the Commission to consider whether definition of the city's transport corridors for the decades ahead should be part of the Council's PDP going forward. It would appear that the MPSUD is seriously deficient in not mandatorily requiring cities to do this. And we only have to look at Auckland and the shambolic transport system they have in that city. And that is precisely because they did not plan ahead those transport corridors. Zoning. So given our commentary and our various submissions and this presentation, we propose that an outer residential zone for both the Aotearoa Valley and Takapū Valley should be included in the council's further work required to be done for general rural area, as has been set out in paragraph 4.2.4 in Appendix C. In conclusion, the provision of more affordable housing and residential units for new home and residential unit buyers would be significantly assisted if the development uptake rate for new housing and residential units lifted significantly. Wellington at 3%, it would be interesting to know what Christchurch's is. I would think it would be magnitudes greater. It could be 5, 7, 10, possibly even more than that. And the second conclusion is that there needs to be some rezoning of some rural land to outer residential zones. In our recommendations here, Commissioners, we have changed the wording of the first recommendation. I'll just read it out to you. Of course, a copy will be provided to Jess after this meeting. The proposed district plan recognises the future opportunity to rezone rural land in Aotearoa Valley and Takapū Valley as outer residential to permit infrastructure planning and to eventually expand the area available for new housing. The second and third recommendations are exactly the same, and the two new recommendations are future transport corridors for the decades ahead should be defined for Wellington City in the Council's proposed district plan, and further work be carried out by the Council to enable land value capture as part of rezoning rural land in order to support infrastructure development. Thank you, and thank you for giving me extra time.
Any questions from the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. I think the chair put it quite correctly in terms of us being able. Sorry, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I think the chair put it quite succinctly in terms of giving effect to your relief, that we don't have plans, we don't have precise boundaries, nobody's had the potential opportunity to comment on your proposals through this process. So are your recommendations further work after the district plan is finalised? Because it will be quite difficult for us to make a decision to rezone parts of the Aotearoa Valley or the Takapū Valley without a lot more precision and a lot more thinking in behind the reasons why that may be a good idea.
Right. What I would like to do, if I may, is confer with my JCA colleagues and come back by email to the Commission as to whether we can expand more precisely in this area. But I do understand your point. Sorry? What did you say?
It will need further work. We're accepting it will need further work.
Are you accepting further work?
We're accepting it will need.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, we are.
But we have some decisions to make on the rural zone.
And you can't make it because we have to provide the right.
To give effect to what you're suggesting we do.
Right.
We don't have a whole lot of information in terms of precisely where or any analysis behind why that would be a good idea in a particular location.
Can we still provide that to you, or is it all completed now?
Well, there's a number of points to make, and one is even if you did provide a bit more specific mapping and things, as Commissioner Dace has indicated, there's a lot more research that would need to be doing in terms of infrastructure, transport, as you know, and all sorts of other things, natural hazards, for instance, and low-lying valley floors. But more importantly, there's the question of natural justice for landowners. As a basic principle, if a landowner hasn't been told and given the chance to participate, then essentially the panel have been saying that should be subject to a future plan change if it's appropriate. So we will consider that point, though, that question, and if we think it would be useful to the panel, we would issue that as part of our next minute in terms of directions. So we'll give it some further thought. But I can indicate at the moment that because of those issues and probably others, it's probably not necessary at the moment. Thank you.
We understand.
Yeah. Any further questions? No, thank you. More? No, thank you very much, and thank you for keeping on time. That's fantastic. Very much appreciated.
Thank you. Yes.
Our next submitter is Southern Cross Healthcare Limited. I'll just give a moment to change over. Now, while that's happening, we have received the pre-circulated legal submission and evidence. I will make the point just for the record that I made on Tuesday morning, was it? That we did accept the corporate evidence of Mr. Paul when it was received, but it was 8 days late. And the reasons why I accepted it was it didn't really add anything new for the officers or other submitters to respond to. And a lot of the points were what recommendations of the officer were being accepted as well, which was helpful to have on the record as well. So I just want to make that point for the record at the moment. Okay.
Well, thank you, sir, for accepting it 8 days late. And it was probably a miscommunication at our end. I thought we had contacted the council and had approval in terms of a corporate statement being filed with the legal submissions rather than with the expert evidence timetable.
That's fine. That's fine.
so that's why it did appear when it appeared.
Okay.
But just I have another couple of things just to hand out to you. I do have a summary statement from Mr. Paul, so I will hand that out. And also, although there's only a couple of minor tweaks that are being proposed to the hospital zone, I thought it helpful to actually show those and track because they can be lost.
Yes, I should also point out for the record that Commissioner Black has recused herself from hearing submissions on the hospital and tertiary education zones, so that's why she won't be participating.
Well, so kia ora koutou, my name is Bianca Tree, I'm legal counsel for Southern Cross, and I'm appearing with Mr. Paul, who is the General Manager of Property Development for Southern Cross. I also have in the audience Mr. Courtney Bennett, who has also been involved in the recent development site at Hanson Street Hospital. I appreciate you have my legal submissions and also Mr. Paul's statement in advance. I was just going to make a few points. I wasn't proposing to really take you through my legal submissions in detail, but I was just going to make a few points and specifically then also address the more material change that brought to the hospital provisions, but also address in terms of the importance of hospitals in the context of the MPSUD.
Thank you.
So as you would have read, so Southern Cross supports the special purpose hospital zone applying to its site. And this is actually a really important and critical change that's been proposed in the proposed plan. It's really appropriate and necessary for a special purpose hospital zone to apply to the hospital facilities. Typically and historically, a lot of hospitals, private hospitals have had residential zoning, and that's been a real constraint in terms of how they have needed to evolve and expand and be developed over time, and particularly in terms of their uses if they were then operating under a resource consent that then needed to be reviewed or a new consent sought for changing activities. The zoning and enabling provisions under the special purpose hospital zone will also give effect to the NPSUD. And I've addressed in my submissions in terms of that a private hospital is recognised in the NPSUD both as a business but also as additional infrastructure. And particularly that provision in terms of it being additional infrastructure, there's additional requirements. And that all really goes to really the need and importance of hospitals as social infrastructure and for providing for the primary objective of the NPSUD in terms of the social and wellbeing and health of our community. And particularly in terms of private hospitals, it's addressed in my legal submissions, but also by Mr. Paul, that they play a really critical role in elective surgery. And that's becoming even more and more important over time as our public hospitals are finding it difficult in terms of waiting lists and then focus more on acute surgery rather than elective surgery. And elective surgery is really important because it goes to getting people mobile and active again to be able to contribute to society. Just in terms of my legal submissions, I have attached some plans to the back just to help orientate you. And so when you look at, so Appendix A is the operative planning maps, and then Appendix B. So when we talk about the existing hospital site, that is the rectangular part of the site, and then the development site, which we talk about, is the back to front L to the north. If that's helpful and clear enough to orientate you. And I suppose just too, in terms of context, I've provided the maps from the council's council's decision to, in terms of then increasing height again around the hospital. And I suppose and I do make the point we have a slightly unusual position now in terms of that the residential height, depending on the decision of the minister, may be 22 metres, while the hospital permitted height is 21 metres. But also in terms of that is just a permitted height limit, and so that additional height in the residential around the site is also helpful, and it will provide more flexibility in terms of the hospital and any if they seek resource consents to go over the permitted height limit. Now, I did just want to then focus briefly in terms of the special purpose hospital zone provisions and the change that is sought. And so copy of the provisions that we've provided to you. So there's the first minor change in terms of objective 3 of just putting in and hospital, because it did read evolving healthcare facility needs. Now that edit was actually picked up in the section 42A report, and the officers supported that edit, but it didn't flow through to the markup of the provisions. So just wanted to flag that. In terms of otherwise, all the amendments in the section proposed by the section 42A report are really supported and consider that they address the matters raised by Southern Cross. Southern Cross raised the concern in terms of the standard that required consideration of the centres and mixed use design guide. And the response to that in the section 42A report is to now to remove that requirement and standards, but then to bring it forward into policy 4. And so what is proposed in policy 4 in terms of the policy addressing urban form, quality and amenity is to have that new requirement in terms of that that fulfills, so the development fulfills the intent of the centres and mixed use design guide, as well as all the other things that are listed in that policy. And I suppose the concern here is that, so when you look at the design guide, and particularly in terms of then, if you've got a proposal and you need to respond to this policy, In preparing a design statement, which is about on page 2 of the design guide, it sets out what you need to do in terms of what a design statement needs to include. And it is pretty onerous and I would say definitely comprehensive. But I suppose the particular thing is that it also requires an explanation as to why any design outcomes and guidance points within the guide are not relevant to the proposal. And I suppose this is the concern in that a hospital has really strong functional and operational requirements that make it really different from other commercial buildings. And so there's going to be scenarios if the design guide applies. It is another thing that needs to be addressed in terms of any resource consent application. But also it's going to be quite an exercise to explain why various provisions of the design guide don't apply and aren't appropriate in terms of the context of a hospital development. But also in terms of when you look at policy 4, policy 4 is broad, and policy 4 kind of covers a lot of the key things that you want to make to ensure that's appropriate in terms of hospital development. So I think adding that reference to the design guide is just making an additional onerous step in terms of the consent process that really isn't going to be adding any further value in terms of the council's control and ability to make sure that any hospital development is appropriate from an urban form and quality and amenity perspective. So those were the comments that I wanted to make, and I'm happy to answer any questions or otherwise answer any questions after you've also heard from Mr. Paul.
Okay, thank you. Questions? I suppose the only one is the question I have is in relation to the design guide. As you would understand, fulfills the intent of the centre's guide as being carried through from last year's hearings and decisions recommended on changes to the design guide and how it works with the district plan. So that's simply a consistency matter. The other question, and maybe it's better for Mr. Paul, is how much of the design guide wouldn't be relevant to a hospital development or redevelopment? You know, in terms of having to justify why it's not relevant. You could probably adapt a lot of these. I mean, obviously some of them are when you've got residential or something, you know, private outdoor living spaces and things, but you know, how much of a onus would it be to say not relevant, not relevant? I don't know if you're in a position to answer.
I suppose, and the problem is in terms of it's not that you can just say it's not relevant, it's you've got to explain why it's not relevant. And you know, so it's just another expert and another expert report and the time and cost of that. And equally then having a council assessment that may then challenge various provisions in this and say, well, why can't you achieve that? Which can then lead to time and cost delays. I think that the key point is in terms of, you know, there was already a policy addressing urban design and it's fulsome in terms of that in the context of hospitals. So it's that, I suppose, you know, I suppose we're always having that concern in terms of the consent process.
I think if you don't mind, in support of that, it is the unknown element. So increasingly development is becoming simply unviable because of the cost that we know we're presented with before we even begin. And so the intent is never to to result in an outcome that is not acceptable for the surrounding environment, because of course we are a key part of that, and Southern Cross intends to be so for a long time to come. We are there to provide benefit to the society, to our society. So really, from a development standpoint, when we're assessing these things, we really do weigh up our focus of resources to areas we believe we can have the largest impact, particularly being a non-for-profit. So I'm happy to talk to specific development elements of that, but I think the point is clear.
Okay. Thank you. And just a point of clarification too, I just missed it. You said there's an element of the site that's a development area. Could you just clarify for me where that is in relation to the red lined boundary you're showing?
So if you refer to the north of the plan, north facing, there's a section that sort of looks like a bit of an L, where it staggers out. That is the development area. We refer to as building 2. Building simple. And that with the main hospital being building 1.
That's helpful, thank you. Okay. Yeah.
Just arising from the discussion about the design guidance, probably a question I should have asked as well. I was the independent commissioner back on your 2018 version or 2019 version before you got the reverse L-shaped piece. So, and there was a lot of attention at that hearing, and was counsel for Southern Cross at the time, upon the external elements of the building, the way it faces your neighbours and so forth. So I guess the question about the design guides is, what makes the hospital so different from another commercial or mixed-use building to dispense with those aspects of a design guide, which is particularly targeted at the way the building looks and the interface between adjoining property uses or land uses?
It's a very good question, and I think the answer could be quite extensive, but trying to be specific. One of the key elements of a hospital is that it has a very fixed spatial requirements, fixed spatial needs. We're not as malleable as we are in maybe a commercial environment. So that does have an impact on our ability to utilise space appropriately. So again, at the risk of going into too much detail on that, and on the basis that I've made my point on that clear enough, I'll park that one there. The second thing I'd like to offer is that we also, in my opinion, have a reputation across the whole country of ensuring that our external imaging is consistent with the environment. We simply don't wish to be seen as a large scale, regional hospital, which has its own needs. We always attempt to ensure that we align with the local environment.
And I just maybe add to that, when you look at actually policy 4.2 in terms of what it is directing an assessment of, so it is deliver high quality new development that positively contribute to the distinctive form, quality and amenity of the hospital zone, but responding to the local context in terms of point 3, which includes any residential zones. Point 5 is maintain and where possible enhances existing informal pedestrian cycling routes and creates new links. And 9 is incorporate high quality visual and architectural quality design based on such factors such as form, scale, design and detailing. And that's particularly one thing that was addressed that here in terms of that you do have, in terms of the nature of the hospital, it was the and the layout of the building, that a continuous facade, and so then it's that brings that forward in terms of then how can you work with the detailing and modulation of that facade. Enhances the quality of the streetscape and private public interface, and as well 11 provides for that streetscape in terms of character, visual amenity, and landscaping. So I think all the things that we were addressing in the hearing for the extension to the existing hospital. Those are all matters that are in policy for. So I don't see that the design guide kind of adds anything more to that, apart from having another requirement.
Well, it's another requirement, but it goes down to the next level of specificity as well. There are a number of different design elements, and whether it's applicable to the context is debatable. When you say, well, this particular guideline within the design guidance isn't applicable, and these are the reasons why. But I guess, and it's a question we also had with in relation to the tertiary education zone as well, because the same thing about needing to fulfil the requirements of the centre's mixed-use design guide also flowed through to that, and there was opposition from the university. But I don't think I'm completely clear in terms of why a building in the Te Aro flat would need to go through a centre's and mixed-use design guide evaluation, but another building, such as the hospital building in Hanson Street, shouldn't be required. I'm just not completely clear about what is so significant about a building which is externally of a certain height and certain dimensions. Why is that different from another commercial mixed use zone activity?
Well, I suppose it does go to the point in terms of the functional operational needs of a hospital are different, and those are addressed in Mr. Paul's statement. And so, and that the design guide has been prepared really with a commercial mixed use building in mind, not specifically for hospitals. So then, you know, it's creating that tension between, you know, is there anything missing from this, from the policy, you know, or is it just another step that's going to cause a cost and delay to the consent process that really isn't needed?
Okay, I accept what you say, but the way the CMU DG is designed is to be able to deal with not only Central City, but also the local centres, and it goes down to that centre's detail. And you build it, and a hospital is non-residential use. Okay, everybody accepts that. So I guess the rationale for a complete exclusion from design guide assessment to me isn't quite as clear.
Said in terms of, you know, the uncertainty. So and that comes back to in terms of how it's implemented. So if the design guide is implemented in a way that the officer who's assessing it, you know, recognises and accepts in terms of things that aren't appropriate to apply to the hospital, then that's okay. But if an officer, you know, challenges a lot of the points and seeks kind of for redesign and for other matters to be addressed, that causes then time and cost delays, you know, that's where I think the concern arises.
Okay, all right, thank you. And something for us to think about.
So Mr. Paul has a summary statement, and I think he was just going to talk to that.
Yes, happy to. Again, it is as outlined a summary statement, so I will I'll sort of run through it, and with the focus being that we have time to address any other points in my statement. So look, my name is Richard Paul. I'm the General Manager of Property and Development for Southern Cross Healthcare. My statement provides a summary of evidence and the position Southern Cross and its submission on the Wellington City Proposed District Plan. As I'll explain, Southern Cross has an existing hospital on Hanson Street, an adjacent site where it is purchased and is in the process of developing. That's referred to as B2 previously. Southern Cross seeks to ensure that the importance of the hospital and development land is recognised in the PDP Special Purpose Hospital. We are the largest private healthcare provider in the country. The group operates for a non-for-profit basis, or on a non-for-profit basis rather, and has a goal of achieving better value healthcare for all New Zealanders. Southern Cross network of hospitals are located throughout New Zealand and includes 10 wholly owned hospitals, including Wellington, as well as 6 hospitals operated as joint ventures in partnership with other leading healthcare providers. The healthcare system is under significant pressure and increasing pressure. This is partly due to population growth and an ageing population, as well as an increase in the number of patients suffering from chronic conditions. Public hospitals in New Zealand are struggling, and private hospitals play an important part in easing the burden on the public system. Southern Cross provides surgery to a wide range of New Zealanders, and not just those with private insurance or pay for service. As the demand continues to increase, there is growing pressure on Southern Cross to increase its capacity and meet the community's changing needs. Southern Cross must be able to continue to expand and develop its existing hospitals over time and increase the breadth of services offered. The importance of Hanson Street Hospital. Hanson Street Hospital has a critical role in supporting the public health sector and specifically Wellington Regional Hospital. We support the local community by performing surgeries under contracts to Te Whatuora and along with ACC and Te Whatuora's elective surgery waiting lists. We also provide support to the Wellington Regional Hospital for urgent oncology and complex surgery. By treating patients with healthcare insurance or on a pay-for-service basis, Southern Cross is also easing the demand on the public healthcare system. Southern Cross has and continues to make significant investment into Hanson Street Hospital, and more recently we have acquired a site, recently as in 2020, acquired a site at Hanson Street adjacent to the hospital to allow for its expansion. In March 2023, a significant redevelopment of those sites begun. The first stage of the project is well underway. Once completed, the expansion will enable us to provide pre- and post-operative consulting with surgeon, imaging services, and rehabilitation at Hanson Street Hospital. The new consulting suites will also be the new consulting suites will be close to the hospital theatres and patients in recovery, so we can provide end-to-end care for patient and efficiently use the existing hospital to provide new services. Hanson Street plays an important role in meeting the healthcare and wellbeing needs of the community. We support the special purpose hospital zone and the RENS. Hospital needs to be purpose built and often require unique development specifications. Support is required in the planning of the framework to ensure that hospitals can operate efficiently and effectively and be redeveloped over time to meet the changes of healthcare needs. Southern Cross supports the special purpose hospital zone to Hanson Street and its recognition as regionally significant infrastructure in Objective HOSZ01. In my evidence, I provided a summary of the functional and operational needs for hospitals. They need to accommodate a range of services and functions and be flexible to adapt to evolving healthcare needs and technical advancements. These development considerations are appropriately reflected in some of the policies, rules and standard in the PDP, but there are some changes which Southern Cross sought in its submission, most of which have been supported by the Council Officer in the Section 42A report. I note the rule HOSZ R5 and R6 have been amended to remove consideration of the centres and mixed-use design guide. I support this deletion as this design guide was not prepared to recognise the functional and operational needs of a hospital. However, I understand that a change has been recommended in the Section 42A report to include an HOSZ P4 that development and alterations to a hospital fulfills the intent of the centres and mixed-use design guide. This is still a concern, particularly due to the detail required in a design statement, and in particular, the need to explain why design outcomes and guidance is not relevant to a hospital. Southern Cross has sought that all other activities be considered a restricted discretionary activity rather than a discretionary activity on the basis that that there may be changes to how healthcare services are delivered that require other activities to be established that fall outside of the definition of hospital activities. Apologies, I might just read that again if you don't mind. Southern Cross also sought that all other activities be considered a restricted discretionary activity rather than a discretionary activity on the basis that there may be changes to how healthcare services are delivered and that require other activities to be established that fall outside of the definition of hospital activities. The Council Officer opposed the submission on the basis that it would create inconsistency with similar provisions in the plan. Southern Cross accepts the need to avoid inconsistency across the plan, and it is comfortable with this approach on the basis that the wide definition of hospital activities is retained. I do confirm that Southern Cross supports the special purpose hospital zone applying to the hospital, Hanson Street Hospital, and the amendments to the zone provisions addressed in my evidence and by Ms. Tree.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Any questions on the panel?
No, I think my last series of questions has covered off a lot of the issues. So thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much for your attendance and for your information you've provided. Appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The final submitter before we break for afternoon tea, the Wellington Civic Trust, and I understand we have Elaine Ritchie and Sylvia Allen here.
Yes, I don't know.
Well, we did have Elaine Ritchie.
Better go and find her.
No, so we've received no pre-circulated written information. Is that correct?
That is correct, but we do have some stuff for handling.
Okay, and we have your submission in front of us as well in relation to the town bill.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the only one. I'm just going to try and find one.
Thank you.
Yeah. 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 No.
You're back on board.
And perhaps I could, Helen's going to speak first, but I could actually hand out. Here's what I'm going to talk about. I'm sorry, it's a little bit more. Life is pretty chaotic.
Shall we hand out this as well?
Oh, yes, okay. It's on the town bell as well.
It's the purpose and the principles of the town bill.
Thank you.
We've got one of them. Yes, sorry, you do have the principles. But you like that one as well. Sorry. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. We're in your hands. Welcome.
Thank you, kia ora koutou katoa, and thank you very much for listening to us today and inviting us to present a submission. What I'm going to do for about 10 minutes, and I'll try to restrict my comments to 10 minutes, is to give some introductory background and to complement what Sylvia has handed out to you and also what she will say. So we are the Wellington Civic Trust. I chair that organisation. It was established in 1981, and essentially, without going through all of the objectives, we exist to encourage public participation in decisions that affect our city. We want to protect and enhance the unique character and the many natural features of the city, including the skyline, the town belt and the harbour, and to encourage green space and environmentally conscious development. We have other objectives too, but they are relevant to this hearing. I in 2010 led the creation of the Town Belt Act, which was legislated, as it were, enacted in 2016. It was a 6-year project, 259 submitters, and we had a negotiated consultation, major, with most of those submitters. It was a massive exercise, and it indicated too the interest and enthusiasm of Wellingtonians. Originally in 1839, the town belt was set aside by the then Secretary of the New Zealand Company that established Wellington. Most of this is in the preamble of the Act, and you can read it yourselves at your leisure. It was intended to separate mostly town and country. Well, of course, that's changed somewhat. And it emphasised in the preamble of the Act the importance of mana whenua and tangata whenua. In 1841, it was held, the town belt was held by the Crown for public purposes. In 1873, Wellington City Council took over the town belt and created the town belt deed. But already by then, 1/3 of the land had been appropriated or misappropriated for other uses. Originally, the context of the town belt then, and actually it applies very much today, and I know that you've had lots of hearings about increased density in the CBD, and that is relevant in relation to the town belt. During the early 19th century, overcrowding and poor living conditions in England's cities led social reformers to call for green and open space as a means of improving the health and well-being of citizens. This open space they called the lungs of the city. Today, as I've mentioned, with the CBD intensification and densification, a lot of that planning has been without adequate green, open public space, and that means that the town belt is even more important. The town belt is a horse-shaped, green and open public recreation space clothing the hills of our harbour city. It is a backdrop to the inner city, going from Roseneath, Mount Vic, Newtown, Brooklyn, Aotearoa Valley, Kelburn, Northland and Thorndon. It is very important in our view, well, in anybody's view, I would have thought, that the district plan is consistent with the Act. And you will hear what Sylvia has to say about some of that, both in intent and actually. Originally, there were 625 hectares when it was set down in 1841. That became 429 hectares. And as a result of the exercise that I talked about, that I led from 2010 to 16, that we were able to increase that back to 520 hectares. Not quite the original, but we were able to add where land had been taken away, mostly for roading, for housing, and sometimes for private deals of one kind or another. It is very important. You've been handed the principles today, and again Sylvia will emphasise, particularly around landscape, but not only, that the principles are considered together. They're not one or other, they are considered together. Some have been omitted in support of the council officers, which would make the district plan consistent with the Act. It is very important to understand that the purpose of the Act, and also with what we want to say in relation later to public notification, it's very important to have a look at the purpose of the Act, which was primarily to provide a transparent statutory basis for council trusteeship and management of the town belt on behalf of the inhabitants of Wellington, and also to impose on council responsibilities and provide council with powers to protect, manage and enhance the Wellington town belt. As I've already outlined, there have been significant threats to the town belt and significant loss and alienation of the land. In the past, as I mentioned, for roading, for housing and private deals. And in today's hearing, we emphasise that that alienation could continue with the proposals around footpaths, around businesses and commercial activity, and also possibly, although it doesn't make a lot of sense in the proposal, the possibility of new and extended buildings. We are suggesting today, and we are seeking to mitigate those threats, that public notification be mandatory in the district plan. That is really important, and I will repeat it. Repeatedly, there has to be consistency with the Wellington Town Belt Act 2016. We call for the highest public natural environment protection and enhancement through this public notification. What are the threats? Well, already since 2016, it has been evident that the council may be, and again, Sylvia will emphasise this, and so did another Clive Palmer, another submitter. The threats have come from the council itself. In January 2022, we, the Civic Trust, and I actually made an individual submission as well to the council, to what the council called the Trading and Events in Public Places policy. Nobody would have guessed that that was an attempt to ensure commercial activities, a lot of them, on the town belt freely. It was a very underhand, sneaky, whatever you want to call it, attempt by the council to create a policy in relation to trading and events on the town belt, and equate that to the kinds of activities that exist or might exist in that policy in the CBD on footpaths. So, for example, the activities that might have been able to prevail could have seen Biavana as an event there, or homegrown, or other many events, or retail displays, retail kiosks, and so on, quite contrary to the Act. And it was really rather puzzling to understand why the council would want to pursue a policy, perhaps in another section, siloed, I don't know, which was contrary to the Act. So the other threat then is in relation to the footpath proposal here in this particular hearing. Under the Local Government Act, a footpath is part of a road. It is considered part of a road. The Local Government Act 1978, number 43, part 21, section 2. But the Wellington Town Belt Act explicitly says, and you understand now, you will understand a little bit of the history, roading has managed to alienate much of the town belt. The Wellington Town Belt Act explicitly says Wellington Town Belt is explicitly, and I quote, not road, section 42, subsection 2. On and from commencement of this Act, the Wellington Town Belt is A, not a road under the Local Government Act 74 and Public Works Act 1981. B, any status the Wellington Town Belt had as road is stopped. The third threat is in relation to buildings on the town belt. Those of you who walk in the town belt will see a proliferation of buildings, mostly associated with sporting activities, and they exist. The original instructions from the company secretary to the surveyor, a person called Ward, to the surveyor, William Main, said there should be no buildings, 1841, on the town belt. The last act, the previous act prior to 2016 was in 1908. And in 1908, 40 hectares of the town belt were allowed to be leased. We managed to get that back to what is now in the Act, 8 hectares. I give you that those examples because they are real and they show the kind of threat that the town belt is consistently under. And also to make a plea to yourselves as significant, having had significant responsibility to make sure that the town belt is protected and enhanced. The final threat comes today from the government, although the government in the past has also enabled the alienation. And it comes in something somewhat unknown at the moment, but known fairly. And last week, the Fast Track Approvals Bill for projects of national and regional significance. So in summary, our submission asks you and seeks that there is the most stringent control over the buildings, over the footpaths, over the businesses, if any, none, on the town belt. We are asking for the most public statutory involvement, which is, as we seek, mandatory public notification. Finally, I will just say that during our process of creating the bill, we sought the advice of a QC, Paul Radich, who said, amongst other things, the Wellington Town Belt will provide, this was in the bill form, the Wellington Town Belt Bill provides for transparency in its decision making. So we are asking you to please ensure that there is public notification of these significant events, as it were, or aspects, and that it is mandatory. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does this go off, does it? Shall I turn it off?
If it's red, it's off.
Yeah, that's great. It's off.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the panel, or should we hear from? Yeah, perhaps we'll save all our questions for
after
Julia. Thank you.
Yes, so I really realise you're a bit behind time, so I'll just run through the specific submissions. So the first submission was the kind of missing parts in the first objective. We identified 3 areas from the legislation that should be in the objective for the zone. Only one of those has been picked up by the recommending officer. The other 2 aspects, which is the landscape and ecosystem values, we consider should be inserted into the objectives. So we've, if you go to page 2 on the right hand side, we've pared back a little bit what we actually said in our original submission, maybe to give the officer a bit more comfort, but we've suggested that the landscape values which must be protected and enhanced from the Act should be added to the first item, and the healthy Indigenous ecosystems, which goes a lot further than simply green space, patchwork of vegetation varying types, should be added to the third item there. So our second submission related to objective 2, and we're pleased that the officer has recommended accepting that one. Onto the policies, policy for managed activities. Again, we sought an additional item there. At the moment, there's cross-reference to other parts of the Act and other parts of the plan, and that any adverse residential amenity effects will be minimised. What's lacking there is recognition of the activities that are already there, and we've asked that it's a consideration because of the discretionary activity status. Adverse effects between activities are able to be avoided or limited to an appropriate level. So the officer, I don't think the officer quite grasped what we were trying to get at. And we're not seeking to minimise the effects, we're just seeking that the effects are compatible, either avoided or compatible with other activities that are already established. So onto the rules. 2 rules we were very concerned about because of the extent of permitted activities, Rule 6 and Rule 7. The first one enables major new footpaths and tracks, which could be major works in this location, as permitted activities, and this could start undermining some of the achieving the objectives we consider and the statutory purposes. So we thought that rule be cut back so that the only permitted activity is maintenance of footpaths and tracks that are already established. So that would mean that new footpaths and tracks flip through to full discretionary activity. And we think, given the importance of this area, that's the status they should have along with everything else. And again, we didn't agree with the officer's reason for not doing that. We don't necessarily have the same level of trust on the council and its contractors to carry out the work without appropriate rules in the district plan. The same for parking areas and vehicle access. And listening to Helen and talking about roads, there's a potential issue there that this permitted activity rule could be used to allow the equivalent to roading back into the park as a permitted activity. So again, we've asked that the rules amended to just simply maintenance of car parking areas and vehicle accesses. And new ones which went beyond a reasonable interpretation, maintenance will be subject to consideration as discretionary activities. And the final original submission was to remove the rule that applies a 5% building coverage rule within the zone. We think that's a superfluous requirement, and it's also quite difficult to understand. It doesn't say it specifically relates to sites, but the definition of site is, you know, a lot, and a lot of the sites are very large in the town belt, and the 5% just becomes completely unreasonable. I think I quoted there the Tinakuri Hill block is over 70 hectares. We think that the rule, the 30 square metre minimum area rule, is sufficient on its own. If you keep the 5% coverage, it starts sending the wrong messages in terms of how much building cover you might actually accept on some of the larger lots. And if you're looking at leasehold in the future, it would probably lead to larger areas of land being leased for a new small building than is actually necessary. So we've asked for deletion of that rule altogether. We think it's unnecessary and inappropriate. I'd just like to add some comments on notification. We supported Craig Palmer's submission that there should be mandatory notification of commercial activities. And that is important for all the reasons that Helen said, going back to the purpose of having a town belt altogether. The other applications that would move from permitted now to discretionary under our other submissions probably adequately covered by the special circumstances, because the town belt should be always considered a special circumstance, I think, when you're assessing whether an activity should be notified. But for commercial activities, it's particularly sensitive. So we support that. In fact, it is one of the principles that there should be community participation encouraged and supported in the management of town belt. So anything new in the way of commercial activities that comes in, and the transparency and the purpose of the legislation as well. So that's probably enough from me. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you for that, Ms. Allen. Any questions for both Ms. Allen and Ms. Ritchie? Commissioner Gray.
Hi.
Oh, hi.
Just a couple of questions. Just that I was quite sure I completely understood your point on policy 2, where you want to add an adverse effects between activities, because I just have policy 2 is about managed activities.
Yeah.
And it requires consistency with the Town Belt Act, consistent with the management plan, compatible and doesn't constrain the use of the town belt as a recreation ground, and any adverse residential amenity effects. Do you not think that the combination of those address that if each activity that is there meets those criteria, that they'll be compatible?
No, not necessarily, because you have got established activities, and just like adding another use alongside a residential zone, for instance, another new activity within the town belt should be able to be considered in terms of what's already around the area where it wants to establish. And I think the 1, 2 and 3 are probably too broad when you're considering an actual application.
I don't know, the town belt management plan doesn't address that? Is that, I mean, no. So application has to be made under that as well. So would that not make that assessment about an activity going in, whether it was going to be compatible with what else was there?
Not necessarily on an effects basis. But yeah, don't think so.
Okay. And the other, see, and in terms of construction of new tracks, so R5 and R6. Oh, the tracks was 6, 7 was car parking areas.
Yeah.
Why not a restricted discretionary? Why are you seeking a full discretionary?
Well, at the moment, there's no restricted discretionary activities within the town belt, and presumably there was a reason for that. So it's without
your natural kind of
without constructing a whole new part to the rules. It just seemed easier to just push it through to full discretionary.
Okay, I think I understand that. Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just leading on from talking about footpaths and tracks, and you're on rule 6. What you're still wanting mandatory notification, even if something is really small, like you got a zig and a zag, and you want to zag that way.
Yeah, no,
on a track, if you know what I mean.
No, we're not arguing that our submission in support of Craig was actually limited to commercial activities.
The only commercial activities.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that a reporting officer dealing with an application would have to run through the statutory considerations, yes, but there's a special circumstances consideration which hopefully would come into play in terms of the fact that, oh yes, there is actually some legislation here as well, and it is public space, so hopefully that would work anyway. So we're not asking for anything specific relating to that, but commercial activities definitely.
So if you got, so going back to my zigzag pathway, And if you wanted to take one of the zigs out and get a straight line through that, that's going to need resource consent and every single time because of it, because it's not maintenance of an existing track. It could be replacing part of an existing track.
I think we've said a reasonable interpretation of maintenance.
Yeah, so but that maintenance would needs I think maintenance and repair is already defined in the plan, but it generally is maintaining what you've got in that position to the same condition that you've got it currently. So there, I presume Mr. Searle will look at this in a little bit more detail, because you have fleshed out a little bit from your submissions here for us. So that's one issue which Mr. Searle will need to look at, about whether it is reasonable that all new footpaths, if there's an area of a footpath which is like slipping away, there's been something happen which means that it needs to be put in a new location, whether that's maintenance or repair or whether that's a new footpath. So it needs to be pretty tightly confined and not too onerous either.
What comes to my mind is existing use. Whether it's applicable or not, I don't know, but in your example, maintenance of existing use would seem to be what we are proposing.
That would need to be completely clear for a permitted, to have it as a permitted activity rule. We have to be completely clear about what's in and what's out, because you're either permitted or you're not.
Where our focus is very much, I understand what you're saying, and there is a very fine line, but our focus is really on new. And I think we've made that pretty clear, that anything new should be notified.
So what's new if it's in a different location than it is now? Anyway, I think Mr. Searle will need to have a look at it.
I think your example is there would probably be no harm in making an application in that case. It might be a 2-page application.
It's a transaction cost, isn't it? So it's
$2,000
on top of it just to lodge it with the council. So
it's the council lodging its own application.
But still, there's the Chinese wall between the regulatory department and the other parts of council. Okay. My other point was in relation to your the last one that you had about the removal of the rule that applies to 5% building coverage within the zone. That's so you're saying it's superfluous, it's not necessary. So what if you had a whole lot of 29.9 metres squared buildings proposed under the previous rule?
So they would have to be considered in relation to each other, obviously.
Yeah, so but that previous rule was just talking about an individual building. What if you have a whole series of individual buildings which are all just below the threshold of 30 square metres? Well, what would that do? Because the town belt's been around a long time, as you've rightly pointed out. There's presumption against definitely inappropriate development on it.
So I think you need to consider how likely that is to actually happen, and we had these arguments when we were putting together our submission. We thought it was pretty unlikely.
Possibly so, but the mechanics of getting these things clear and consistent are important to us.
Yeah. So the flip side of it is that permitted activity rules have a status of effect, in terms of your assessment of effects. So if you're suddenly going from a 30-metre building to 5% of 70 hectares, that does send the wrong message as far as we're concerned.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Kia ora, ngā mihi nui kia kōrua. I don't have any specific questions for you. My issues have already been covered, but I did want to just take the opportunity to thank you both for your submission and for highlighting the importance of the historical significance of the town belt. And for highlighting those historic and cultural values as well that are so important to the town belt and we recognise need to be protected, and we're able to be enhanced as well. And so I just really wanted to acknowledge that, and your submission points now are pretty clear to me, so I have no further questions in relation to those. Kia ora.
Just one question, this the relationship, you could clarify it with me, between the town belt management plan and how it manages things like new tracks and things like that versus the zoning for it. Are you able to tell me how they work together or not?
I can, to a degree. I have to say, you know, we have been under some time pressure, as you can imagine. So I did not look at the recent 2018 Town Belt Management Plan. However, the legislation, there's a section, as I recall, of the legislation that refers to the Town Belt Management Plan being consistent with the Act. You can check it. I haven't checked it, but I'm pretty sure my memory is correct. So I hope that that answers your question. I'm not sure. Does it answer your question?
I just wanted to say that, I mean, it's only the Resource Management Act that gives you the actual legislative ability as a, say, a community group to put up your hand and go off and check the council's decision through a statutory process. The management plan is a much softer, a softer document that can enable a few interpretations.
It is also reviewed from memory every 10 years by the council. And it has to be, I mean, the community has to be vigilant of that as well. I wanted to say just if it were helpful to you, I'm quite happy now that I have perhaps a little more time to type up what I said and
I was going to ask you if you could.
I'd be very happy to do that.
Yes,
Yep.
please. Yes,
Okay.
if you could, and circulate it through Jazz, that would be fantastic.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. That's through you.
No, through Jazz.
She's hiding. I didn't think it was Jazz. I thought, you know.
He's all Jazz.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your attention. Okay, we will take a break now. I know we're getting a bit of a backlog at the moment. 10 minutes or 15? 10-minute break. So we will resume at 3:25. Thank you very much. Thereabouts. No. Ooh, crazy.
25 miles an hour, and if it rains, if he turns up to work and works for an hour and it gets rained on, in fact, he wants to pay for the day.
Okay, do we have Ms. Paul?
Yeah.
Available? Well, welcome. In the interest of keeping on track, we brought our tea, and if you don't mind, we might have the odd sip just to refresh ourselves. So, welcome. We have your submission in front of us, but do you have any speaking notes there? I can.
Good, I just gave them to Jen.
Oh, right.
Just
So
one
there.
page.
Oh, okay, there, right. Okay.
I won't keep you long.
No, it's fine. No, it's fine. If it's green, it's on.
Is it on now?
Yes, yes. Thank you. All yours.
Okay, kia ora. So our submissions are made under the M&P Makara Family Trust, and just as a bit of background to my oral submissions today, I've lived in a rural area in Makara for 25 to 30 years, and we have a block of land, blocks of land that adjoin Makara School at the front, Meridian on the north, Terrafili Station on the east, and South Makara Road on the south. So for my sins in the past, I was a chairperson of the Makara Aotearoa Community Board during the wind farm application. And I also sat on the New Zealand Standard for Wind Turbine Noise in ZS 6808. And I think that's all that's relevant to this submission. Basically, I just want to say that I really support the Section 42A report. I think the recommendations in that are great. I don't have any disagreement with that. I particularly want to address the Rural Design Guide, which is a little bit of an anomaly that's kind of fallen out of the process, I think. And I also just want to specifically raise the Meridian request to include a reverse sensitivity clause related to the 40 dBA noise contour map that they originally put together when they were applying for the wind farm. Specifically to say that that would be a great loss to a lot of community members, just because of the way the wind farm is laid out, both mainly in Makara but also in Aotearoa. It adjoins a lot of private land, and for the last 14 years there's been no issues with the wind farm. Everybody's been getting along just fine. And I think if you suddenly bring in a reverse sensitivity clause to the district plan, it will raise a lot of issues for everyone. It will feel like it's a property loss or a loss of right. You know, just look at the SNAs to get your head around that. It will affect relations, and I don't think it's necessary. And I also think the science behind that map is totally dodgy. They'd have to do a new one, which is the as-built wind farm noise contour, not the proposed. And they couldn't use the testing they did in the first 2 years because over the last 14 years, the noise from the wind farm will have changed. So they'd have to do new noise testing. To do new noise testing, they'd have to do it on private land. So it wouldn't remain a small issue. It would become a much bigger community issue than it is at present. So the other thing, so the main thing I wanted to talk to was the Rural Design Guide. There's a bit of an issue in the community, as always, about non-complying resource consent applications. And in some ways, it seems like the easier way for people to go at the moment, because basically when you make a non-complying application, your only real document that advises council officer discretion is the Rural Design Guide. And frankly, it's really whiffly waffly. And I submitted on, I was trying to work out why Joshua, who wrote the Section 42A report, and I were on completely different planes, because he was going, well, I don't know what she's referring to. I've never seen anything like that in a design guide. Are you Joshua? There you go, hello. And I've been trying to get to the bottom of it, and I was referring to something else completely, which was the report that was in the draft plan. And in between the draft plan and the proposed plan, somewhere between February and July, a new rural area design guide was made. Is that right? Or written?
So the draft plan informed the development of the notified rural design guide.
Yeah, so that's where all my comments in relation to that were about the one that was in the draft plan. And then when the new one came up, I wasn't aware of it. Community board has definitely not been made aware of it. It hasn't been brought to their attention or tabled or discussed. Yeah, there's just various things in it that it's clearly, I think, I would actually suggest that you try and open it on the e-plan. It has opened, great, because I was trying around different people in Makara and we all got, everybody's been going, no, I can't open it. But I did find that eventually that's fine. It looks to me like it's an urban plan rewritten to suit the rural area. And the whole reason you have, Tawa Community Board aside, but the whole reason you have the Makara Aotearoa Community Board is because, it's over 64% of the landmass. It's got a tiny population and its interests are very, very distinct from urban interests. So to rewrite an urban plan, call it a rural plan, is kind of a bit of a problem. And it's fairly obvious in that it refers to streets and streetscapes and reducing pressure on mains water. I think at one point it actually says urban by accident. And, there's various things that are just not appropriate to a rural area. We have one, maybe two streets in Makara, the rest are arterial routes. There's no pedestrian access anywhere. There's no reticulated water. So you can see my problem. The design guide, I agree with Jocko's recommendation that it needs to be rewritten. It does. I think it needs to be consulted with by the community board and taken to them because they can bring that out to the community if they wish to get more input. And I've also included in there, if it doesn't get to that point, my comments on what's in that plan already. I think somewhere in the labyrinthine process of this district plan change, I've been trying to stay engaged and trying to stay involved, but I've lost track of what's happening with notification and what's no longer required to be notified. And I specifically think that non-complying applications in the rural area should have an onus towards notification, and that should be removed. And maybe that needs to be addressed in the rural area design guide because it's not happening at present at all. So yeah, under outcomes, I think water, I agree with Wellington Regional Council, it needs to be more specific about wastewater. Septic systems, the collection of water from streams, bores, rainwater, those things need to be more specific. Under people, I would remove the word enrichment for future generations and change that to something like well-being, because I think enrichment, you will get a lot of argument, in terms of subdivision that I'm enriching my children by doing this. So it has a financial connotation, it would seem. And shared access ways has become a much bigger issue because roads are skinny and not sealed, and in the rural area and the urban area, I think you can have up to 6 people on an access way or 6 properties before it needs to be widened. That just doesn't make sense on some of the rural access ways, and it's causing various issues at the moment. So anyway, that's me. I would be more than happy if you want to ask any questions, and I'm coming back to talk to renewable energy generation and SNAs at some point when they eventually happen.
Thank you for that. I'll just turn to the panel for any questions.
Nothing from me.
Cool.
So you've participated in this process to where we've got to now through that. So there has been some changes, including a reasonably comprehensive rewrite of the Rural Design Guide.
Yeah, I don't think anyone in the rural area has seen it. It's a new design guide.
I think, well, this is the first time in these hearings it's actually been raised at all.
Yeah.
In terms of the rural design.
I'd say no one's seen it. When I got to the proposed guide, I was wondering why I just said in my submissions, all I said was this needs to be taken to the Makara Aotearoa Community Board for consultation. That's the appropriate body. But obviously I couldn't open it at the time. And it's only because of this anomaly that I've worked out there is another rural design guide. So as a submitter on it, I would have thought that I might be told there was a new rewrite coming along.
It was certainly attached to Mr. Patterson's Section 42A report.
Oh, yeah.
It was one of the attachments there. So that was the first time you've seen the rewritten rural design guide.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you had a chance to analyse that?
Yeah, and I have put some points in here that I think.
And we've got some points, but do you think it's better than it was before?
I think it's for what it's used for in the rural area, which is non-complying resource consent applications. I think it's toothless. I think it needs to be stronger, and it needs to address some very specific rural issues such as water collection, wastewater.
Yeah, obviously with the water side of things, there's a
Yeah.
bit of a boundary in between what the district council, i.e. the city council, can deal with.
Yeah, and as someone
And
who has,
regional council.
I've subdivided in the last, 4 years. It's a nightmare trying to work that out between both councils, what you're going to do about your water. And it would be really great if in the design guide there was some clarity around that, both for applicants and officers using it to assess it.
Just in terms of circumstances where you need to put in a septic tank presumably for wastewater, and where that would go in proximity to waterways.
I think it is all spelled out everywhere, but there seems to be 2 different areas that handle it. One place at the city council, one place at the regional council, and getting them to agree is often really difficult on what process to follow.
I can certainly understand your perspective on that.
So I thought the design guide might be a good area to address that, because then council officers from the city council can go to that and go, this is how we handle it. Yeah, sorry, that's possibly not very helpful as an answer.
Well, we've obviously got to make some decisions or recommendations on these, and it would be helpful if we could have sort of a marked up version of what in the rural design guide you feel could be improved, or, and you have raised some issues, so we can point to those, but are they couched more in this is an example of outcomes, or
no, they're basically what I picked out as immediate needs changing, needs building up. But in that, if I say you need an advice note even that goes, if this is a non-notified application, because I think what people are worried about, and I may be wrong, it's been a long time since I've dealt with a district plan, is that you basically throw out all the rules by the time you're non-compliant, and you're just left with the design guide because you're already outside every other rule. So if you're just going, well, is it going to affect a neighbour's yard? Most people think in the rural area of yards as stockyards, not backyards. It's like, what's the assessment there? What are the criteria? So if it were more specific, and it did say, I don't know, I'm not a planner, I can't write it, but I can certainly, I think the board could give really good advice on this if it was being rewritten, and I would love it to be taken back to the community board and consulted on before it's finalised.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's going to be possible, but can take some advice on whether that's, we are in this process. We've got to look to firstly whether we've got sufficient information. We wouldn't normally say, well, let's go out and consult again, because we're probably through that process now.
Just, I will point out that I think there's been it's even acknowledged here that all the other plans, I think it's a chapter, paragraph, what did I write it down here? Yeah, paragraph 305, all other design guides went through an expert conferencing process. All other design guides, not this one. It's a pretty big, hole to have fallen down.
Yeah, and just a little bit of background to that.
Yeah.
Obviously, in terms of the amount of resource management activity, a lot of it is focused on the urban area.
Sure.
And so there was some identified problems with the workability of both the residential design guide and the centres and mixed use design guide. And that resulted in a number of changes to the way they were structured and for what the purpose they were to be used for.
Yeah.
As a result of that, the other design guides did need a look at, because in terms of the way they were structured. So a lot of Mr. Patterson's proposed changes to us are as a result of that restructuring exercise.
I wouldn't change back any of the changes you've suggested. I would just certainly want to add quite a bit of consideration to it.
All right, no,
and definitely take out all the urban stuff.
That is very helpful to us. And in terms of cross-referencing to the regional council, it can be very confusing where you want to do something and you've got the district and the regional council you've got to apply for potential consents to.
And from my understanding, neither of them actually know who gets to have the final say on anything either. So it's very unclear. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. No. Some good points, and I'm sure Mr. Patterson is we'll be looking at those in terms of his right of reply to us as well.
Sure, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on Commissioner Dace's point, as you know, last year's hearings were focused primarily on the housing intensification side of the district plan, and the issues that came up with the relevant design guides were thrown into a very urgent sort of review process. There really wasn't time or what scope to sort of broaden it out to other ones as well. So that's why. And to be fair, I think from the points you're making in terms of consultation with the rural community, that couldn't have been achieved in that time frame either. So I think
it was between draft and proposed. Are you talking after proposed?
Okay.
Yeah, so
Right, yeah,
nobody's
proposed.
ever seen it at all.
Right.
And the design guide that currently exists that's operative was put together by the community and the community board. So again, they kind of something's taken away and it's rewritten in a kind of a way.
But there wasn't a design guide in the draft stage of the plan?
There was, but you haven't seen it.
Yeah, there was a draft. The draft was put out for non-statutory consultation.
Yeah.
People commented on the draft, and then that came back to us, and then the notified version of the rural design guide was the result of that non-statutory consultation.
Right.
It was a completely different document though. It wasn't like there was the draft one crossed out with additions or changes. It was a completely new and different thing.
Yeah, so I mean the changes that were made at that time would have been informed by any new information that came to light, and also the consultation, the non-statutory consultation that council did with the public.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. We are due to hear from Ms. Foster from Meridian towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I'll hang around.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for attending. Thank you. Next submitters, Enterprise Miramar Peninsula. So we've only got Mary Anderson here, but that's all right. Welcome.
That's me.
Mary Anderson.
Yeah. I'm Thomas Brooks. But you're welcome to join.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You're both welcome to join if you want. Give them some support.
Yeah.
I think it's the other way around normally.
Well, Mary does all the heavy lifting.
You're just a pretty face, eh?
Average face.
Right, well, welcome. We have seen your submission. So the floor is all yours. You've just lodged this.
I'll give this report.
Okay. I'll hand over.
I think it's relatively self-explanatory, and if people have questions, so I thought the best thing is maybe give a bit of context to the bid, explain quickly who we are and why we're interested in. So the bid is was basically put together by the council, and it's something here in various places around the world. And the commercial rate payers pay an additional percentage on their rates, which is and then they nominate a voluntary board. The voluntary board has employed Mary Anderson, who's our bid manager, and we have an agreement with the council, a memorandum of understanding to share and collaborate and no surprises type approach. I guess part of the reason we're here is as a result of probably the agreement not always being adhered to, as we feel on the council side, particularly in relation to what we're submitting on. The information I gave you is a bit of background information where one of our exercises was to go out. We employed Boffa a planner to canvass our members in the wider community, because we saw the real need for good long-term planning and having honest, true engagement with the community. And what was interesting, the community clearly see the need for good transport and housing is a significant issue, amongst other things. And we see there's plenty of scope for densification within the Peninsula area, but not in an ad hoc knee-jerk reaction. We believe planning should be where it makes good practical sense, where it balanced against the needs for infrastructure, schools, shops, public transport, and doesn't create problems for future generations, which unfortunately the recent things we're having to devote a lot of our time to as a result of what we believe are poor planning decisions and a complete lack of engagement and a lack of honouring a memorandum of understanding they've formed with the local community. Yeah, that's pretty much kind of us. And the area is pretty, we think, is very special and unique, and doesn't really lend itself to a zone change.
So that's what I was going to ask. Specifically, the relief you're seeking is not to rezone the areas of land that's been requested to be rezoned from open space.
Yeah. Like supporting other densification in other areas that make good practical sense, absolutely. And the government own other bits of land that lend themselves to that and probably make a lot more economic sense and a lot of practical sense for the various parties, and we'd be absolutely love to support those sort of initiatives. And we'd love to put the resource towards positive engagement rather than feel like, for a lack of concentration, we're spending all our time and resources on challenging things. It's not what we signed up for, and it's tiring and wearing, and and a lot of it's basically looking for future generations, not creating problems for them.
Any additional points you would like to add, Ms. Henderson?
Just the only point I'd like to make is that the top of the peninsula is used amazingly by people everywhere. It's not just Miramar people, but we have people from all walks of life come and we get tourists and everything. So we feel it's important that it's retained and just for the people rather than just particularly rezoned.
Right. Okay, thank you. Any questions?
No, thank you.
No, it's very clear.
I think it's clear too. So thank you, and thank you for the time.
No problem.
More to hear. Historic Places Wellington Incorporated are the next submitters. Mackay and Wong. All right. Yep. Oh, yes.
We've got a presentation, I hope. Yeah.
Give Jazz a moment. She'll get there. She's pretty fast. So while we're doing that, I will say we've got your submission in front of us. And we have seen the pre-circulated statement. And there was a flash there for a moment, and it's gone.
Yeah.
Who's going to drive it? Oh, designated driver. Okay, thanks.
Okay, kia ora koutou panel, and thank you for hearing us today. We want to talk about Motukairangi, principally, otherwise known as the Miramar Peninsula. And originally, this area was an island, And there was a massive uplift in 1460 earthquake when large areas of Wellington came up out of the harbour. And this area was joined by a narrow isthmus, joining to the mainland to the west. And in our next slide, you'll see this fabulous picture, which is a map of the Miramar Peninsula. And it was published by Hecht and McLeod and Company in 1907 and titled Miramar or Whaitaitai in Māori Times. And it shows Ngati Ira pa sites and lists artefacts found at each site. And it includes several pa sites, including Te Mahanga village and four other pa sites. And this is a copy of a negative of a postcard held in the Alexander Turnbull Library. And it was also published in the Early Settlers magazine in 1912, I think it was. And we found this recently, a couple of years ago, and we've been involved in circulating this map to other folks in Wellington who had never sort of seen it, kind of had disappeared a bit. So on the next slide, you'll see when the New Zealand Company surveyed up the area, and the first owner, if you like, after the New Zealand Company was John Coots Crawford. And I just a shout out to Sarah Crawford, his ancestor, no, his relative who's here today. Anyway, he arrived in 1839, bought 5 town acres and 500 country acres, and he farmed, he started farming there, a cattle farm, when Pākehā settlers were still at Petone, when they'd just arrived. And he quite successfully farmed what was then known as Watts Peninsula from 1846 on. And he imported cattle from Australia for his cattle ranch, and he had a large dairy farm up there and a butchery. And so the Wakefields had this kind of agricultural, this idea that Wellington would be a sort of agricultural nirvana. And it didn't really work out except for a few successful farmers, and he was one of them. In 1872, he changed the name from Watts Peninsula to Miramar, which means behold the sea. And there was a further earthquake in 1855, and the land lifted up even further. And then after that, the next slide is of what happened. In 1846, the land was taken by the government under the Public Works Act, or at least the whole tip of the peninsula. And James Coots had to go to court to get his adequate compensation. Fort Balance was built in 1885 on the Mahanga Pa site. And this is a photograph of Fort Balance, absolutely massive. And it was part of the coastal defences around New Zealand's key ports that were activated, of course, because of the Russian scare or the threat of Russian invasion coming down from Vladivostok. It took a decade to build this incredible military fortification, and it was completed in the 1880s with a military road up from Shelley Bay. And then in 1910, essentially the military purpose of the gun emplacements was shifted to Fort Dorset in Seatoun, and this became less important as a gun emplacement location. But in World War II, it was reoccupied, and there were 177 men lived there during World War II, and they used it as a base for what were called seesaw searchlights across the harbour, which was mined against obviously Japanese and German intrusion. Anyway, in 1891, work began, just skipping back a bit, on the Mount Crawford redoubt, which was the last redoubt built in New Zealand and built by prisoners, and it's now covered by scrub, you can't see it. There's also further military installations were built on Point Gordon from 1893, which is near Fort Balance. And by 1898, Wellington area had many defensive fortifications. So there are similar, not similar, but there are also gun emplacements in Balance, Buckley, Gordon, Kelburn, and gun batteries that were at the Botanical Gardens and Point Hellswell and Cow Point. So after the First World War, it was just had a caretaker living there in a cottage, and the guns had all been moved elsewhere. But as I mentioned, it was reoccupied during the Second World War and used. And after the war, it was used as ammunition storage, and some houses were built, and then the gun emplacements were excavated in 1990 because when they'd stopped being used, they were covered in soil and dirt, if you like. And in 1990, it was recognised as a Category 1 Heritage New Zealand listed place. So if we move on a little bit, another site on the peninsula of significance is the Massey Memorial, built in 1927 on Point Hallswell. And the entrance to that is often up a track off Massey Road. And it's a white marble memorial to William S. Massey, who was a former Premier of New Zealand who died in office in 1925. And this emplacement is sort of repurposing in a classic New Zealand way. This memorial, this white marble memorial, is built on top of a gun emplacement. And the coffins, the sarcophaguses, which are these huge pink marble things, are on top of the gun emplacements underneath the structure. And the structure was built by public subscription. Then if we move to the Mount Crawford prison site, I should mention that the gun emplacements are largely tagged up there. There's layers and layers of sort of quite interesting tagging, actually, sort of a combination of kind of tagging and art. It's sort of interesting the way these layers of cultural use, if you like, are evident. Anyway, the Mount Crawford prison was built in 1915, and it was originally there was meant to be a female-only prison nearby, but in 1924 it became a reformatory with a prison wing offering work experience and skills, and it opened in 1927 to replace the old Wellington jail, which was on the terrace not far from here. The prison included a gallows and 4 people were hanged there, and it was closed in 2012. The building's derelict, and LINZ, of course, has management over the whole peninsula because there's 29 acres or 11.7 hectares, which is owned either by, originally it was owned either by the Defence Force or by the Department of Corrections, but it's all with LINZ. In 2019, there was a proposal by Taranaki Whanui, the commercial arm of the Port Nicholson block, to build 300 houses on the site, and those plans are ongoing. We very much support the recommendation of the Section 42 Council Reporting Officer that future use be determined by a specific plan change. We don't agree that the area should be rezoned in this process. And lastly, we'd just like to talk about some heritage, which is becoming more commonly known, if you like, as the prison garden. And look, there was a heritage report done about the prison buildings themselves, but it's quite sad. The whole issue of prisons and incarceration is quite a challenging and contested cultural issue, I think, for New Zealand that we need to consider in the fullness and in the round of what that has meant for people's lives. And so while that's kind of a little dismal, extremely dismal, next door there's this wonderful community initiative called the Prison Garden. And in 2012, the community garden was established, and it's got 176 members. The original greenhouse was demolished and a second one was built in the 1940s to feed the prison. But this slide will show you the magnitude of the prison garden, which was of course established in 1927 to feed the prison. And the prison itself was completely self-sufficient in vegetables and greenery, and the prisoners themselves operated the garden. And there's fantastic stories about their gaining skills in the garden, going on to become horticulturalists themselves, or involved in that commercial activity. And I think, or we think, it's a place of regeneration, it's a place of hope, it's a green place, and it's a place that the community loves. Recently, a visitor to the garden came, I think his name was Reg, and he talked about the magnitude of produce that they made for the prisoners. He was himself an ex-prisoner, and he said he very much enjoyed working in the garden. It was a real highlight of being a prisoner at Mount Crawford. They produced tons of produce for themselves. So, you know, I think if we're thinking about memorials in that area, I think the prison garden is a beloved sort of space. And you can see the greenhouse, which is this is the map of the prison garden as it is now. And then I think we had a slide of the greenhouse. Is that greenhouse? Yeah, the inside the greenhouse. And this is kind of it's a brick structure in the garden, and it's used by the community garden group to propagate their seeds. And they've got fruit trees and vegetables and native plants, and children come and play. And it's just a fantastic, I really recommend you go there on the weekends if you haven't, just to see the hive of public activity up at what was it was a sad place. And this part of that place is fantastically positive for Wellington and beloved. So I guess it's as much for the council to be aware of this, and to be aware of the general heritage, I think, which it covers a sort of vast kind of array from Māori, pre-Taranaki whānui or pre-Te Atiawa heritage with Māori folk who were here before our mana whenua partners, right through to this thriving community, inclusive, everyone welcome, intergenerational and green space. So we would like the report to reflect the significance of the area, both to mana whenua, but also to the wider community as well. And we would hope that in future planning debates or processes, we would hope to be able to participate in that in this way, to tell the stories of the past that are quite significant in that place. So that is all I had to say on the Miramar Peninsula.
Thank you. And in terms of specific relief, do I infer that your organisation supports or is in accordance with the Section 42A report's recommendations in terms of the zoning of this area?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the panel?
No. Nothing from me, thank you.
Thank you.
No, but thank you. That was really interesting. Good background. Stuff I did as a Wellingtonian that I hadn't researched or knew. So thank you, Steve.
Okay, and if I may, can I just make a concluding remark?
Certainly.
It's just a reflection. It's good to come here to this kind of evidence-based environment and to have our say, but we feel very sad about the recent events with the City Council, if you like, voting against some of the key outcomes of streams 1, 2 and 3. And we are reflecting, if you like, about, you know, the current issue of the day, of course, is the fast track legislation for fast track consenting. And we are reflecting on the problem for us as a community group of having participated in the panel process for 1 year, you know, in an extremely good process. You know, we felt heard, we felt the ability to present evidence. But last week we experienced the political process which just wiped considerable parts away. So in terms of the fast track legislation, for community groups like ours, one almost wonders why we would bother. We can't go to the Environment Court anymore. Why would we come to a panel if in fact, you know, the political process just sort of rolls over the top? And I will be saying that in the Select Committee about the fast track legislation, because in my mind, what happened with political parties last week sort of is the most appalling hypocrisy. In the one hand, to be done at the big house, at the Parliament buildings, arguing for a good process, and then themselves here in the City Council just pushing that process to one side. Yeah, so that's our reflections. It's a very sad day for evidence-based and legally connected processes like yours, which I think is of high quality. We are now entering into a kind of evidence and law-free zone. So, you know, our reflection is, to what end does the public participate in these processes? But having said that, we have no doubt that your process has been a good one. So thank you to all of you and to your colleagues for your dedicated professional involvement in the Wellington District Plan. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions at this point in time? No more questions. So thank you for your time and your patience in waiting to talk to us. And we've got copies of this, which is good. As I said, I grew up near the prison. My dad worked there when I was a little boy, so I have vague memories of the area from that time. So thank you. I think we have a slight change to the schedule. Do we have? We don't have Meridian here. Yes, that's what I was thinking here. So, Mr. Foster, would you like to come? Make a star appearance.
About that, but thank you.
So I understand you're just going to talk to, is it in relation to Parkvale?
No, I've got, I'm going to talk to the three sites I submitted on.
Okay.
So Parkvale, Kilmarston, which is Crow's Nest, and Miramar,
right.
which you've just been hearing about.
Right. Okay. Well, box on.
Well, can I just start where Felicity ended up? And, you know, we've obviously been talking quite a lot over the last few months, but I just want to say thank you for the work that you are doing and for the way that you are consistently, carefully listening to people, the empathy that you've shown to people, and the thoughtful questions that you've asked when you've needed to ask questions. And I really salute you for that. And I also want to say I am, like Felicity, very upset on your behalf, but also on behalf of a lot of other people, to see your carefully considered conclusions so swept aside by political decisions. So that is very disappointing to me. It's always dangerous for a politician to say, do you know who I am? But I think I'll assume that you at least know my name, so that's a good start. Look, by way of background quickly, I had 30 years serving, as you know, as a city councillor, and the last 3 years of that as the Mayor of Wellington. I'm now a Member of Parliament, so I may end up hearing some of the submissions Felicity's talking about on the other side of the fence, so to speak. But look, I did want to say that over my 30 years on council, I chaired a lot of different committees, and I was generally responsible for city strategy, transport, infrastructure, urban planning, and the natural environment. So those are the areas they never gave me social or arts or economic areas. I just had to deal with that when I became mayor, and that was great. But those are the areas that I looked after. I was intimately involved in the current operative district plan, including being a member of or chairing many of the subject area hearings and the special committee subcommittee tasked with resolving appeals. So doing what you are doing now with respect to the proposed district plan. I was equally heavily involved in most of the 94 plan changes, I think it was 94, plan changes and variations to the operative district plan. And I've also been involved in the spatial plan and the PDP until its notification. And throughout all of those 30 years, I sat on many consent hearings as well as plan changes and was an accredited commissioner until last year. particularly relevant to this, over that whole 30 years on council, I was the consistent leader of the drive to create and largely complete the protection from development of the city's natural reserve network by acquisition and by planning protections, notably zoning and ridgeline and hilltop protections. And it's in that light that I'm speaking on all of these 3 sites today, because we are very, very close to completing that greenbelt network. I've got some maps here, and unfortunately I didn't quite have enough time to print them off, but I can stand in front of you and take the maps off the computer if you want, or I can just send them through to Jazz and she can forward them on.
If you could send them through to Jazz, just talk us through it and we'll see how we go.
Well, what you will see on one of those maps is a map in the Outer Greenbelt Management Plan, which shows that there are only 6 little gaps in that. 2 of those gaps, the 2 that I'm talking about today, which first of all is Kilmarston and secondly is Parkvale. And then there's one or 2 others, which I know they're in discussion, the council's in discussion around those, and really good progress is being made just to finish that job. Mm-hmm. And then the last part is that the aspiration to have a natural heritage park on the Miramar Peninsula. So I've been consistently leading that work over that period of time, and also been very consistent in working with the community to advocate for the creation of a national heritage park on the Miramar Peninsula, and that work continues today. Wellington's relatively undeveloped ridgelines and hilltops are a defining part of what makes Wellington special and beautiful. They're valued for their landscapes, for the ecological values they host, for the range of recreational activity that people enjoy on them, and just for looking at them. Importantly, they define the boundaries of our urban area, and all of these values are set out in many council documents, including the Wellington Outer Greenbelt Management Plan. Wellington City is regarded as a world leader in environmental restoration. In fact, a couple of years ago, The Economist said that we were the #1 city in the world, and that doesn't happen by accident. That's built on the Zealandia Eco Sanctuary, extensive pest control and community involvement, natural and assisted revegetation, and crucially for this issue, on the protection of landscapes on which all of this restoration and activity can occur. If you don't have the landscapes, you don't have the land, none of that other stuff can happen. The value of these landscapes and ecology is recognised in Strategic Objective NE01. Quote, the natural character, landscapes and features and ecosystems that contribute to the city's identity have significance for mana whenua as kaitiaki are identified, recognised, protected, and where possible, enhanced. So I made a further submission, and it was a further submission to 3 original submissions. So none of these things were in the district plan as notified. And there were 3 submissions which I submitted in opposition to. There was one by Parkvale Road Limited to rezone large chunks of their land, which they've recently acquired behind Karori. There was submission by Kilmarston Limited to rezone large chunks of the land that they own below Crow's Nest, which is a very prominent peak above Nio and Crofton Downs. And then there was Taranaki Whanui, who submitted to essentially remove all the protections off the land on the Watts Peninsula, Matamoana, Mount Crawford, whichever you wish to call it. All of those 3 areas have been zoned either rural in the case of Karori, or open space for the entire life of the operative district plan. None of them have ever been zoned for residential purposes. In the proposed district plan, as notified, all 3 retained those zonings. The original submission seeking changes to zonings, of course, not been through plan change processes, and the public will generally not be aware of them. So to pick up Felicity's comment, if you're going to do anything with those, the right way to do it generally is going to be through a separate process where everybody is able to participate in it. The Section 42A report also recommends the retention of those zonings except for one area of the Karori site. And I note that of the 3 submitters I've just mentioned, none of them other than Parkvale Road Limited have appeared before you. And that must affect the weighting that you give to the submissions by Kilmarston and Taranaki Whanui. Karori and Crow's Nest have both clearly identified gaps in the Outer Greenbelt. Council's Outer Greenbelt Management Plan clearly identifies the desire to close those gaps. I'll read the part of the first 2 objectives of the Outer Greenbelt Management Plan because I think they are relevant. Number 1, natural skylines, undeveloped ridges and hills, and healthy native forests and streams are the foundations of the Outer Greenbelt. The natural values and the natural values and relatively natural character of the Outer Greenbelt is its essence. The desire to preserve that character and the rugged backdrop prompted the outer greenbelt to be established in the first place. And then secondly, continuity and connectivity is fundamental to the outer greenbelt concept. In other words, if you put a hole through it, you are damaging the whole of the outer greenbelt. In respect of Kilmarston, I'll just hold this map up for you because there are three, if you can see it, is it identifiable? So this is the Kilmarston site here. This is Nio sitting below it. There is an area which is zoned residential in the operative plan. It's proposed to stay residential in the proposed plan. That went through an extensive environment court process. It has a special appendix in the operative plan, which says that the owner is allowed to build 49 houses in that area there. There was a deal done with council back in the day that as soon as they did anything physically, council will be able to acquire Crow's Nest itself at the top of the hill. That left this area here above the back of Crofton Downs, above beside the new development in Crofton Downs, sort of unresolved, but all zoned residential, all zoned rural or open space. We've had, and I was involved in facilitating those conversations, significant conversations over a period of time with the developer. They have got the ability now to build 200 houses down here. That's about the maximum you would get. I think it's 200 houses down there. That's the maximum the roading environment below it could cope with. This would still come to council, but there was an argument which we couldn't quite resolve about this area to the south. What they wanted to do was to put a tortuous, winding set of roads down there, all the way down to the bottom, and connect up with the top of Silver Stream Drive, and put some large lot rural residential properties there. From the council's point of view, and I will say from the council's point of view because I was involved in those conversations, we looked at that and said, well, this is a highly visible landscape. What you are proposing to do would damage that landscape. It would also damage what is significant natural areas there, and particularly at the bottom. And I would encourage you, if you think there is any doubt whatsoever about this, to go to the bottom and you will see significantly revegetated areas. You've got miro trees there. It's quite advanced bush. It is right next to Huntley Park bush, which is, I think, would generally be regarded as the second most significant piece of bush in the city behind Aotearoa. So the council, I know that the council and the owner have been in discussion about acquisition. The sticking point is price, and I think it really comes down to the owner thinks that he has a better chance of developing that southern area and putting his wicked roads through it and big lot rural residential in there than most rational people would think is likely. If you do what is both the Section 42 says, Section 42A says, and what I would encourage you to say, which is say, no, sorry, we can leave the zoning as is, as it was notified, then I would imagine that would encourage him to come to the table and you're more likely to get the right outcome, which would be council acquiring that southern bit as well as the top of the hill at a sensible price, and would leave probably everybody happy, and he would still get to build 200 odd houses. The second one is Parkvale Road Limited. That land's always been zoned rural. Council had aspirations to acquire that land. In 1998, actually, we did buy, because I was involved very much in that, we did buy 70 hectares of that sort of around Johnston Hill, if you know where that is, and probably would have liked to acquire a bit more. We weren't able to do that at the time. As I said, it's a clearly identified gap in the outer green belt, as Kilmarston is. It's an important part of the backdrop to Karori with all its landscape and recreational values. Now, the new owner, he bought it about 3 years ago. Council actually tried to buy it at the same time. It was outbid. I have met with him. I've talked with the council as well, and you've heard from them this morning, and I agree with where they have landed, which is development in a small area above Parkvale Road. Do it sensitively. Be careful of the ridgelines and hilltops there, because there is a bit of the southern end of that which he says he doesn't want to develop anyone. And the council has signed up to buy the bits to the south, which would link the council's existing land with the back of Karori Park, So you have a continuous outer green belt in that area, which will close that gap, and also the council will buy the bit, if you essentially to the north along the ridge lines, which I think it's a great outcome, and I am very happy that we have landed on that outcome, and I think that will serve the city well. Obviously, the owner seems to be happy with that, and I would encourage you to support that. So I agree in that with the Section 42A report. And Mr. Thompson, who owns the land, also says that he's doing active revegetation, pest control, protecting wetlands, etc., in the back rural area there, and I think that's absolutely brilliant. And I'm looking forward to going with him to have a look at it. And that takes me to the last one, which is Miramar Peninsula. This area is without doubt also exceptionally significant for its landscape character. If you look, you can be anywhere around Wellington Harbour and you will see it. It's right smack in the middle of Wellington Harbour. There's a long planning history. Felicity's given you a fantastic history of the area. I just want to go back as far as the ODP, the Operative District Plan. When it was prior to that area, that 1994, it was held for defence purposes and correction purposes. So 75 hectares of defence and 13 of corrections. Most of the former structures there, so there were a modest number of prison and military houses, are long gone. They're probably gone for all of that 30 years. The exceptions, what's left there obviously is the prison itself and various military heritage sites, and there are several past sites, and you've already heard about the prison garden on the land as well. Since 1994, it has been zoned open space. Both of those corrections and defence land have been zoned open space. Nobody has ever contested that. The land is of immense interest to the wider community as well as to iwi. The community and the many iwi members have already shown their passion for the protection of this wider area in the 8-year fight to prevent unsympathetic, over-intensive development of Shelley Bay immediately below Mount Crawford. And you can bet your bottom dollar that were the same thing to be tried at the top, we'd have the same thing all over again. I don't think anybody wants to do that. That development, as the top development, were both initially proposed by Taranaki Whanui or Taranaki Whanui Limited, in association with the Wellington Company. The first fight with Shelley Bay was caused by the use of the Special Housing Act legislation that specifically prevented community involvement in the consent process and also overrode the Environment Court's carefully constructed district plan rules and their specific enjoinder that any development planning fully involve the community. The council, of course, of the day said, no, not interested in that. We were going to discard all of that. The ultimately successful fight involved multiple court cases, extensive political battles, I'm still wearing the scars, and a 525-day occupation by iwi members who did not want the proposed development. And that has only been resolved by the purchase of Shelley Bay by Sir Peter Jackson and Dame Fran Walsh. With respect to Mount Crawford, in 2011, the then Minister of Treaty Relations, Chris Finlayson, the Chair of Port Nicholson Block Settlement Trust, Natapa Love, the Mayor of Wellington, Celia Way-Brown, and the Chair of the Regional Council, then Fran Wild, announced the aim of creating a heritage park on at least the 75 hectares of the defence land. They made no comment about the corrections land at all. You can find public announcements about that. There have been subsequent allocations of funding by both Council and the Crown to create that heritage park, but it hasn't got very far. The Cabinet recognised in several papers, and I'm happy to furnish those as well, the importance of involving the community in any decisions, were there to be any development proposals. It's writ large in several Cabinet papers. With some initial discussions involving the community, those stopped. And for the last 11, 12 years, the community and even the council, and I know that I asked several times, both as mayor and as councillor, can we be involved in this discussion? And the answer was no, not yet. We'll work that out and then we'll come and talk to you. And that was, so the conversation was only between the Crown and Port Nicholson Trust Settlement Block or Taranaki Whanui, one or t'other, probably mostly Taranaki Whanui, I think, Limited. So Taranaki Whanui have been working on the idea of requiring the land for development purposes, but of course to do that, you've got to know what it's worth. As open space essentially for development purposes is worthless. If it were to be rezoned, it's worth quite a lot of money, potentially. But then, of course, you've got all sorts of infrastructural issues there which haven't been resolved at all. And I don't think Council's been involved in those conversations at all about those. Taranaki Whanui, as you've heard, applied in 2022 for fast tracking under the, you've heard about fast tracking already, under the COVID legislation, which was rejected by the then Minister for the Environment, the Honourable David Parker, who deemed, quite rightly in my view, that it should go through the normal RMA process. The long-standing protections in place, that zoning, ridgelines and hilltops, and the proposed additional protections, special amenity landscape and significant natural areas, are there for a purpose. They've been thoroughly considered, and they are what was notified in the proposed district plan, and I strongly support all of them. The submission from Taranaki Whānui, if accepted, would remove all of those protections. As I said, many of them long-standing and uncontested for decades from that whole area, and make community involvement in any future planning less likely, possibly not needed at all, and then limit the need for community involvement. As the Section 42A assessment says, they also lack any evidence to support their request for rezoning. And on this basis, I oppose Taranaki Whānui's submission. I would just finish off by saying that I'm working with a substantial number of community, environmental, iwi, education, heritage and recreational groups, some of whom are actually here, and you've heard from some of them. We are together completely in agreement that protecting the natural and environmental values, the key heritage values, is critical. There'll be lots of debate about things like, should you keep the prison, shouldn't you keep the prison, what sort of recreational activity should there be there, but those fundamental values, everybody is in agreement about. And that we need genuine engagement with the wider community on the long-term future for the special area. That is absolutely essential. So I completely agree with the Section 42A report that if there is to be any built activity, then our emphatic view is that it must be done through a specific plan change process, which would allow all the many people and organisations who care about this important area to participate fully. In my opinion, the right approach is to arrange a proper community consultation process in advance of any plan change process, so that all parties can work collaboratively together to determine its future and to shape that plan process. So thank you. I wish you well with your deliberations on this, but I think you've got quite a clear thing here for all three, where you've got agreement in the Section 42, you've got agreement in the proposed district plan, the values of all those pieces of land speak to them as well. I agree with those positions, and I would encourage you to adopt the S42A report in respect of all those three pieces of land. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Just as a preliminary matter, do you have any written notes that
I can send all of those written?
Okay, if you could.
All of those to Jazz.
Jazz,
Yep.
please.
Yep. Yeah, as well as some maps.
Great.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, any questions from the panel?
No, I don't, which is unusual for me. I think what you've said is very, very clear, and it is noticeable in terms of the Section 42A report that there is a lot of alignment with what you're seeking anyway.
Well, I was pleased to see the Section 42A report saying what it said in respect to all of those pieces of land.
Good, Mr. Foster. Thanks very much for your submission. Very clear. I only have one small question for you, and it's in relation to the Parkvale development site. And there is the ridgeline hilltop sort of overlay issue is one that will be deferred to another hearing, so it's not something we can deal with here.
Unfortunately, that means I've probably got to come back again.
Yes. But we did pick up this morning from their submission that there is the possibility that they may be looking at developing that southern portion of the site that I think you were referring to as being set aside. Not to develop necessarily the whole portion of that site, but it may encroach into the overlay area. And I just wondered what your view would be about that if they were able to establish from their point of view that the values of the overlay could be preserved while also providing for some form of housing within the overlay area, lower down, not right up on the skyline. What would your view be on that?
Well, what they've showed me is that they want, and again, this will be, they've given you the map. I know that because I looked at their submission as well. Mr. Thompson has shown me his the plan. That they're looking at the development just below the the
Those
paper
two.
road, which is, and the paper road is what, you know, if you're going there, if you going for a run or like whatever. So you'll be just above the housing area.
Yes.
Proximity to housing, you know, if you're right next to housing, you don't get that feeling of being, hey, as soon as at the moment, as soon as you get up there, you're and you're going up there, you're in the rural area, you're in the natural area, you're away from the, and that's part of the joy of the outer green belt and all these green areas, is that ability to get out of the city and to enjoy that recreation and that environment. So I think proximity to that, you know, if they come back a little way from that, depends on how they arrange the sections, you know, and the layout of the sections. I think they, you know, some careful thought to that. If they do it carefully, that's fine. With respect to the southern end, which is where potentially they're more likely to intrude into the ridgelines and hilltops, I think it really comes down to say, well, look, show us exactly where it is you mean. What's that going to look like? And I mean, you're almost kind of doing the resource consent there. And you're thinking about the resource consent because you are essentially then saying you will be permitted as right to do something within a particular area. And have a look at it from a number of different locations and say, well, what does it look like? Because the ridgelines and hilltops is all about the visual impact of development in any given area. So if you can look at it from a different perspective, from different vantage points and go, okay, that looks okay, or it doesn't look okay. And obviously bearing in mind that medium density rules apply. So it's only 11 meters. I don't think they want to do 11 meters. That's the impression I get from what they said, what John Thompson said to me. But I just think if it's done carefully, if it's done well, I don't think it'll be an issue. If it's done badly, as always.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that point to make sure that you didn't have an issue in principle against any development within the overlay. Thank you.
In principle, in that area, yeah, but if you said in principle across ridgelines and hilltops overlays across the city, I would go, no, I won't.
No, in that area.
In
that area.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I understand Commissioner Black has no questions.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and very clear. Thank you. So we have two submitters in the wings. We'll give priority to Ms. Foster, if you would like to come to the table. And we have Mr. Costello, who's online, who will immediately follow. And we will adjourn the hearing once we hear from him. So there's some tabled. Thank you. Now, Ms. Foster, while we're just sort of waiting, were you here to hear the presentation by Ms. Paul in respect of Makara?
I'm afraid I haven't been able to today.
Okay.
If it was today, but otherwise not.
No, it was today, just a few hours before, or even less than that, probably. Yeah, I may put that to you by way of question rather than try and do it now. So we'll first hear from you in terms of your table. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Koutou katoa, or Christine Foster, I hope. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm mindful of the late hour on a Friday, and this statement is a supplementary statement. You could call it speaking notes or supplementary, but it really is intended to respond to Mr. Patterson's helpful suggestions and invitations, and perhaps he had suggested that you might direct some conferencing. I've really just put something together to tell you what it is I would be thinking going into such conferencing. That way you can give us, if you choose to do that, some indication of what your thinking is. So it's intended to be helpful. I'm sorry there are some pages. Part of it's an attachment, but I'll just read through that if that's all right. Mr. Firebend from Meridian would be here himself. He's trapped in Christchurch. He's going to try and be online and will be able to be with us for a short time this afternoon.
He's not there yet. Thank you.
Not there yet, right. Okay. So I've just explained paragraph 1.1 and I reiterate my commitment to abide the code of conduct is my usual way. Now, the particular matters I just identify those there from the supplementary statement of Mr. Patterson, and they relate to the request by Meridian to insert into the general rural zone rules a new setback standard in relation to the existing established wind farm turbines at Westwind and Mill Creek. He originally did not support that, but has shifted his view and supports it in principle. And there's a discussion between ourselves about where that standard ought to sit in the plan. And there were 4 questions or invitations in Mr. Patterson's supplementary statement, which I've set out at A, B, C and D, and I'll just deal with each of those as quickly as I can. I might read the first one just so you can go through my logic. 2.1. Mr. Patterson's opinion is that Meridian's proposed setback standard should sit in the REG chapter and not in the rural chapter. I take a different view. The stated purpose of the REG chapter is to provide for the development, operation, maintenance and repair and upgrade of renewable electricity generation activities. In my opinion, the job of the REG chapter is to provide the policy guidance, rules and standards for REG activities. I accept that the chapter includes an objective and policy relating to reverse sensitivity of other activities on established REG. And I agree these are appropriately placed in the REG chapter. However, none of the rules or standards of the REG chapter apply currently to non-REG activities. It is not a chapter I would expect an individual rural landowner to refer to in trying to understand the rules and standards relevant for building, say, a house, or any other defined sensitive activities in the rural zone. The relevant rules, standards and policy guidance for buildings, including buildings for sensitive activities, are contained within the GRUZ zone. This is the approach directed by the National Planning Standards format. The GRUZ zone chapter is the natural home, in my view, for any additional setback standards that apply to building activities in that zone. It is the GRUZ zone that is relevant because it is the zone within which Meridian's wind farms are located. And I concentrate just on the commercial wind farms rather than the Brooklyn turbine, which just sits in a different zone. To split out one setback standard for GRUZ building activities and place it in the REG chapter would, in my opinion, be at odds with the current logical organisation of this plan. It would not also not be consistent with the intention of the National Planning Standards of holding all of the rules for zone-specific activities as much as possible in the zone chapter. There is a note at the beginning of the GRUZ chapter and all zone chapters that says there may be a number of provisions that apply to an activity, building, structural site. Resource consent may therefore be required under rules in this chapter as well as other chapters. And unless specifically stated in a rule, resource consent is required under each relevant rule. And it refers to the general approach chapter to work that out. But even with this note, or even a more explicit note pointing plan users to the REG chapter, I consider it would be less convenient, less effective and less efficient for the proposed setback standard to be placed in the REG chapter. That's because it may require more words, will not necessarily be obvious to the people it needs to be obvious to, and would require flipping between chapters. The standard as proposed by Meridian and the default consent considerations I discussed below form a compact and discrete set of provisions. They could be placed anywhere in the plan. They could be placed in either chapter. But my view is that convenience for the ordinary plan user and plan effectiveness are better served by placing these provisions in the GRUZ chapter. Section 32A, Mr. Patterson invited me to give you a draft section 32AA, and I've done that in an attachment which you could work through at your leisure, I think, if you wanted to. I conclude, not surprisingly, that Meridian's suggestion is more efficient, effective, and the more appropriate way to give effect to the RMA, as that's communicated through the MPS REG in particular, and also the only relevant objective in the REG chapter. Okay. So, and in that appendix, I call it Appendix A, I've just got it's a very simplistic section 32AA with a nice helpful tick and cross method, which guides you to my thinking. But I'll leave that to sit with you. In 4, I address Mr. Patterson's valid point that the Meridian suggests relief requested in submission did not address what happens if there's non-compliance with the suggested standard. So in here, I have suggested how one might deal with that. Now, the Meridian's request is that the setback standard is inserted as a new standard applied to rules GRUZ R17 and 18 relating to buildings. So that's when the real sensitivity, if you like, or the commitment that would create a sensitivity around noise is created. So it's my view that those are the appropriate opportunities, the appropriate rules. The default rule for non-compliance with the standards that are specified for those rules is restricted discretionary activity, and the publicly notified version of the plan lists the matters of discretion. I've put them there for Rule 17 first, and then for Rule is slightly different for Rule 18. And one of those is in 4.3. I talk about the extent and effect of non-compliance with any standard not being met as specified in the associated assessment criteria. And that refers to the matters that are listed alongside the standard as being matters that one would look at. I acknowledge Mr. Patterson's issue as a valid one, and my opinion is that a restricted discretionary activity status is appropriate for non-compliance with the rule or the standard as proposed by Meridian. The matters to which the decision-making should be restricted are already listed, in my view, in policy REGP 12. That's explicitly dealing with reverse sensitivity. And the simplest, most efficient way to insert appropriate assessment matters would be, in my opinion, to refer to policy REGP 12. And that's consistent with the approach that the plan takes in listing restricted discretionary matters. That reference would, in my opinion, ensure that those effects are considered and avoided. Policy REGP 12 seeks to avoid creating adverse reverse sensitivity conflicts. A reference to policy REGP 12 would require an applicant to demonstrate how such effects would be avoided if the proposed building is located closer to the wind turbines than the mapped 40 dBA contour line. This is appropriate in my view, given the NPS REG policy support and the policy support already accepted for this proposed plan for avoidance of adverse reverse sensitivity effects. Anticipating your questions about scope, to add the restricted discretionary matters, it is relevant to note that the covering letter from Meridian with its submission included the following statement, which is a fairly general one, but that Meridian requests the relief specified in the attached submission or such further or other relief as will address the issues raised in the submission. This statement provides the scope necessary, in my view, to enable the requested setback standards to be included in the plan in a way that would more completely address the issues raised in the submission point. The third question by Mr. Patterson was why this 40 the last question, fourth question actually, why the 40 dBA contour map? I wasn't entirely sure what Mr. Patterson was getting at, but I've just set out here the reason why Meridian proposed it. And just to abbreviate that, it's that the conditions for Mill Creek and West Wind both contain a condition as per 17, the example given there, where the noise from the wind turbines must not exceed 40 dBA or background sound plus 5 dBA, the special audible character requirement. One can't sensibly map the background plus 5 dBA because it's so location and circumstance specific, but one can map the 40. And we provided with the submission a map that shows a contour for the 40 dBA that could be included in an accurate GIS layer on the plan. So it seems to be a pragmatic solution. And as I understand it, 40 dBA is the level recommended, derived from the relevant wind turbine noise standard to protect from sleep disturbance. Okay, so just the last sentence really, I say that as much as anything, the contour and the standard in the GRUZ rules will be very helpful in clarifying for people who are planning to build houses and other sensitive activity buildings of the noise conditions prevailing and allow them to make appropriate decisions about the positioning of buildings. Okay, so happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. Can I just, before I turn over to the panel, just a couple of questions about the maps. The Mill Creek ones, I'm guessing this came from the consent process for Mill Creek.
Yes, as I understand it, yeah.
Right, and that the conditions relate to this map. Can I ask what monitoring or what confirmation that these contours represent reality, on the ground kind of reality in terms of
That's a good question, because there are pre-development and post-development monitoring conditions. I can't answer that in the detail for you today, but if it's a matter of concern or hesitation, I will try and get that answered and get the answer to you.
Well, I think the point was that, the point was put to us that this may not reflect the actual on the ground noise contours.
Okay.
As measured.
That should be able to be defined though, because there were post-monitoring demonstration of compliance issues. Yep.
Thank you. I suppose similarly with the West Wind map, although that doesn't show any noise contours, the one in the submission from Meridian, it just shows you where the turbines are.
I thought we had, but I'll check that.
Yeah, well, have you seen one for West Wind at all? No?
Sorry.
That's all right. So that's just an opening question, if you wouldn't mind following up. So I'll turn to the panel to see if there's any questions.
Can I, that's just a interrupt. So if there's opportunity to do that, I'll confirm.
Yeah. Well, we'll be issuing a minute following this hearing later next week, after Tuesday, to follow up on a number of matters that have occurred during the hearing, including additional information we need and from whom and by when and all that good stuff. If we get the information before that minute's issued, all the better.
Well, I'll try, but it'll be at some point.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, questions from the panel? Commissioner Dash, do you have any?
I'm not participating in Meridian's submission.
Mr. Dash is recused from the hearing. Got no questions?
No questions.
No.
I think that really helps the explanation.
Are you aware, Ms. Foster, whether this approach has been used elsewhere, either in the Wellington plan or just generally speaking in the country?
We persuaded Waikato District to. They have an existing, now owned by Meridian. Meridian didn't develop it, but they now own it, Te Uku Wind Farm.
Oh, yeah.
And there's a similar 40 dBA, I think it's 40, I can't remember. It's whatever was imposed by the conditions of consent in that case, a contour line in the plan, exactly, very similar, alerting people, proposing activities and buildings in the rural zone, the same deal. They've got sensitive activities and sensitive land uses defined, and they saw it as a way of preempting future reverse sensitivity issues. So yes, and that's not subject to appeal. The plan is not yet settled there, but that is a matter not subject to appeal.
And a similar rule framework behind it as well?
Very, very similar, yes. Yep. There's a mapped contour, which is shown on the GIS district plan maps now, and just a simple rule of that, a standard for the rule.
And I suppose the other question I had when I looked at the plans and the submission was how much land outside, now I know Meridian don't own the things, they have lease and things around that.
I think they do own one or both.
One or both?
One of them. Yeah.
Okay, because I think the question is how much land outside Meridian's sphere would actually be affected by the contour? Are you aware of that?
Have you quantified that? No.
No, I'm just it's not clear, particularly with the West Wind one, just how far out of the sort of sphere of the wind farm that this might apply to.
But that would be clarified for you, perhaps.
Yes, if that's possible.
I was so certain that it showed both turbines, two separate plans, one showing turbines and one showing contour. But Did you want to quantify it or just be reassured by the visual
Not
image?
necessarily quantified, but at least have an indication about how much land outside the sort of the wind farm, for want of a better phrase, it would actually be affected by the 40 dBA contour.
So it's the land within the contour, not owned by Meridian.
Yeah. Yeah, or otherwise sort of
Yeah,
controlled.
controlled.
Yeah. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Any further questions? No? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Foster. I'll let you go. Kia ora. Yeah. Now, I have been told by Jazz, who's not here anymore, that if we ask Mr. Costello to show his face, basically, he will. But we'll probably have to turn our necks to see. There it is. Okay, so please excuse us, Mr. Costello. We can only see you by looking behind us. So don't think we're being rude. Oh, we can't. You're on mute. Oh, there you are. Suddenly come on. I don't think we can hear you. Could you just test us? Can you hear us? Right, okay, that's half the problem. Okay, say something now. No.
Can you ask if he's on mute himself?
Do you know whether you're not on mute? Okay.
Maybe try rejoining the meeting if you can.
Okay.
Sometimes that works.
I'll do it. Yeah, but it's gone away.
You know, when it was blank like that.
Yeah, right, I missed
I
that.
don't.
Yeah, that might have something. If he rejoins, hopefully it'll reboot.
Be back.
Don't trip over anything.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
I will be back.
Okay, I'll just try and get this.
Okay.
So it's.
Try to sort out the AVs and then I'll.
Grab copies, people.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You can have all that.
Oh,
This may be a less course.
thank you. It's just nice to meet you.
Did you mean the separate?
There you go. Okay, try saying something. No sound still.
Try to say something again, sorry, Frank.
No, maybe a lost cause, Mr. Costello.
Doesn't seem to be anything on.
Can you activate sound at your end? Is that what you're trying to do?
That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do.
He has been drawn.
You can see what that woman was.
Okay. Could you say something, Mr. Costello? It's all working okay here. Just tested. So his side is working okay. knew this would happen with Jazz.
I'll have yes.
You might be lucky if she's in a noisy environment.
Yeah, she did say that she'll have a work phone on her, so.
Okay. He's just going to call our hearings administrator just to see if find another solution to this. In the meantime, I'm rapidly thinking of Plan B. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. Some sort of, and if we've got any questions, we might put them to you in writing as well in response. So if Plan A doesn't work, that's Plan B.
We do something on other discussions as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Jazz isn't answering.
Noisy. Break on.
Doing that, there's nothing wrong.
You don't need supplementary. Do any supplementary?
No, just
Speaking of today, it's just what's his.
testing.
One more time.
What was that written on?
Did you say something?
Yeah. One more time, and then we'll. Yeah. Plan B.
Hey, Jazz, it's Josh here.
Ooh.
Hey, you're not too bad. Hey, we've got Frank on, but we can't get any audio through. Do you know why that would be?
Yeah. Jeez, Jazz.
Jazz hands.
No.
Okay. Mr. Patterson's receiving instructions at the moment, so bear with us, please.
I've just spoken to Jazz and everything on our end is how it should be. So I think the issue might be on Mr. Costello's end.
All the connection in between.
Has he got
He knows a message. Very short, I can tell he's writing, aren't you?
Yeah. Has he got a headset he can plug in?
Oh, that's a good point. Da-da-da-da-da. We got the I will and then it faded into nothing. So do you have a headset? You've tried the headset thing already. Okay, cool. I think we're going to go to Plan B then, aren't we? If you could if you could supply a written response to anything arising, and we can respond after that. Okay, thank you very much. Bit of a funny end to the hearing, but there you go. Okay, with that, thank you, Mr. Costello. We will adjourn the hearing as we've heard from all the submitters. And as I said, we'll issue a minute later next week once we've had a chance to regather and issue any further directions for the hearing. So thank you very much, everybody. And with that, have a good weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello.
Thank you.